6 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000 in the queue. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, what it was, 2,000 videos?
Over 3,000 videos.
12 million views. It needs to be in the queue in the airport. They're worse than this.
Yeah, we're good. Get through.
Now when I'm playing, make things you put through. But that's actually not playing. Turkish Airlines, you're not
See how's the flight.
like it. Oh yeah. On the ground.
5:30, I think.
6. An hour and a half to the train.
Bit of a rush.
One other transport strike. There's and we're having a slice super dry. So 10 euros. $20 beer. About $4,000 just to get this.
Right, hello and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux, and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of. I mean, we're just on a tram now, and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Fair Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time, and as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania, and I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? So I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, I'm busy watching Chile warm up in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually going to contact to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, I'm sitting at the stadium, slowly starting to fill up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there, of course, as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it through. Okay, and that is game one. Not the fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope. But yeah, that is game one in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and as you can see, it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just going to head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travelers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
South Africa. Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, are you?
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked
Sorry,
off.
that one.
Yeah. My name is Steve, we're from Fair Sports. We are recording over here, so we're going to cover all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
Hi, boy. Hello, Ross. How you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So
interview.
this is how small of a world it is. Went to varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval.
Bokval.
Bokval. So it's like a stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. Got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate you. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now? London. Right. London. But still sports South Africa, still South Africa through.
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, 2. Yesterday was it?
Samoa versus Chile game? Oh, there we go. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy. But today it's better.
It's amazing. It's a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Ireland game. All right,
Yeah.
cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us particularly specific? Okay, 80. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70. That's along those lines.
Yeah, so
Well, if you get 80 points, I did get a bonus point. So.
let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes, I think
Yeah.
so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score actually.
They've got
So.
to at least get a bonus.
Yeah,
They'll
okay.
just make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today.
Score prediction on my Super Brew, I went Boks by 70. But I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
You got to tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance? All the tries, eh?
100 at a 0.
100-0, okay. You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. What do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
But
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so many supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all want them to score 8
Let's see them
tries.
cross the line.
Yeah,
You know, it's fine.
we do.
80-10.
80-10.
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60.
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I've bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How we... Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We got everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to see some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Ferreira's coming on as replacement hookers.
Okay.
And that.
We must see Malcom starting there. You know,
exactly.
apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we're being invaded here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have played today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends of the result.
I'm sorry for you, but the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs to know.
Yeah, we need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. This is the nice thing, I suppose, when it comes to the smaller games, is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, we might see a lot of very grumpy Springbok supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
All the back?
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home?
Yeah, definitely.
The World Cup's coming back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Khaleesi, Ches and Colwyn. They've confirmed that the World Cup is coming back to South
Coming
Africa.
home.
So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game. fans. Currently doing the lineups, and we all laugh at James, who in Madrid is now. And he's back at there he is. Look at him. Look at him. There's the rain come already. Unlucky way. Hello everybody and welcome back to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official sort of long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris, we've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning. Coming out of the police station. We are finally up doggy there. Yeah, of course, behind the camera and got photos yesterday, so we're having to sort that out. And late change the plans. It's not to be announced tonight, so unfortunately, got 2 hours. But yeah, let's go see the Paris. Rolex across the street. Gonna blow our entire holiday budget on like a quarter of a watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. But that, I think I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. Get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Come to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. See French jerseys. I'm seeing lots of different jerseys. I'm seeing a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look right at home, going to lock this in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's go see the Argentina, shall we? This is now my Cock 14 edition. Now it's all the rugby stuff.
This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Box Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift, and both, two ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back, so this is going to be lots of fun. I realise the train's coming in the wrong side.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Roots and I took you through the watch-along of Argentina up against Chile in Pool D, and it was a clear runaway for Argentina. We'll get to that in a minute. Before I do go any further, do hit like and subscribe to the channel. Keep in mind that we are live for every single game and we love having the fans enjoy the journey with us. As I mentioned, Argentina were victorious by 59 points to 5, and we kind of imagined it being an all South American affair. Would there be some drama, some loose play? Would Chile make it difficult for Argentina? But Argentina stuck to their set pieces and dominated clearly in the line-out play and in the scrum time, where Chile just couldn't keep up. So they had the fragmented moments, I guess, of opportunity, but they never actually grasped onto them. So in that first half, Argentina were up by 24 points to 0, and Nicolas Sanchez scoring a try, scoring a conversion, scoring a penalty, doing it all. So we saw very much, just to mention, like in the All Black game, the fly-offs kicking their goals and making some play as well. So Nicolas Sanchez coming in and doing some wonderful work in the absence of Emiliano Boffelli for Argentina. The second half, we imagined Chile would start with something strong, and they showed some promise in that second half. There was a move down the left-hand touchline where we thought they'd scored their try, but we were to wait for a little while where they eventually did score a try. But in the process, Argentina was scoring at will, punching up the middle, but also some wonderful individual play from the likes of their fullback as well, who scored a sensational try. It was an inspirational performance from Argentina. Augustine Creevy, for example, their most experienced Rugby World Cup player, knew the importance of this game in getting that bonus point, getting across the line, and Argentina just overpowered Chile when it mattered. So this South American affair ended with Argentina clearly dominant, taking the bonus point win into that Japan game, which will make for an interesting finish in Pool D. For Chile, it's a conclusion. For Pablo Lemoyne, no victory at Rugby World Cup as a player or coach. So rather disappointing, but still pride to have represented his country and taken them to this World Cup. In the circumstances that they did, in the dramatic finish that they did, they arrived here, showed some promise, but there's still work to be done. For Argentina, very much the same. Work to be done. The Japan game awaits, but for Michael Cheika and his squad, they can celebrate this victory. It's 5 points in the bag. We'll be live, as I mentioned, for the South Africa-Tonga game. Mark will be taking you through that live watch-along, so do tune in. But for every single other game, I know Fiji's up against Georgia. So many more exciting games this weekend at Rugby World Cup 2023. Do tune in. Do subscribe, like the channel, share with your friends. But from myself, Rudes, from Forever Rugby at Forever Sports, until next time, bye for now.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Mark and we have just finished watching Fiji versus Georgia, match 29 of this Rugby World Cup 2023. And the title of the video, as it suggests, Fiji were almost upset by a very resilient and a very brave Georgia. So let's run through the match. Of course, that's what we're going to be doing, but let's just sum it up very quickly. Georgia forced every error possible out of Fiji. Fiji were nowhere for a lot of that match. Really struggled to get into the game. The Georgian defense holding the back. They couldn't get through it often. And just to really top it all off, Georgia right at the end there almost scored a breakaway try after getting a penalty very quickly over through the posts. It then went to full time, but of course Fiji had to keep it in play. And Georgia ran it from within their 22 and almost scored literally a foot race to a grubber kick into the try line on Fiji's side. It could have ended in a Georgia win, but just went out. It was kicked out by Fiji right at the end there, and as a result, Fiji won the game 17 points to Georgia's 12. Georgia won the first half 9 points to 0 though. That just tells you how Fiji were nowhere in that first half. So let's just run through some of the stuff. We started off very, very positively for Georgia. Almost all the territory in that first half was played in Fiji's half. It was very, very interesting to watch. Matkava played exceptionally well. He got a penalty in the 5th minute of the game, and then later on in the half, of course, causing lots of issues in Fiji's half and spilling it lots of times and getting a few penalties on the 10-meter line inside Fiji's half. And otherwise, we saw Niniashvili, that of course the winger who was fullback last week, kicked on the 19th minute, a big kick, about a 55-meter kick, and then on the 31st minute, about a 48-meter kick as well. Kicked it straight through the middle for Georgia to put them 9 points into the lead. Fiji could not respond. They tried desperately to get over the line, but they could not. Every single time they were so close, Georgia did ever so well to defend against them and to stop them. But again, Fiji's mistakes were next level, but forced by Georgia's defense, which was really quite impressive. But nonetheless, we then, of course, moved into the second half, which did not start so well for Georgia. Although, having said that, of course, Fiji pretty much also started with errors, and Radradra got a yellow card for a deliberate knockdown, preventing Georgia from running through in behind. And as a result, they then played 10 minutes without 15 men, of course, only with 14 men. But that didn't seem to mean too much. So I say Georgia have stuffed up a little bit, because we then saw Fiji score the first try of the game, which was scored by Naya Kalavu, of course, the captain. In the 51st minute, he dotted it down in the corner very, very well after a long build-up by Fiji to get over the line, eventually breaking through the line and doing so. and then his players came back on. They then scored a penalty in the 65th minute. The substitute Lamani came on, scored that penalty. They did miss a kick before that, but he got the 2 conversions for both tries because, of course, they then scored again in the 68th minute. A brilliant little piece of play by Botia, who got his hands free and found Habossi, who went over pretty much under the posts, which put Fiji onto 17 points, and that pretty much ended the game. Georgia then, of course, right near the end, there was another yellow card, which I think has been confirmed now, a red card to Tuisova in the 80th minute. So that's going to be a very interesting talking point going forward for the rest of the Rugby World Cup. Tuisova's got a red card, and yet another red card in this World Cup. Well, I think it's been upgraded to a red card anyway. And so then Georgia got a penalty from that. Matkova kicked it straight through the middle in the 80th minute to put Georgia onto 12. And then Fiji had to restart right in the 80th minute, of course. And Georgia ran it all the way through. It was fantastic running by the substitutes, who really motored their way forward for Georgia and almost won the game from the clutches of defeat. So very, very interesting end to the game. They grabbed it forward, foot race, but Georgia just missed out in the foot race. Fiji deliberately kicked it out, and as a result, that ended the game. And that means that Fiji now move on to 10 points in the table. They only need 1 point from their remaining game to ensure that they go through to the quarterfinals in the Rugby World Cup. Georgia, meanwhile, move up onto 3 points with that losing bonus point, which means they're 1 point ahead of Portugal. But given the fact that Georgia did so well against Fiji, Portugal might well have their tails up and hope that they can do something against Fiji as well. Because, of course, Georgia and Portugal played to a draw. And could Portugal surprise Fiji? And if they somehow beat Fiji, with Fiji not getting a losing bonus point or a bonus point of any sort, and Australia win with a bonus point the next game, Australia will actually go through. So Fiji really were scared there. They needed to try and get that bonus point today to confirm they're going through to the quarters, but they did not get it, which means it's still not confirmed. So they have to go and get a point at least against Portugal next week. But nonetheless, guys, thank you so much for watching Forever Rugby here on Forever Sports. My name's been Mark. Be sure to go and check out our sponsors, as you can see on the sides here, BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER. And go and check that out. And I'm sure you guys are going to like the video and subscribe to the channel. And I'll join you for some more live streams and some more reviews as well. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Have a great
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello everyone and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name's Wes and we just witnessed a very strong Scottish side absolutely decimate and destroy a Romanian side who has had a tough couple of weeks of rugby. Obviously suffering a big loss to Ireland and then a big loss to South Africa and then an even bigger loss to Scotland. Now, we're not going to go through every try because this would then be a very longer video, but we're going to look at some notable mentions. Definitely one of those was the first man to go over, which was Hamish Watson, finding his way over the line through some good play. But he came out of the starting lineup like a bat out of hell, running strong, always going over the advantage line. And he was able to get over in the 8th minute, which was indeed converted by Ben Healy. Ali Price was able to score next in the 16th minute. Darcy Graham got one of his first in the 20th minute then, and all of those were converted by Ben Healy. So again, the Romanian side just unable to get any sort of purchase in the game, no real possession, but Scotland looking really clinical, a few mistakes here and there, but overall looking really good. Now, things went from bad to worse with Romania as they then got 2 yellow cards in quick succession. So a quick hit to the head, or high tackle rather, saw Emescu get a yellow card in the 28th minute, and then Florian Rosu, the flanker, got a yellow card for deliberately collapsing a maul. So down to 13 men. Darcy Graham went over for his second, and as I said, bad to worse, even worse, as Marius Simonescu then in the 37th minute got his yellow card. So the Romanians down to 12 men at one point in that first half. The Scots weren't going to let them off easy, though, as they then decided to capitalize on that three-man advantage, and Ferguson went over in the 37th minute, and Darcy Graham finding his hat-trick in the 39th minute. Now, all those kicks were successfully converted by Ben Heady, so he was having an absolute fantastic day with the boot. The second half would go on to see much of the same. Harris, Smith, Healy himself, as well as Matthews, Daj, Graham getting the final say. It was a true tri-fest for the Scottish team. Really laying down a statement, saying that they are still here in contention and ready to play, putting massive pressure on the Springboks to do well against Tonga, and maybe showing Ireland and saying, hey, look, you are not guaranteed a qualified spot just yet. It is going to be an absolute cracker between Scotland and Ireland. Romania, we'll look at that performance and be quite disappointed, just really not being able to get any sort of meaningful possession with their hands on the ball. But guys, make sure that you like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let us know what you thought of the performance and what you are most looking forward to seeing Scotland do next. Until next time, I'm Wes. See you then.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's 5 things learned between South Africa versus Ireland. And we had a couple of days now since the match, but heartbreaking for a lot of South Africans who really felt that we had done enough, that the Springboks had done enough to perform and to get a result. Unfortunately, not quite going our way in the end, but not all doom and gloom, I think, and that's the main thing. And today I'm going to be looking at 5 sort of takeaways that I took away from the game. And had a bit of time to reflect on a few things, and these are just some of the things that sort of I identified and some sort of my immediate reactions, which a couple of days later are sort of still sticking with me as well. So obviously this is my opinion. I want to know what yours are and what your takeaways from the game are, and how you're sort of feeling a couple of days later. You know, we're about a day or two away from the Tonga team announcement, where we basically then sort of just shift into gear. We sort of leave behind the disappointment of that Ireland result, and we really sort of start to push into a new week and a new opportunity to try and get ourselves back on track for this World Cup defense. Before I show you exactly what my 5 things learned are, please let me know what yours are. Please do smash like on the video, and please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, shall we get through this, shall we? So we'll start with number 1, and that is as follows. We cannot ignore the goal kicking issue. It is something that we've been trying to sort of get through and trying to hope that will correct itself. It's not so far. And is it the sole reason we lost on Saturday? No, probably not. Is it a massive contributing factor? Yes, definitely. It's easy to speculate because some people are saying, well, you know, if the Boxer kicked well, then Ireland would have just taken the points where they could have and not gone for touch. Again, it's an easy sort of speculation. The reality is 11 points left out there is a problem when you lose by 5 points. It means that, you know, if you had gotten half the points left out there, we could have drawn or won that game. So yes, we should have taken our chances a bit better when we were in the Ireland 22 and stuff like that, 100%. But the goal kicking is an issue, and it is something that needs to be addressed. And there's no easy fix. I mean, a lot of people sort of suggesting, well, you just bring back Andre Pollard and all of a sudden, you know, we start winning these games. But first of all, we don't know what form Pollard is in. He hasn't played a lot of rugby in the last, 4 or 5 months. And yeah, as a goal kicker, he's a very solid goal kicker, but he's never been a world-class goal kicker. He's had some very good periods during his career where he's operated in sort of the 80%. But both the last 2 World Cups, I think, are 74 and 76% percentages, which is a lot higher than our current kickers at the moment. So there definitely would be an improvement. But it doesn't, bringing back Pollard doesn't mean suddenly you get 10 penalties in the game and he's going to get you 30 points. He's always been a very solid goal kicker, but it's never been his greatest trait. So that's not necessarily just a quick fix solution. There's no guarantee that you bring him in and all of a sudden everything's going to work. But it is an issue. It is something that needs to be addressed. He will feature this weekend, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how he does off the tee, because whatever the reason to our poor performance, something has to be done, and we do need to look at how we can improve that. Right, number 2. Damien Delindi proving his worth. Not that I think there's really needed proving, but a bit of a reminder this weekend of what Damien Delende brings to the party. I thought he had an absolutely brilliant game. I thought him and Bandiaki were one of the star performers in the game itself. You know, two inside centers going at each other, making line breaks, getting through meters. And I thought Damien Delende was incredibly industrious, getting over the advantage line almost every single time he got the ball. Yeah, he was back close to his best, I thought. You know, defensively was pretty solid. But on the attack, getting meters, getting over the advantage line, driving opposition back. He sat down a couple of Irish players in a game that was incredibly physical. He was actually, you know, pretty head and shoulders above the rest with regards to his physicality he himself brought. So it was good to see him playing with a bit of confidence and a bit more sort of go forward, really. Right, number 3, Ireland can match the Springboks' physicality. So I don't think anyone's ever going to be more physical than the Springboks at the moment, especially with the 7-1 split and the 4 dominates. But what Ireland did show this weekend is that they've got the players and they've got the capacity to be able to match it. And matching the Springboks up front is a huge step in the right direction to nullify the Springbok game plan. You know, a couple of scrum penalties, for example, that Ireland converted, a couple of big clashes. It was a pretty epic game in regards to that. You know, some huge collisions, very legal collisions, and 2 games of 2 big packs going at each other. But what I think Ireland showed is that they've got a physical pack. They've got the likes of a Tyke Byrne, a Tyke Furlong, a Callan Doris, Peter O'Mahony, who can really match at the team's physicality. And in the modern game, that is crucial in trying to win games. And I thought that Ireland displayed that very, very well this weekend. Right, number 4, Damien Willemse cannot be left out. What a world-class performance from him this weekend. I keep maintaining that I think that he is got potential to be one of the best, if not the best players in the world. This weekend, I thought once again reinforced that. I thought every single time he touched the ball, he made something happen. I think he made 11 carries, like well over, I think it was 100 meters odd, beating like 5 defenders. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. And it's interesting to see what will happen with regards to the makeup of the team. Some people saying that they missed Willie le Roux's distribution, the fact that we managed to get our wings into play as much this past weekend, you know. But, you know, playing Willie le Roux suddenly means you lose Damien Willemse, who was brilliant under the high balls, brilliant on defense, for example. He's the all-round package of Damien Willemse. So, you know, he probably goes back to the bench potentially in the clutch games if we need Willie le Roux to play. But one thing is for certain, he's becoming incredibly important to the box. And, yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely world-class. The final thing is the World Cup is still anyone's to take. Yes, Ireland won this weekend. Ireland are undefeated. You know, one of our 3 teams, I think, 4 teams who are undefeated. The likes of Wales, England, and France as well. However, I think the big thing that a lot of players and even Irish fans will admit that Springboks are definitely not out of it. And I think that no team for me, Ireland probably the closest, but no team for me has looked untouchable. I think that's the big thing. Yes, the Boks lost to Ireland this weekend, but on a different day they could win the game, and we could see where the game could be won as well. So Ireland, for me, still favourites, along with France. I think it's still France's to lose with regards to having that home advantage. But I think we're still looking at a World Cup where we're looking at different players and going, yeah, there are different people here who can all potentially win the World Cup. But yeah, those are my 5 takeaways. I don't know what yours are down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's 5 things learned between South Africa versus Ireland. And we had a couple of days now since the match. A bit heartbreaking for a lot of South Africans who really felt that we had done enough, that the Springboks had done enough to perform and to get a result. Unfortunately, not quite going our way in the end, but not all doom and gloom, I think, and that's the main thing. And today I'm going to be looking at 5 sort of takeaways that I took away from the game, and had a bit of time to reflect on a few things. And yeah, these are just some of the things that sort of I identified and some sort of my immediate reactions, which a couple of days later are sort of still sticking with me as well. So obviously, this is my opinion. I want to know what yours are and what your takeaways from the game are and how you're sort of feeling a couple of days later. You know, we're about a day or two away from the Tonga team announcement, where we basically then sort of just shift into gear. We sort of leave behind the disappointment of that island result, and we really sort of start to push into a new week and a new opportunity to try and get ourselves back on track for this World Cup defense. Before I show you exactly what my 5 things learned are, please, I want to know, please let me know what yours are. Please do smash like on the video, and please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, shall we get through this, shall we? So we'll start with number 1, and that is as follows. We cannot ignore the goal kicking issue. It is something that we've been trying to sort of get through and trying to hope that will correct itself. It's not so far. And is it the sole reason we lost on Saturday? No, probably not. Is it a massive contributing factor? Yes, definitely. It's easy to speculate because some people are saying, well, you know, if the Boks had kicked well, then Ireland would have just taken the points where they could have and not gone for touch. Again, it's an easy sort of speculation. The reality is 11 points left out there is a problem when you lose by 5 points. It means that, you know, if you had gotten half the points left out there, we could have drawn or won that game. So, yes, we should have taken our chances a bit better when we were in the Ireland 22 and stuff like that, 100%. But the goal kicking is an issue, and it is something that needs to be addressed. And there's no easy fix. I mean, a lot of people sort of suggesting, well, you just bring back Andre Pollard and all of a sudden, you know, we start winning these games. But first of all, we don't know what form Pollard is in. He hasn't played a lot of rugby in the last, you know, 4 or 5 months. And yeah, as a goal kicker, he's a very solid goal kicker, but he's never been a world-class goal kicker. He's had some very good periods during his career where he's operated in sort of the 80%. But both the last 2 World Cups, I think, are 74 and 76% percentages, which is a lot higher than our current kickers at the moment. So there definitely would be an improvement. But it doesn't, you know, bringing back Pollard doesn't mean suddenly you get 10 penalties in a game and he's going to get you 30 points. You know, he's always been a very solid goal kicker, but it's never been his greatest trait. So that's not necessarily just a quick fix solution. There's no guarantee that you bring him in and all of a sudden everything's going to work. But it is an issue. It is something that needs to be addressed. He will feature this weekend, and it'll be interesting to see exactly how he does off the tee, because whatever the reason to our poor performance, something has to be done, and we do need to look at how we can improve that. Right, number 2. Damian de Allende proving his worth. I'm not that I think there's really needed proving, but a bit of a reminder this weekend of what Damian de Allende brings to the party. I thought he had an absolutely brilliant game. I thought him and Bandiaki were one of the star performers in the game itself. You know, 2 inside centers going at each other, making line breaks, getting through meters. And I thought Damian de Allende was incredibly industrious, getting over the advantage line almost every single time he got the ball. Yeah, he was back close to his best, I thought. You know, defensively was pretty solid. But on the attack, getting meters, getting over the advantage line, driving opposition back. He sat down a couple of Irish players in a game that was incredibly physical. He was actually, you know, pretty head and shoulders above the rest with regards to his physicality he himself brought. So it was good to see him playing with a bit of confidence and a bit more sort of go forward, really. Right, number 3, Ireland can match the Springboks' physicality. So I don't think anyone's ever going to be more physical than the Springboks at the moment, especially with the 7-1 split and the 4 dominates. But what Ireland did show this weekend is that they've got the players and they've got the capacity to be able to match it. And matching the Springboks up front is a huge step in the right direction to nullify the Springbok game plan. You know, a couple of scrum penalties, for example, that Ireland converted, a couple of big clashes. It was a pretty epic game in regards to that. You know, some huge collisions, very legal collisions, and 2 games of 2 big packs going at each other. But what I think Ireland showed is that they've got a physical pack. They've got the likes of a Tyke Byrne, a Tyke Furlong, a Callan Doris, Capito Mani, who can really match at the team's physicality, and in the modern game that is crucial in trying to win games. And I thought that Ireland displayed that very, very well this weekend. Right, number 4, Damian Willemse cannot be left out. What a world-class performance from him this weekend. I keep maintaining that I think that he is got potential to be one of the best, if not the best players in the world. This weekend, I thought once again reinforced that. I thought every single time he touched the ball, he made something happen. I think he made 11 carries, well over, I think it was 100 meters odd, beating like 5 defenders. I thought he was absolutely brilliant. And it's interesting to see what will happen with regards to the makeup of the team. Some people saying that they missed Willie LaRue's distribution, the fact that we didn't manage to get our wings into play as much this past weekend. But playing Willie LaRue suddenly means you lose David Willemse, who was brilliant under the high balls, brilliant on defense, for example. He's the all-round package of David Willemse. So, he probably goes back to the bench potentially in the clutch games if we need Willie LaRue to play. But one thing's for certain, he's become incredibly important to the box. And yeah, I think he's going to be absolutely world-class. The final thing is the World Cup is still anyone's to take. Yes, Ireland won this weekend. Ireland are undefeated. One of our 3 teams, I think, 4 teams who are undefeated. The likes of Wales, England, and France as well. However, I think the big thing that a lot of players, and even Irish fans, will admit, that Springboks are definitely not out of it. And I think that no team for me, Ireland probably the closest, but no team for me has looked untouchable. I think that's the big thing. Yes, the Boks lost to Ireland this weekend, but on a different day they could win the game, and we could see where the game could be won as well. So Ireland, for me, still favourites, along with France. I think it's still France's to lose with regards to having that home advantage. But I think we're still looking at a World Cup where we're looking at different players and going, yeah, there are different people here who can all potentially win the World Cup. But yeah, those are my 5 takeaways. I don't know what yours are down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sport for today's Springbok Press Conference reaction. So, Jacques Nienaber has named a side for this weekend, which includes the return of Andre Pollard in a number of changes, in fact 12 changes to the starting lineup. In fact, only Jasper Wiese, Sia Khaleesi, as well as Eben Etzebeth actually keeping their spot in that starting 15. So it's a brand new team that will take on Tonga, and they don't know what they need to do. They need to get 5 points, go there, get the bonus point, qualify for the quarterfinals, get ourselves sorted, and then we've got 2 weeks to prepare for that quarter, and that's when the World Cup really ramps up. Those knockout games, playoff games. 3 games, you win 3 games, and you've won the tournament really. So it gets quite quickly. Now, unfortunately, we weren't at the press conference because the Boks are currently back in their base in Toulon, and we're currently sitting in Lyon. So we don't have the press conference. Unfortunately, we will have their Eva match press conference on Saturday, as well as their post-match presser. So fear not, that will be on the channel over the weekend. But he has given the press conference, and we do have some quotes from it, and so we can go through exactly what he's had to say, and we'll also be hearing talking about what Willie LaRue and Marvin Orie had to say. So before we do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. In terms of the team selection, he said, if you look at the team selection, 13 of the players that played against Ireland are playing in this test match again. So that shows you how important this game is for us and how much respect we are treating Tonga. If you don't give them respect, it can become a slippery game. He was then asked about Andre Pollard, where he warned people to not expect much from the fly half. He says that's why we went with a 5-3 split. If you look at Andre, he hasn't played top-level club rugby since the first weekend of May. I think it's about 19 weeks ago. And in 19 weeks, he's only played 30 minutes of club rugby, and that was in the Premiership Cup for the other night. There's a good possibility that we would struggle to get through an intense game. A good probability that he might cramp up. That's why we went with the 5-3, and we have Moni on the bench just for cover. In terms of the ask him what he expects from me, he says, what do I expect of him? A realistic performance. I think that's where we must all stay in the reality of it. He hasn't played for the Boks in 13 months. He last played in the last week in August 2022 for the Springboks. He hasn't played top-level club rugby since the first week in May, which is 19 weeks ago. In saying that, he is a quality rugby player, and we all know that. He's won a World Cup before. He's won a British and Irish Lions series before. So he understands what international rugby and top international rugby is about, but I think we must stay real in that and give him time to settle in and get used to the pace of it. He was then asked about the goal kicking, for example. He said that in that 13 months that Andre wasn't available for the Springboks, there were 16 matches and we won 75% of those. We lost 4, and of the 4 test matches we lost, 2 were against Ireland, who are the #1 team in the world, and everybody is struggling against them. They haven't lost a test match since the one against New Zealand in Auckland. Then we lost to New Zealand in Auckland this year, and the other test match that we lost where those two guys were steering the Springboks and driving the team in number 10 jersey was against France in Marseille, where we got the red card. In 3 of those test matches, it was very close. Even the past one against Ireland, up to the 78th minute, there were 2 points in it. Yes, we are not consistent off the tee, but the guys that stepped in, I don't think they did a bad job. He was asked what concerns him more than the goal kicking, which he replied saying, in the game against Ireland, we had 4 opportunities within 1 meter of the goal line, which we butchered. 4. That for me is a much bigger issue that we have to sort out. You can't get yourself within 1 meter of Ireland's try line and then you butcher 4 opportunities, which is a very good point at the end of the day. 11 points missed off the tee, 100%. We lost by about 5 points. 4 times we probably could have scored. If you got one of those 4, 25% success rate, within that sort of final meter, you then go on to draw the game and potentially, get the conversion, 7 points, win the game. So yeah, it is definitely fine margins, and I definitely think that the place kicking is not the only issue that we need to worry about. He was then asked about Antoine Dupont, because all the French journalists are going into every single press conference and asking all the foreign teams about the French team, which is a bit weird. Yeah, he was asked about the possibility of Antoine Dupont making a quick return from injury. He says that it's good if top players make it back. Like Andre made it back now. I'm glad for him. Like Vitalik is making it back into the New Zealand side. I'm glad for them because they've worked hard. They've sacrificed a lot. Their families have sacrificed a lot. So I always feel good for the individual. I'm always glad for the individual and for the fan because the fan also wants to see the top players playing in a World Cup. So that's basically what Jacques Nienaber had to say. In terms of what Marvin Ory had to say, he just asked about the inexperience of Deon Fourie and Malcom and Staden and the pressure that puts on the line. And he said, I wouldn't say it's pressure. There's specific shapes and throws that Deon can throw very well. Marco as well. We try to find the shape and the cause that they feel most comfortable with. Myself and Soos, Franco Mostert, and Archia, together with the coach, we try to figure out what cause would be best. He was then asked about the physicality of Tonga, and he says, of course it's going to be a physical match. We saw when we were doing analysis some of the collisions against Scotland and also against Ireland. There were some big collisions. Of course, there's some big guys. Ben Tamafuna, who's the captain, he's also close up to 150 kgs, if not more. It's going to be a good challenge, but also for us, we don't shy away. So I think it'll be a good match. And then finally, Willie Lou was involved as well, and he said, in terms of facing Tonga, he said it's knockout rugby this weekend for us. Tonga's going to be a brutal game. There's some big boys there. In terms of the goal kicking, he says, I just look at what Mani does for us on the field. The attacking, how he creates space for guys, the cross kicks, the long passes over the top, scoring tries. For me, I don't look at that, the goal kicking. I look at the positive things that he's done for the team. We all back him and we all back everyone who has to kick. He was then asked about the speedos that Fat de Klerk obviously sort of set the trend, saying people love Fat because he's got the nice blonde hair and you can't miss him. People catching on to it and loving it. He was then asked if he owns a speedo and he says, I'm an old man, I don't wear those things. So yes, sounds like it was an interesting press conference and nothing else. But yeah, that's what the Boks have had to say about the Tonga clash this weekend. We'll hear more from them throughout the week as we start to build up towards what is virtually like a playoff game for the Boks. You win it, the bonus points, you go into the quarterfinals, we win the next 4 games, we win the World Cup basically. That is the reality, and after Sunday we've got 2 weeks to prepare for either a New Zealand or a France. And then after that, it's 3 games in a row, 3 weekends in a row. You win 3 games, you win the World Cup, you bring it back to South Africa, which will be absolutely epic. We'll be on the ground this weekend down in Marseille, so a lot of cool content coming your way. Make sure you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport for today's Springbok team prediction video. Big game this weekend, the final pool game for the Springboks, an opportunity for them to try and put a bit of pressure on the likes of Ireland as well as Scotland. Ireland not involved this weekend, which means that the Springboks can potentially try and put a bit of pressure on them in terms of the pool. Ireland currently sitting on 14 points. Were the Boks to win this weekend, with the bonus point, they can get themselves up to 15 points and be on top of the log when Ireland do face Scotland in the final pool B clash the following weekend at Stade de France. So it is therefore a game that the Boks can't afford to lose, but a game where we do expect to see some rotation. Now, the good news is for the Boks is that they potentially could go full straight this weekend and they'd still get 2 weeks off. So They can afford to start more of sort of the general of your sort of normal players, but at the same time, Tonga have not been brilliant so far in the tournament. You know, we talked about how certain teams could be potential banana skin teams. Fiji, the only one really who's really sort of pushed up and but looked like they could beat a tier 1 side, because they have beaten a tier 1 side. Portugal almost drew to Georgia, but not quite been able to sort of compete with the tier 1 side. So yeah, before I give my prediction and sort of talk through what I would like to see, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. In terms of the team, or something we might see, this could be completely off, because we actually don't really know what to expect. But this is what I've gone, and I'm going to go through it a little bit and sort of just talk about sort of pick by pick, so you guys can understand what some of my thinking is. I want to know what your predictions are down in the comments below, and yeah, please do smash a like on the video as well. So, in terms of the pack, so we've only got 2 loose heads, unless you want to put Trevor Nyakane in at loose head and give Stephen Kitsoff the weekend off. So I do think it'll be Stephen Kitsoff and Bongi Manambi, and I think Vincent Koch, who was set to start against Romania, will get some minutes this weekend. I think the thinking will be to start Stephen Kitsoff and Bongi Manambi, get them through the first half, get them well ahead of Tonga, and then pull them off. I do think there'll be rotation in the second row. I think Jean Klein will start, and I think Marvin Ory will start next to him. I think that I've got a weird feeling that Sia Khaleesi starts this weekend. Maybe just a bit of leadership, get a bit of a run out as well. He is somebody who gets a lot better with game time, and he's been very good so far this tournament. So, but I do think that maybe 40 minutes would do him a bit of good as well. Interestingly, I'd like to see Franco Mossad at 7. We've seen him, and he's been looking really good at lock as well. He is a player with a brilliant engine, so doesn't necessarily need the weekend off. He did get the weekend off against Romania, and so yeah, you know, could afford to give him some game time. But it also equally wouldn't surprise me if we were to see Pieter-Steph du Toit in that number 7 jersey as well. In the number 8, I do think Dwayne Vermeulen will come back in and get some game time, and then I personally think it'll be a bit of a toss-up for who will start in the quarterfinal. Though I think Jasper Wiese has put his hand up very much so to be in that mix there. In terms of scrum off, I think that we'll see Jaden Hendrickse and Grant Williams in the mix. I think it's the last opportunity for them to really play. It does seem that Kobus Reinach has been elevated to that sort of that top 23 at this stage. Did start against Romania, scored a hat-trick, but I do think we'll see Jaden Hendrickse and a bit of Grant Williams this weekend. And I think the big thing, obviously, is I think Andre Pollard has been confirmed that he will play in some capacity, and generally the Bok management always like to start players who are coming back. So I do think Pollard's going to start. I think he'll try and get through 50, 60 minutes. A big asset test for him with regards to his fitness. Where does he stand? How fit is he? How sharp is he, for example? They'll need to get a lot of information on him this weekend. The 2 wings, I've gone with Marcus Orman Pimpy, Kane and Moody. I think Jesse Creel could use some game time next to Andre Estes. And to be fair, it wouldn't surprise me if we go with the Kirk Lawrence at 14, we go with Kane and Moody at 13. You know, I think there's a lot of different options that we could potentially go with there. In the centres, yeah, so I've got Andre Estes. I think he does play. I think that's pretty inevitable. It's just for me, it's just the outer centre. And I think Villaloo will come in. I think he'll start. And I think Damien Billinson will come off the bench. I think we will go with a 6-2 split against Tonga. Big forward pack, very physical side. So we'll look to try and neutralise that. So I've gone with Dion Free, Oxenchair, Trevor Nyakane as my replacement front row. Then I've gone with Arcus Neyman, Malcom Stad, and Quagga Smith as the sort of the bomb squad in inverted commas. Grant Williams, Damien Billinson are completing my bench. So that's what I think we could potentially go with. A little bit of mixture of what I think we could go with and a little bit of what I would like to see. I do think there'll be a couple of changes here. Once again, we can kind of afford to go full strength with regards to getting game time in and still building on your plans and stuff like that. But I don't think Tonga have been good enough to really warrant a panic selection and to go full strength. So if there are players you want to give time more, for example, there are players you don't need to, that you feel like you don't need to play, you probably can afford to rest them this weekend as well. So yeah, let me know what you think down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon.
Am I in your way?
Okay.
Well, South Africa going through their final preparations here at the Stade de France. Behind me, Ireland's captain's run took place a little earlier this morning. All the players looking very focused ahead of tomorrow's big game. The Stade de France, of course, there'll be over 30,000 Irish fans here to cheer them on. That's something that Josh van der Veer says the players are very much looking forward to experiencing.
Patrão mana na fronteira. Tá de matur. Utan lär ju vi ju runt boxer och boxer och kapten och
Island of the 33.
Tabaca, tu não leva favor, o que sei, vai tapar de quem? Então,
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and as you can see I am standing outside the OL Stadium, Uruguay versus Namibia over here, and very cool vibe. It's a beautiful stadium. We were here on Sunday for Australia versus Wales, but we're talking about the Springboks because they have announced their side to take on Tonga this weekend, and it's a very interesting side. Lots and lots of rotation, some positional changes, and lots to talk about. We will be live at 7 o'clock South African Standard Time for a show to talk about the squad. Reza, Kal, and I think Dan will be with you guys, chatting to you about the team and some of the selections. But because it's a very interesting team. And before we talk about exactly what the selections are, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, let's go through the team, shall we? It is number 1, Oxen Che, who gets his first start of the World Cup. He's next to Dion Fourie, who will start at hooker for the first time for the Boks, and actually start for hooker for the first time, I think about 3 or 4 years since he's actually started in the number 2 jersey. Vincent Koch is fully fit and goes back into that starting lineup where he was supposed to be against Romania. In terms of the locks, we have got Eben Etzebeth, who continues with a new lock partner of Marvin Ori, who gets an opportunity to have a run out this weekend. A very different looking loose trio. Siya Kolisi retains a spot and will captain the side as expected, but Dwayne Vermeulen, in fact, will come into the number 7 jersey. I don't actually think he's ever played on the flank for the Boks, but we'll start at the number 7. No Peter Steph the Toy this weekend. He has been given the weekend off, and Jasper Wiese will start at 8th man. So that in itself is quite interesting to see Dwayne on the flank. You know, we're still in a World Cup and we're still experimenting, which is strange considering that this is our final pool game. So some people might be a bit concerned maybe that we might not, in inverted commas, know our best side. But I think a lot of us trying to sort of work out how can we get our best 23 players into a 23, and you know, what are the options in terms of players, you know, potentially playing out of position to be able to accommodate, you know, the skill set that we need on the day. In terms of your 9-10 pairing, Handré Pollard is back. He does start, and Kobus Ranok will be his scrum off inside of him. If you look at the wings, Makazole Mapimpi in the number 11, Grant Williams once again will get an outing in the 14 jersey. In the centres, Andre Esterhuizen will reignite his partnership with Kanan Moody, who is back to go at outside centre once again this weekend. Billy Leroux comes into the starting lineup as expected as well. The bench is very interesting. There's a 5-3 split. No bomb squad this weekend. It is Marco van Staden in the number 16 jersey. Whether he will actually come on at hooker, we actually have to wait and see, or rather where Dion Fourie will come off for him, for example, because you could put Marco van Staden on, leave Dion Fourie, shift Dion Fourie to the flank, let Dion Fourie play a full 80 and move Marco van Staden onto the flank. So that's options there. Your 2 props are Stephen Kitsov and Trevor Nyakane. No France Mahova for this weekend. Then Franco Mostert and Kwagga Smith are the 2 other forwards on the bench in the 5-3. So Kwagga Smith obviously covering that entire back row. Franco Mostert can play on the flank, can play in the second row as well. Then Jaden Hendrickse will come off the bench next to Jesse Creel and Mani Liebach as well. When was the last time we actually had 2 out-and-out flower halves in a Springbok 23? I can only think it was about last year, must have been. In fact, if we even had it last year at a certain point. So a very interesting side. I want to know what you think of it down in the comments below, and let me know, what do you think? You know, how important is this game for an Andre Pollard? How important is the Dwayne Vermeulen at 7 experiment? You know, Kanan Moody at 13, could he be sort of really pushing for a spot come the quarterfinals? You know, Andre Esterhuizen, is this, you know, for some of these guys, it could be their last game of the World Cup as we move into the quarterfinals. You know, hopefully no injuries are coming. At the moment, we've got no injuries in the camp. Touch wood, so long may that continue. But it's an important game. 5 points is what is needed. A bonus point win will guarantee the Boks a spot in that quarterfinal. Can the 23 do it? I personally think they can, but I'm very interested to see how the experiments will go and how the players in different positions will function. But once again, as I said, let me know what your comments are down in the comments below. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and join us on the live stream if you haven't already. By the time you watch this, to chat about the team. We'll be building up throughout the week, you know, talking about this game, and we'll obviously be there on Sunday in Marseille and bringing you guys fan cams, fan interviews, and the works throughout the day.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby here on Forever Sports. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us for this obviously exciting announcement for the Springboks versus Tonga. The Boks having just announced their lineup. And while it may be sort of an iffy game, it is a must-win for the Boks to ensure that we do secure that playoff spot and put it beyond all doubts. Today, I'm joined by my good friends, of course, Carl and Ali. Welcome, boys. Thank you for joining me on this rainy night. Well, at least for me and Ali. I'm sure Carl's got some sunshine still somewhere over there.
I mean, I live in Scotland, so highly unlikely.
But yeah, no, Al, this is your first time on the channel. Welcome. Thank you again for joining us. To all of our subscribers, thank you again for joining us, and for all of our viewers, please do drop your questions into the comments below. We will be able to see them. We will answer as many as you can. As you know, this is a reaction video. We're just going to go through this team, see how we're all feeling about it, and if we're happy with it. And yeah, this is your opportunity to vent. Tell us that our opinions are really dumb, whatever you feel like. Before we get started, I would just like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, of course, at BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER. If you haven't already, now's the time to start putting your bets in. Chris, our Crow Tips specialist, will be putting out tips every single week. He's got a show here on the channel, and he's making a lot of money for everyone. And BITDEFENDER, of course, as you know, is one of the global leaders in cybersecurity. So, guys, please do hop into those comments. Please do let us know. As you will see, we have pulled up the team over here. Carl, I'll hop over to you first. The overall impressions of the team that's announced, I'm sure you haven't had a lot of time to look at it.
I like that Grant Williams is at 14 again. They clearly want him in the team. It's still a strong team. It'll be interesting to see how Pollard readjusts, I suppose, after not having played much rugby recently. But I understand the decision to put him in there.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, that's going to be the big talking point for today. I'm not too sure if you're frozen there. If you're not, just give me a little wave. No. Okay. Al's unfortunately dropped off, but it's not a problem there. So, Carl, let's hop right into it, because I think the big talking point, and one that we have to cover, is of course the inclusion of Handré Pollard as our starting fly-off. You already see, though, that Mani Libok has been put on the bench with two other backline players, in Jaden Hendrickse and Jesse Creel. Is it looking like we're testing Handré out, of course? Do you think that he's going to get more than, let's say, 40 minutes?
I mean, he's been brought into the squad, so it'd be really kind of stupid not to use him. Otherwise, you could have called up a proper hooker replacement. So he was obviously going to be used. And, you know, if you are going to use him in the quarterfinals, he cannot go without any game time. So it was almost a guarantee that he was going to play this game. So I don't see an issue with that. I don't know how much time they'll give him. I assume they'll give him most of the game, because Mani has shown what he needs to show in terms of attack. Now he just needs to, you know, if he's going to be the starter, as he should be, he now just needs to solely focus on his kicking, because his attacking is solid.
Yep, 100%. I'm glad. Thanks for rejoining us there. Just making sure.
Sorry about that.
No worries. So we'll run through this kind of systematically, and obviously we've got a very strong starting pack there, starting with our front row, of course, Oxenchair, Dion Fourie, and Vincent Koch. Not a combination that we've seen too often. But certainly no mugs in their own right. I guess the only concern would be about how they gel. Out of those three, who are you most excited to see get their chance at Tonga?
For me, it's got to be seeing Dion Fourie start at hooker. Correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time he's starting a test match for the Springboks? Or did he get one earlier this? Either or, it's clear that like he hasn't started much for the Bokkers. So to see him start at number 2 is quite exciting.
Yeah, well, to see him play at 2 at all is obviously fantastic, and great for him, because this is a return to his roots, right? He's been shifted over to that Lucy role for a number of years now. And I think this is really important, don't you think, for that replacement of Bongi, obviously now with the lack of depth in hookers, for him to get a chance to show us what he can do and remind us of the quality that he brings. But
exactly, yeah.
If we look at that, do you think that he's going to adapt back into that role quite easily?
I think it's a good opportunity for him to do so, to go up against a team like Tonga. There's no doubt going to be very physical, and they will compete within the first 15, 20 minutes. We've seen that against Scotland, and we saw them do that against Ireland as well to an extent. For him to start the game when the competition is tough would be good prep for him, especially given the fact that, should he need to replace Bongi at a more intense part of the tournament, he will be ready for that. Also, interestingly, Rees, if you look down at the bench, we see Markov and Staden there, but there is no Bongi. I like to see that Bongi, first of all, just getting a bit of a break, and Markov and Staden's obviously going to come on as the hooker replacement. So we did comment on the fact that there's no depth there at the hooker position. I think Jacques and Rassi are being quite smart to get these two in for some proper game time at hooker.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, everyone's kind of excited to see if this Markov and Staden hooker role will actually come to fruition. And Carl, that's kind of what it looks like, right? It seems to be, especially the way it's been laid out in the announcement of the squad, obviously front rows first and so on. I mean, I don't know what to expect. This seems kind of weird. If you are viewing this and you've got an opinion on it, please do drop it in. Do you think that Markov and Staden is going to turn in probably the surprise performance of the entire tournament? I mean, Carl, what do you make of it?
I mean, you'd think, yeah, okay, he's the first name on the bench, so yes, probably a hooker. But then Marnie's last, so what is Marnie now the utility back on the bench? Are we going to see him playing 15? Which, to be honest, would be quite an interesting thing to see. But no, I think Marco van Staden's interesting because I think when he was announced in the squad, not for the World Cup, but just going into, I think it was the Rugby Championship. It was kind of like okay, well, we'll see how it goes, and he surprised everyone with how well he played, and I'm pretty sure he'll probably do the same if he comes on at hooker. Going into the Ireland game, both coaches were talking. Well, I suppose Farrell was talking about how they know that the Rassi and Jacques know their player. They know their players, and they clearly know that Van Staden can do enough to play hooker at international level.
So we've got quite an interesting question here in the comments. So it's one of the first ones that came in from the Ultimate Sharpshooter. He said, looks to me like a team specifically for game time, similar setup to the Romania test match. And as we go through this team, it's going to become very apparent that a lot of these names are not considered first choices, and we have to question, perhaps, obviously with the bye week coming up for the Boks now, between now and our quarterfinal, is it so wise to have included so many players who we are relatively sure won't be in that quarterfinal, at least certainly over the starting lineup?
Yeah, it's a good question, Rees. It is a bit of I don't want to say a mixed bag, but it's certainly not near the team you would play in a knockout game in the World Cup. But look, the reality is Tonga are a tough team. They are quite physical. We don't want to risk any Malcom Marx situations going into the quarterfinal. And it looks likely that we're going to be playing France, with that home ground advantage. It's going to be a tough game. So it is important as well to let these guys get a bit of game time before they need to come on in any situation in a big game. You never know what the tournament's going to be like. Someone might get injured again. And if that happens, you don't want it to be, one of your main starters. Of course, there are a few starters in there, with Sia's busy playing. Handre looks like he might keep going through the tournament. I'm not sure what's going on in Jacques and Rassi's heads, whether they're listening to all the public discourse about Mani's kicking. Personally, I think that's a whole lot of rubbish, but that's a whole nother chat.
Don't worry,
seeing
we'll
Grant
get
at wing, yeah, seeing Grant at wing is an interesting call again, similar to the Romania setup. I think that's at what Kel said there, or there in the comments. So yeah, look, I'm excited to see how this team gels together. I'm not really worried about us losing the game, but I think it's might be a bit of strategy there to avoid any colossal injuries going into the the meat and potatoes of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I see what you say. I think there's obviously a case to be made about avoiding injuries and so on. But Carl, is this that much of a done deal against Tonga that it doesn't really matter too much what team we put out, and that we can have the privilege of looking ahead to preventing injuries and giving previously injured players a chance at some game time?
For me, like having watched I've watched most of all of the games. Tonga for me haven't done much. They haven't really fired, and with the talent they have, they should be. Whether that's through just lack of playing together or whatever, but it could certainly put a scare in the box if they suddenly decide, right, this is the game they're actually going to fire, because they have serious talent. And I don't think the coaches will have taken this lightly. And we saw against Romania. Yes, it was Romania, but these players do know each other, and they gelled very well together. Grant Williams obviously is not going to play wing against in going forwards, because you just have amazing wingers, but it clearly shows that I think they want to keep him in the mix as much as possible, because just having that burst off the bench of a player with that speed, maybe at number 9, is something that many teams wish they have, and you have Ryanak as well. I think this team looks like they want to run Tonga off their feet with speed.
All right, so see a couple of comments there. Angelo Grella thinks that I think Eskom will surprise us with his scrummaging. He has the build for it. And Campo 675 says forwards I didn't expect, but the backline pretty much as expected. Campo, what was it about the forwards that you weren't expecting? Please do let us know. But yeah, I mean, look, that's Eskom, the affectionate nickname for Oxy is yeah, it is a front row that can do damage. To return to that front row again, yeah, the combination should be interesting. I'm sure they've worked on it. It's not one that I think I've seen before, to be honest. What I am looking forward to is seeing, of course, Eben Etzebeth and Marvin Ori pairing together. It's one that they've done quite often of late. It seems to be a pairing that they seem to be quite happy with. To talk about Franco Mostard's performance in that last game, against Ireland, he was phenomenal, especially at line-out time. There were a lot of stolen balls there, and he looks to be getting back to that form of old that we know and love. Marvin Ori going forward, though, is he really just the backup to Franco and Eben? I mean, Jean Klein's obviously in the mix as well. Arceus Neyman. This might just be, as you had said before, an opportunity for Marvin to get a run out and prevent injury to the 4 guys who are, in my opinion, probably ahead of him in the pecking order.
No, it's exactly that, Reese. He's a good player, but of the other lock pairings there, I'm afraid he has to fall behind them. Of course, the guy's gone to the World Cup. It's good to give him a run out against a team like Tonga. He's certainly capable to handle them at international level. He's proven it already. It's just unfortunate for him that he won't start many other games purely because of the quality that's ahead of him. Looking at Eben Etzebeth, looking at your Franco Mostards, your Arceus Neymans, even Jean Klein, I seriously do rate him. So it's unfortunate that a player of his quality won't get to start as much test rugby as he may deserve to. Just happens to be a South African lock, and it's powerful there by the South African locks. So good that he gets a start though.
Are you surprised perhaps that they chose to rest Franco Mostard, Arceus Neyman, and Jean Klein ahead of Eben? Obviously he had that week off because of that injury. but one would think he is the one lock that they really do need to protect. I personally would have preferred to have seen a rotation amongst the other guys and Eben getting a chance to sit out.
Yeah, I hear you. I think this game, if everything was, in a perfect world at the beginning, going through to the end of the tournament without any injuries or any hiccups or anything, Eben probably would have been out this game. But because he had that minor setback, I think they just want to confirm that he will be fully match fit come quarterfinal time. Also, given the fact that he's going to be, or we have a week off next week, you don't want him to come in cold into a quarterfinal against France. So it might just be, to keep the engine running. He might not play. I mean, he certainly won't play the full game. Of course, we're going to see adaptation of Bomb Squad coming on. Very different to what we're used to. But
Franco on the bench again to cover. Yeah.
Exactly, and he'll come on and replace him at a certain time, I'm sure. But got to keep the cogs moving for Eben. Make sure he's ready for that big crunch match against France in a couple of weeks.
Okay. All right. So I see here Tema Muddy said the team is solid, needs to secure a bonus point win for this game. The likes of Sia, Eben, Dwayne, and Ox, plus the bench in Stephen, Kitsoff, Trevor, Franco, Jesse, and Mani are first 23 starters for the France game. Carl, obviously, yeah, 100%. We do need to secure. I'm not even sure. Actually, I must check the maths, but I'm not even sure a bonus point is completely necessary to get us through to the quarters. It's just depending on how other results go. But yeah, it is solid. There aren't too many permutations of this team that we would actually be too upset about. Again, this is like a weird phase where this game management kind of comes into play here. But again, we see Timber says to me bonus point is needed. Okay, well, I'll take your word for it, Timber. I haven't actually looked at the maths myself. I'd assume that we may not need it, but we'll see. So Carl, moving on then from that lock pairing, of course, Captain Fantastic, Sia Khaleesi, Dwayne Vermeulen, and Jasper Wiese. Apologies for the spelling error there. Steve was busy typing it out while he was sitting at a stadium, so we'll give him for that one. But Carl, it's perhaps maybe just a strange one to have seen Dwayne get that number 7 jersey. But what do you think the thinking behind that was?
I think that, look, Tonga's they're a big side, and I think that like South Africa have really packed down with a lot of weight in that forward pack, and I think they're basically if they can at least, they just need to match the Tongan forwards, and then the back line will just go crazy with pace. But I suppose Dwayne hasn't featured since when did he played against Romania, didn't he? So obviously he didn't play at all against Ireland, so it's game time for him. But you also want, if Jasper Wiese is going to be your starting 8, you need him there as well going into a game against France. So look, Dwayne certainly can do it, and also then it gives you some flexibility. So
sometimes I feel a little bit sorry for Kwaka, to be honest, because the man just can't seem to get a starting berth. I feel kind of bad for him because he's played his heart out every single time he's got a chance, and one wonders. And I know the Springbok squad talks about how there's no such thing as a bench in this team, and they are equally as interchangeable, and they all have their roles to play. But yeah, sometimes you have to wonder if that gets into his psyche a little bit, that he's not going to, that he's not going to probably ever get that starting berth. But anyway, that's just me rambling and thinking out loud. But let me go to you quickly after I read some of these comments. We see here that. Well, I see one comment here. Campo had said, I thought JK would start and play the whole game. Let's pray very hard, people. He needs to be protected. I'm assuming, Campo, that you are talking about Jesse Creel. Yeah, you're going to have to explain that one. I think Breedy also called you out there and said, who must JK be protected from? Are the mafias coming to the hotel for him? Probably not, but maybe a few Springbok supporters. That's always a possibility. Robert Wilco says simple reason they're playing Dwayne is that they lost the breakdown against Ireland, and Dwayne is great at the breakdown. Yeah, no, I mean, he is 100% fantastic. We did have 4 fetches coming off the bench in that game, though, and it wasn't perhaps as effective as we all thought it might be. Right, so obviously the equation here is if Ireland lose to Scotland, then this game becomes ever more important. It is a highly unlikely scenario, but of course one that can happen, Al. But yeah, I guess, you know, the question really is, to me, is how much do they think about other results going into this game? Do you think that's even come into the thinking at all in the announcement of the team?
No, look, I think the Boks, at least the mentality that they seem to show the world, is elite. These guys will take a loss on the chin and move forward and think about themselves only and how are they going to improve to get a win in the next match. I think they're really good at blocking out the noise, particularly our management structures, and just being able to tap in and focus on the lads to do the job that comes up next. So, I mean, regardless of that result, if we win this game with the bonus points as we expect to do, we go through to the quarterfinals. It doesn't matter if Ireland beat Scotland as expected or Scotland just have a humdinger of a day and beat Ireland. We get our results, we're through. So I don't think the guys are going to focus too much on what that result might be. They just need to do the job, unless they I could be talking rubbish here, because I don't know if Ireland and Scotland play before us. They don't, right? They're the way at the end of the tournament, or they're the they play away at the end of the tournament, of the group stages, of course. So no, I don't think these guys will focus too much on on what that result might be. Just get what they need to do, the job they need to do, and get the job done.
Yeah, we could wrap this up, because of course Ireland only play again in round 5 while we have our bye.
Yeah.
So all right, so Carl, again back to you. Of course, this is the talking point of this announcement, most likely. It's Kobus Reinach and the return of Handré Pollard, who has just been all over the news. The poor man's just come back from injury, and he's probably just, you know, wanting to get his head down, but it's just not possible, because unfortunately, as the incumbent fly half before his injury, there's going to be calls for him as soon as he was able to walk, for him to walk back into the starting lineup. And unfortunately for Manie Libbok, and also the rest of the boys who are on kicking duty, they haven't quite put themselves up in a great light in that respect. Right? I think the stat is kind of silly. It's World Cup kicks for the Springboks. I think it's like 48% or something like that across the board, which is not fantastic at all.
It's also very
having said that, though, having said that, and it's something that Steve had raised quite often, is that Handré Pollard doesn't have the most phenomenal kicking record in the world, but he does have a decent one. It's considered, you know, above average in tier one rugby. But Rassie Erasmus had said that he needs to do absolutely everything right. He can't just be there to kick. He needs to step. He needs to hand off. He needs to run, be fit. He needs to be everything that a rugby player needs to be, and not just be up there to kick. Carl, he's been reintroduced, right? My question to you is, what is the impact on Manie Libbok with Handré stepping back in from a mental point of view? And 2, how do you think Handré is feeling about all of this?
I think it could work well, and it could be the kick up the arse that Manie needs to actually get his kicking right. Especially if Handré has a really good game and kicks, you know, well. Manie might be like, okay, shit, if I don't actually get these kicks, I'm probably not going to start, maybe not even play. And, you know, it has the potential to work well. It just depends on a bit of mental resilience, I suppose. But it could backfire. I doubt it. I see it more likely to help than make it worse. And look, the conversations, I imagine, have been had in camp for quite a while that this is probably going to happen. So now the reaction needs to come from the squad, but also Manie himself. And as I said, Andre has to get game time. He's been called up. It would be very silly not to give him any, especially when you've only got two fly halves, or two out and out fly halves. I don't think Marnie will feel that threatened, because apart from his kicking for poles, he has the entire game he needs, and it's been very good.
We've said it last week. He does 95% of his job absolutely perfectly. He has not put a foot wrong in any other department so far.
Yeah, the problem being that getting to knockouts, you can't miss kicks.
Can't drop points. You just can't. Sort of a similar question, and it is related. Brett Kleiner says, one has to wonder how Joseph Dweba feels about this whole situation. And it's something we spoke about. One, when the squad was announced that Joseph had missed out on the World Cup, and two, when the injury, of course, to Malcom Marx happened, Joseph Dweba had missed out, and this would have been the perfect game for him to have stepped into. Dion Fourie would have gone back to his Lucy role, and Markov had started as well. And it must be a tough one for him sitting on the sidelines. But one, you can answer that question about Joseph, and two, I want to also just find out from you, do you think that Andre is feeling the pressure? I know it's very similar to what I asked Carl.
Well, to speak about Dweba, shame. No, I'm sure he's gutted about it. But having been a part of the Springbok, set up for a little bit before the World Cup, I'm sure he'll understand the decision making behind it. Personally, for me, I've never been a fan of Joseph Dweba in a Springbok shirt. For me, of course, the standard he has to meet is Malcolm Marx and Bongi Mbonambi, who are just incredibly good.
I was never
the best in the world. But yeah, Joe Dweba, he just made too many unforced errors for me. And of course, to be a Springbok, you have to be elite, and there's super high standards that you have to uphold. Especially, like me talking as a fan, of course, I've got incredibly high standards for the Bokke. We're the defending world champions. I don't want him to come in and have some stinkers like he did against, I think it was the Wales tour last year, losing lineouts and stuff. But still, unfortunate for him that he couldn't come through and have a World Cup opportunity. But World Cup's not about giving guys game time. It's about winning the William Webb Ellis, So it made sense for me to bring Andre in. And to speak about Handré Pollard and feeling the pressure, look, he's won a World Cup. He's managed to kick our way to a final last year. I mean, against Wales in the semi-final. Without his heroics off the boot, we wouldn't have been there. So I don't think he'll be feeling the pressure or the chat of what the public is saying or comparing his stats to Marnie's. He's an elite rugby player. He's got a great head on his shoulders. He'll absorb it all and just play his normal game. And yeah, I'm very keen to see it happen.
Okay, so I'll throw this out to the chat. There are 300 people watching right now. Please let me know. Do you think that, of course, it's great to have Handré Pollard back. Going forward to the rest of the tournament, use your crystal ball and tell us your opinion. Do you think that if Handré Pollard starts performing well, starts showing perhaps the fitness that he might need, do you think that should we get to a final that he is going to replace Marnie Libak? Let me know down in the comments below. That should be a fun one to see the answers on. All right, to move on to, we haven't even talked about Kobus Reinach, who, of course, is fantastic in his own right. And he did really, really well at, the Romania game, right? He was pretty fantastic. He offers a lot of fast service, which is great. He's probably not too dissimilar to Jaden Hendrickse in that respect, but he perhaps offers a little extra burst of speed on top of Jaden, right, Carl? Do you think that that's maybe the reason why he got the slight edge above Jaden?
I mean, he's absolutely rapid, and clearly the Boks now, I think, see him as their second choice fly half for the scrum half for the big games, especially after picking him as the only back against Ireland, which was already a risky move. Reinach's had an interesting career, and I've always rated him and kind of wanted him to be the starter. But that's just me speaking as a back and not a South African fan. But yeah, I think I'd say they're slightly different, but again, they've both played for the Sharks. So, in fact, I mean, scrum halves have almost religiously come from the Sharks over the last few years. But I think, yeah, he does. He had a bit more going through. Obviously, Jaden got injured just before, like in the build up to the World Cup, and it's good that he's still here and he came to the World Cup. But I think it's just he's had more game time and has shown a lot from it, and it's a bit hard to just say, okay, well, yeah, you haven't had the game time, but we think you'll do better. Kobus has proven he should be there, and that he kind of, I suppose, if it had any doubters going into the competition, he's kind of silenced them.
100%. And now, of course, Chris is a huge Kobus Reinach fan here on the channel, so he will be very stoked to see him take the field. Already some interesting answers to the question I posed, and some will say Potty will replace Liebach in the final if Liebach's kicking isn't getting any better. Maddie Dixon, how's it, Maddie? Andre should start this game and the quarterfinal. From the semis, we should have a second look. Maddie, that's a long time. I mean, this game and a quarterfinal, that means 3 weeks without Mani having been in a starting spot. Tulani Mabuza says, never mind the final. He will be replaced in the knockout stages already. So some guys just really not backing Mani, others backing him pretty well. Yeah, it's an interesting. I don't think there is a right answer at this point. We're gonna have to wait and see what 100 does on the field, and see how he looks, because 100 Pollard at his best really is phenomenal. And if he offers us something in that goal kicking department in particular, it's going to be very hard to look past him. Another one there, why is Willemse out? Well, Willemse is simply out because of squad rotation. Billy LaRue also needs some love and some game time. And you can see that the makeup of this team requires that there is some backup, in particular for 100 Pollard, with that injury in mind. So if we went with perhaps a two split or a one split like we have in the past, we leave him quite vulnerable. So we've had to call in Jesse Creel, I guess to cover for Kanan, I imagine. And then Jaden needs some game time, so he'll replace Kobus, of course. And then Mani is the straight up cover for Andre. And of course, Mani needs some game time as well, continuously, if he is to be the one going into the playoff stages. Right. And of course, the big one, Carl, I'll throw this one to you, Al. Leno the Barber says, looks still rusty body movements in training, talking about, of course, 100 Pollard. I'm not sure how many of the clips you might have seen. Of course, Steve has been at a number of the training sessions. If you haven't seen those training sessions and clips from them, please do go check out the rest of the channel. But, Al, I mean, he didn't look particularly mobile, did he?
Well, he hasn't played rugby in a long time, so... but of course, we got to back what the coaches are saying here at the end of the day. Is like, these guys are watching them in training. If they think he's ready, he's ready. I don't think they're going to rush him in too quickly. Also, keeping in mind, I suppose I say he hasn't played too much rugby. He did recently start a game for Leicester Tigers, which I believe Jacques was in attendance for, which obviously was a big decision or big part of Jacques' decision in bringing him into the World Cup squad. So the coaches clearly think that he is match ready. I think we just have to back them. We can all be armchair critics here saying he doesn't look ready and whatever. We're not the experts. It's not our decision to make. I think we just got to put our faith in Jacques and Rassie,
Yep, 100%. I mean, I still expect to see Andre probably get 14, maybe 50 minutes, and either he's going to shift out to center, which I think actually puts him in a bit more danger from an injury perspective. But I prefer to see him just get straight subbed off around that 50-minute mark. Right, to move on to the rest of the team, of course, Makazole Mapimpi makes his return. And then the other wing, of course, is Grant Williams. Carl, so I've been waiting to talk about this Grant Williams pick for a while now, because I get it. They've obviously seen something in him that he can fill that position. But really, I thought that his performances that he's been churning out at scrummy and the breaks that he's been making, his service has been phenomenal. He's really hasn't really put a foot wrong. I'm not too sure how he managed to not necessarily fall down the pecking order, because it's clear they want him involved in some way, but he has seen in terms of the scrummies to have been shifted out.
I mean, they may be he's not going to be the starting scrum half. So they may, you never know. You might actually see Faf at 9 and then Grant Williams on the bench, and Courbis doesn't feature, because then you've got Grant Williams being able to cover both. I'd say Courbis could do that both as well quite easily. But again, I'm not totally sure what they're thinking with this. I don't blame them for doing it, because he can clearly do it, and South Africa has not struggled at all by having what most people would think as a small winger. And against Romania, he was great. I think they're giving him another go there to see how he does against a better structured team, and to see if there is any merit to going forwards to having him as an option on the wing. But in terms of long-term thing, I wouldn't expect him to be there, except as like kind of a last resort, because you have such good wingers.
Yeah, I mean, look, Temba Modi seems to say that Williams may be the replacement in mind for Colby, and with his burst of pace, he wouldn't be surprised if he's continued to be backed as winger. I don't see him long term in that position. I mean, we've said it before, but he perhaps just the stature for me is not one that lends itself to a winger. I'm sure he would do a job there, but I think as a scrummy, he certainly.
I think it depends who you're playing, because I wouldn't want to put him on the wing against Fainganuku, but I would be okay with him against Penno. Like it depends who you're playing.
Yep. No, perhaps absolutely. I'll throw this one to you again, related to Grant Williams and so on. But it seems again that all of the scrummies that we have picked have an ability to play somewhere else. Jaden perhaps being the only exception, which may have negatively impacted his chances of making it into a squad or making it into a starting role. But I see the question was raised there. I can't remember who had raised it, but thank you for it. Do you think that Jaden can play anywhere else? Do you think that he offers anything different to the other 3 scrum halves that are in the squad?
Well, I haven't seen him play anywhere else, so I don't know. When he plays for the Sharks, he's always starting scrummy at the Bokke. He hasn't really had that chance to switch around like we've seen Grant and Courbis and Faf do. So honestly, I don't have an answer for that. I'm sure he is skilled enough to do it, but perhaps not at a World Cup where results matter.
Yeah.
So
I think that's impacted
10 against Romania, actually, but nothing else, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's probably a bit unfortunate for him in this new Springbok age of versatility. And a word from a Pimpy, of course. Unfortunately, it seems for him that he has officially fallen down the pecking order as the winger, and he is being used for these, let's call them the backup games, so to speak. Carl, do you think that that's a fair decision given the form that all of them are showing coming into this World Cup?
I think it's fair, but it's quite hard to believe if you think about it, with his strike rate, with just how he's still so good. And let's be honest, it's not a bad. It probably sucks for him, but it's not a bad position for South African rugby to be in, is it? Because you've got one of the most prolific try scorers in World Cups in South Africa, and he can't even make the starting lineup because the other wingers are just that good. And I also think that that's part of the reason why now they are desperately trying to get Kane and Moody into a 13 shirt, and probably want to stick with him there going forwards.
I love that. Yeah. I was hoping they would have done it a bit earlier, but it's.
I like him.
I totally agree with that. I think that he's going to be absolutely phenomenal if we give him some time in that 13.
The only player who didn't shine against Romania.
Yeah, yeah. Don't remind me, please. My fantasy is still struggling from that decision. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate for my pimps, but of course, in Kurtley, Oren, Sanchez, and Colby, what I see in the two other wingers is their ability to create space for themselves when it's not being created for them. So there's a lot of these moments in these games, and Kale is especially good at getting himself involved, coming off his wing, running that inside line ball through the centers or off our fly-offs. And he's creating that space for him. It's something I don't see Mapimpi doing very often these days. He's still a lethal finisher, don't get me wrong. But as I said, I think that they are showing just maybe a little bit more ingenuity to get themselves in the game than he might be at the moment. Anyone who's ever played wing will know that when you're out of the game, when you aren't going there, you need to make the call and have the confidence to do something different. But yeah, that's probably the only thing that I can see. It's perhaps maybe a harsh assessment, but yeah, I don't think. And then of course there's a succession issue. Makazole is of course older, and in time, especially, I don't think he makes another World Cup. Certainly not. And they may just be also looking at the succession thing going on. Right. So the exciting one for me, of course, Andre Hesse and Kanan Moody. I'm really excited to see Andre back. I'm really excited to see Kanan back. Andre in particular, I think probably maybe had a shot to have started that island game. But he has another opportunity here against stronger opposition than what he faced in against Romania to stake a claim for himself going into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, look, Andre is quality. What I love about Andre actually is that how he's almost transformed his game from, he used to just be this battering ram. You give him the ball, he will run the opposition over, take it into contact, gain you a few meters. But he's developed his game. I think his time at the Quins has really helped him, particularly now as a Springbok as well. The fact that he's now looking to get the ball into gaps, target those gaps as a runner, and not just take it into contact every time, shows a key development. And also the fact that he's every now and then willing to put it on the boot if we have an advantage to play. I think he's a fantastic player. Going into the quarterfinals, though, personally, I don't think he's got much chance for the playoff games. Dialendi is just absolute quality. He's superb. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me on that. I catch a lot of heat in my office, in fact, for saying that Dialendi is one of the best centers in the world. But I truly believe that he's a lot more well-rounded. He's got a lot more experience. And when it comes to the crunch games, Damien's going to be the one that's starting, I'm afraid. Not to say anything against Andre. I'm full of praise for him. But come quarterfinal time, you want your best players playing in the best positions, and that's Dialendi for me at number 12.
I am I'm sorely missing the presence of Lekanya because I think he brings out the best in DDA. I think that the two of them together have been phenomenal, and I really do think that as a combination they're so good. I don't think that DDA is quite the same player without him around him. And yeah, it's a pity because I feel, and again, I'm going to catch a lot of heat for this, but I feel that DDA has kind of reverted actually in this World Cup to a bit of his older style. It's been a lot of crash ball. And what he's had, I think the stats are that he's amongst the top players in terms of meters gained in the entire tournament. But it hasn't really converted into opportunities for points. So again, those soft hands that you're talking about out of the tackle, once you've made that space, once you've made that break, to put other players in space has not really been a thing. Now that may have something more to do with the support runs that are happening around him. But yeah, something's not quite going on attack for our centre pairing at the moment. Defensively though, they look absolutely phenomenal, that DDA Creole combination. It's really hard to get past them at the moment, so that you certainly can't take away from them. But Carl, would you agree with that assessment, that we're kind of struggling on attack. At least I think so. But
I think if you wanted to go full out attack, yeah, then you'd put Esterhuizen at 12. His time at the Quins and the players he's been around has really kind of bred him into a player that, as you said, he's more all-rounded, but he's just very fucking dangerous. I would honestly rather play against Dialendi than Andre Esterhuizen, just because you'll have far more challenge on your defense from Esterhuizen, as more of like an offloader, as a runner as well. He does, like, as he was showing before the World Cup, his little kicks through were really, really good as well. But also, there's also an argument of that he would be a very good bench player to put Esterhuizen on the bench, because of he's been at Quins, and Quins have this sheer mentality of, we will beat you even if we're behind. And Quins have regularly put this whole come from behind victory thing on while he's been there, and he's been a huge part of that. And that's a good thing to have as well. And also, I'm biased. I just like it. I like Esterhuizen more.
Do you think? I also am a big fan of Esterhuizen, but I see one comment here that's caught my eye. Joe says, "I'm happy with the Bok team. I just want them to be able to kick. There's nothing wrong with the bomb squad, and some other things could have gone better, but we could have put the Irish away kicking." What I'm taking away from that, Joe, for purposes of my talk, is the bomb squad comment, because it ties in with what Carl had just said. Carl, I mean, you had said that it would be great to actually have Esterhuizen on the bench if that starting combination are looking a bit flat. But that means reverting away from the 7-1 or possibly even the 6-2 split into something more like what we have now in this Tonga lineup, right? Carl, do you think that it's time we revert away? Do you think we need that 7-1 split going forward? Did it have that much of an impact going from the 6-2 split to the 7-1?
I mean, initially, I think it did, because, you know, the first time you had to use it, New Zealand had no way of predicting it was coming. They had no real way to prepare for it. Whereas Ireland, they knew it was coming. They knew it was coming, and I don't think it mattered that much. And I think it took away from what you potentially could have changed up in the backline that could have sorted things out, and potentially you could have won the game if you had another backline player. I think, again, it's opponent dependent, but I think the forwards that start are good enough, and I think the backs are good enough, and I don't think that you have to have a 7-1 or a 6-2 split to win a game. I think the Boks have depth everywhere. That's not necessarily a must have for every game. I think it should be case by case.
Right. Okay, so I see a couple of comments here. Michael Taylor and Chris Burtz pointing out to us that this is a rotational hybrid team, not a first choice team. It's a combination game where guys have been put in to pick up the slack for everyone else. We are 100% well aware of that. We are just having a chat about, you know, what is the thinking behind the squad announcement today? What can we expect going forward? We're just trying to get a better insight into the crazy minds of Jacques Ninoba and Rassie Erasmus and their coaching staff. Another interesting one, I will also just say, I saw there were a lot of comments that I had missed there about Kelly Orence's high ball ability. I will just say that is total nonsense, in my opinion. KLA is phenomenal under the high ball. And yeah, they are really, really, really awesome. Matthew Dixon saying, I'd like to see Philly at 10, our resident troll. Thank you, Matty, but that will not be happening. He may slot in there, but no. So anyway, as we bring up Philly Leroux, of course, Philly Leroux makes his return at 15. Emmanuel was in phenomenal form coming into the World Cup, and perhaps maybe has just dropped a bit off. But of course, when Philly makes a mistake, the entire rugby community vilifies him completely.
Guys, shut
do you think right, Carl, you're getting muted, right? Alder, would you agree with I mean, do you agree with the hate that Villiers has gotten? Do you think that he maybe deserves a bit more of a of a benefit of the doubt? I mean, he is the top try assist player for the Boks in the last, I think it's like 8 to 10 years.
No, look, Riza, Vili is the elder statesman and he must be respected. I don't like the hate that he gets. No. No, look, as you say, look, stats aren't everything in rugby, but to be the leading try assister, it's significant. He's been playing Test rugby for so long. He's come up with some really clutch moments in some really important games before. People are very reactionary when it comes to mistakes that can be in pressure situations. As I said earlier, Bok fans, we have the most incredibly high standards, probably the highest of all the fans in the world, so we just walk out every time the Boks go and play, we expect the Boks to win. Every time Vili gets the ball, we expect him to perform some dark magic and just do everything perfectly, and when it doesn't go to plan, he gets vilified, which I don't think is fair. That being said, though, look, he is clearly also fallen down the roster, like you said as well, unfortunately, like our boy Makazole Mapimps. But you know what? Yeah, no, Vili, as I said, he's the elder statesman. We must respect him.
Okay, I'm gonna remember you said that. I'm gonna remember you said that about respecting your elder statesman the next time we play cricket together. And you
no, it doesn't apply there, Reese.
Promise you now, this weekend, I'm gonna remember that.
No, Vili's actually played good rugby. I've never seen you play good cricket, so.
Wow, unbelievable. Right, so of course, as we move to our bench, we've got about the last 10 minutes of our show. So guys, I apologize if I missed your question in the chat. Thank you so much for all the lovely comments, but please do drop us a question. We will try and get to it in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, so that would be greatly appreciated, and we will deal with it there. To move on to the bench, guys, it's I mean, it's not really a bomb squad anymore. We're so used to seeing this kind of forward-dominated reserve bench coming on. But, Carl, we've got, again, back to Marco van Staden, who seems to be put in as the hooker role, confirmed. Stephen Kitzelf, Trevor Nyakani. Marco van Staden aside, Kitzelf and Nyakani are pretty amazing. They are awesome, but no one's ever seen them scrum with Marco van Staden before. What are you expecting to see out of them?
It depends if they come on against Taumia or not, because moving in a 155 kg prop is not exactly the easiest thing in the world. I think they'll do fine. I doubt I doubt Rassi and Jacques would have really risked everything on one call like this just to get Pollard back in the mix. So I think, to be honest, I think probably fine. I don't expect fireworks, but I think it'll be solid.
Top quality analysis here from Carl Asher. He thinks that Marco van Staden will be fine.
What more do you want from me? I'm not...
Top class analysis there, my boy. Look, I mean, again, no one really knows the answer. It seems that the man's got a great throw on him. Which is all we can see really from training. It's all we're really allowed to have seen from him. But yeah, we do know that forward pack, in particular those front rows, go incredibly hard at each other in training. They train as if they're in match situations. So there is no holding back there. So if he's held up in training, I'm sure he's going to hold up in a game situation as well. It's probably what also led to Malcom Marx being injured on that note. Before we get onto the rest of the squad, I see here Big Shot officer saying Tongans are coming to bash the Boks. Hope there are no injuries, right? That is one thing, is that the Tongans know that they are out of this World Cup. There's zero chance of them sneaking any further into this. They are going to be out for some serious damage. We've seen it before. We've seen Samoa back in the day, Brian Lima type things going on here. And we've got Franco Mostert and Kwaka Smith coming off the bench, and obviously our 3 other front row forwards. Are you concerned, perhaps, that that shift away from the bomb squad mentality, get our big strong boys on, nullify the physicality of the other team and impose ourselves, might be affected now that we're reverting to a more classic 5-3 split.
No, I don't think that's something we need to be too concerned about. Tonga are going to come out hard. Look, you're right about everything that you've said, but it's only going to be for the first 20 minutes, half an hour. We've seen against Scotland and Ireland how they just got so tired, and that physical effect, although the game remained a physical thing, gaps were opening, balls in the back line were getting, just good running rugby was opening them up. So I think if we can withstand it with the team we have for the first 20 minutes, half an hour, as the wise words of Kel says, it's going to be fine. So
it's going to be fine, yeah. Like,
Y'all are haters.
I must say, though, I do think that these Pacific Island nations in particular, again, with that, call it the conversion rule, the nationality conversion rule.
Oh, yeah, the eligibility rule.
Rugby. So they've got a number of really high quality players who are, and for the most part, fallouts from the New Zealand system, who are in some cases even All Blacks falling into their system. You have to wonder, man, if these teams had a bit more time and especially a better quality of opposition going into this World Cup, whether we would be looking at this game in a different light and probably more concerned than we are now. I definitely don't think, I don't know. Those are scary boys. And they're also skillful boys now. And they got some fantastic coaches and managers under them now, really pushing for that development. And I think come 2027, we're going to see something totally different out of those Pacific Island nations. At least I hope so, because it's about time that they got the recognition that they really deserve. Carl, then of course Franco Mostert and Quokka Smith. Are you? Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I think I asked but are you surprised to see Franco Mostert be the one who's been put on the bench? Does that mean then that perhaps Jean Klein and Arke Snyman are the replacements going forward?
Well, I think it's just, I think that's just for versatility. Yeah, I mean, Klein and Snyman, they're not really going to play any other position, whereas both Quokka and Franco can play multiple positions. And that could, again, if this is a team to prevent injuries to certain players, that versatility will certainly help with that.
Of course, I hadn't even thought of that. Of course, Franco Mostert's an experienced Lucy in his own right.
And then, do you want Sia playing the entire game? Dwayne he's been captain many times. You take Sia off, you bring Franco on at 6.
And I'm actually loving the way Sia's going lately.
He's playing very well.
It looks like he, I'm sure, because he's such a nice guy, but I'm sure that if he was perhaps another type of talent like Owen Farrell, and they try to pull him off as captain, a different player would be complaining, because in the form he's in, the position that he holds in this team, it's incredible to me that he's able to walk off, be subbed with such humility. But of course he's got a very able replacement in Quokka Smith, who is a bulldog, right? But do you feel butterflies when you see Quokka Smith come onto the field? You're always wondering what's going to happen next. Is it going to be red card or is it going to be 6 tries?
It's a love affair.
Hey, well, they don't call him wrong turn for nothing, It's he's a different box of frogs there as Quokka Smith. Very grateful that we have him, but a player with such versatility, with that sevens background that he has, you could put him anywhere and he will do a job. Like you said earlier though, Reese, it's a shame that he probably might never get a test start for the Springboks, but to have someone of that quality and versatility on the bench who brings that, I don't know, bulldog energy to the team, it's good to have him. But yeah, I guess I guess I suppose to an extent I do feel butterflies when he comes on. You never know what he's going to do.
All right, so then of course Jaden Hendrickse, Jesse Kriel, and Mani Lebok. As I said, I think that Mani's getting his chance here, an opportunity to continue to stay in the mix, to keep his confidence up, and of course he needs to be there as cover for 400. Jesse Kriel gets another go at it, which, yeah, I suppose that kind of makes sense. I'm not really too sure who else I perhaps would have given to him, because it looks like Jesse Kriel will be our starter going into the playoffs. So I'm wondering perhaps if there was a movement that could have happened, Carl, to let him have a rest and keep somebody else fresh.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's there just in case the plan doesn't go to plan, and actually it becomes a bit of a defensive game. But well, and then you move Kane into 14 and put Jesse on at 13. I doubt it'll get to that point, but you never know.
Yeah, perhaps true. And of course, Jaden Hendrickse, as we said, is in the unfortunate position of the replacement scrum off, because it doesn't seem that they see him as the ability to play anybody else. Right, so guys, last opportunity for your questions in the comments there. I see, sorry, one question which I missed there. It says, Kemet Forex SA, what happens if we lose this game? We had spoken about it earlier, but if we lose this game, we are dependent, I think, on Ireland beating Scotland with, and Scotland can't take away any points from that, I believe. And then I think that's...
And then you win on head-to-head, I think.
Yeah, I think we still win on head-to-head, and we come back to... But I think that's if they get a losing bonus points. I think right now we are ahead of them, Scotland, I believe.
Yeah.
By points, I think, or something along those lines, or should be somewhere around there. So it will boil down to a lot of numbers and statistics, but we are not thinking about the box losing. But we will see. Right, so I see Donovan there. This box squad against Tonga is pure gas. Do you think that this is the right call against a bruising Tonga lineup? So I guess that's a great way to start wrapping up the show, guys. I'll let you both have an opportunity to answer. Is this lineup the right call against a bruising Tonga lineup, despite everything we've said, every other permutation of this team that we possibly could have thought of? Is this team the right call?
Yeah, look, I've got full faith in this team, Rees. In fact, I spoke about it earlier with the bruising, battering force that is Tonga. It's going to die out at some point. This team is very, very much capable to go, not even just get a win, but I think to get quite a resounding win. I back the boys, back Jacques and Rassi. It's the right team to get the job done. And we move forward, and we can talk about this again when we play France in a couple of weeks.
All right. Carl?
I don't know. The Tongan backline, I would argue, is just not as big and strong as it used to be. It's still not a bunch of people I'd like to meet in a dark alley. It's the forwards are the bulk, as you'd expect. I think apart from what's his name? Oh my god, what's the fullback's name again? Pietau. Apart from Pietau, they're lacking in what I would say is genuine, like, overall skill, which the Boks have. I don't think you're going to struggle in terms of fronting up size-wise or physicality-wise. I don't think the Boks will struggle with that at all. And I think this backline will absolutely gas them. They'd have to really mess up to, I think, lose this game.
All right, a couple of final comments here in the thing. Big Shot Off saying the bigger they are, the slower they turn. I can 100% confirm that's not true. I am completely agile. Is very small. I am an athlete, as I will confirm any day of the week. But yeah, no. Let's as Donovan says, these are Islanders. They are bleep fast. Yeah, absolutely right, Donovan. These are athletes. They are no joke. The only thing Islanders are missing is a structure, because they're just out there having too much fun. bashing people around, sidestepping, and doing all the fun
Which
stuff.
we know they can get with, and we've seen it with Fiji. Fiji have
Correct.
now played a structure, and it works a bit worryingly well.
Worryingly well. Ross Scott says, gutted for Namibia. I'm assuming then that Uruguay took the win, but thank you guys for
36-26 by 10-point margin.
amazing.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in with us. Ali, thank you for joining us. Carl, thank you for joining us once again. It's always such a pleasure to talk to you and to everyone in the chat. Again, a big thank you to our sponsors in Boyle Sports and BitDefender. Guys, as usual, you'll see my Insta handle is here, the name, Reason the Rumbler. If you're watching this now or if you're watching at a later stage, please feel free to find me on Insta, send me a DM, and whenever I have an opportunity to come back on the show, I will answer those questions for you if I can. And as a last thing, guys, thank you again for joining me. I've said that already, but yeah, guys, what a pleasure it is. I really hope that we see this team go on. We will see, of course, every Thursday there is a Rugby Fan Forum held with our phenomenal host in Stevie P, and a full panel of the guys, along with the betting segments in that. So please do check it out again. Right, guys, last thing, quick fire predictions for this game based solely on this lineup alone. Al, you go first.
Springboks are going to take this one by 35 points at least, Reza.
Wow. Okay, Springboks are 35.
Prediction.
Oh.
Yeah.
42-12.
42-12. I see something along a similar line. I'm going to go slightly higher than that, though. I'm going to say that the Boks put 50 on them, so maybe like a 50-10, somewhere around there. Yeah. But yeah, guys, thank you very much again. Leave your predictions in the comments down below. We'll check them out in a second. Until next time, cheers.
Am I in your way?
Okay.
Well, South Africa going through their final preparations here at the Stade de France. Finally, Ireland's captain's run took place a little earlier this morning. All the players looking very focused ahead of tomorrow's big game. The Stade de France, of course, will be over 30,000 Irish fans here to cheer them on. That's something that Josh van der Veer says the players are very much looking forward to experiencing.
Yes, sir.
Patrul mana na sofera, tá de matur. Lá de Missouri, pouco seria pouco seria captain,
Island at 33, yeah.
Tabaca, tudo que não leva favor, o que sei, vai tapar ali quem se bonita ali.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. And we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And we are seeing a very strange occurrence because Steve's back in the fan forum for the first time actually since we departed. So,
did the fans want this, Steve? Did the fans want this after me replacing you? I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We had to, I had to just come jump in, make sure the show's still ticking, see what everybody's had to say. Just keep an eye on you guys, make sure that.
Seeing if you're still relevant on these Thursdays here, Stevie.
Yeah, there we go.
It's too cool for us now.
I'm not the weekend special. Yeah, so it's tough. At the end of the day, I had a day break between going to games, so I thought I might as well come and grace people with my presence. I was at the stadium last night, at the stadium tomorrow night, at the stadium on Sunday. It's tough work out here.
Oh, Chris, you're the only one missing out on Sunday.
Yeah, so we talk about this. So first of all, Chris, would you like to tell the viewers why on Sunday when we do a Forever Sports meetup, you will not be present?
Because I'm going to Paris to the bigger games.
Hey,
not those lower class pool games that are already decided. I'm going to the
basically
big boys.
Marty Leibach got benched, and that was Chris Art. He was like, "No, I'm not."
You mean that I'm not going to pay to watch Pollard playing at 10 and messing around? No, that's the
you see, there we go.
You should have pushed me in there,
Yeah, no, we've got a lot to talk about. Right, so everybody who is jumping in, welcome to the show. We will be live until 8 o'clock, whereupon you guys will then be redirected towards the Japan versus Samoa watch-along, which we will be with yours truly, coming to you live out of Lyon. It's been a very, very cool city, actually. I've really enjoyed our week here, which has been quite cool. And we went to Marseille this weekend. And as you can see, I'm joined by Chris and Dan. This is actually an all-European show, actually, because I'm France-based these days. As Grant was saying there, who's the French tutor on the channel? Yeah, I'm basically having to sort of really. I'm actually basically part Uruguayan after I got caught up in their mob last night, so that was fun.
Sure.
But chaps, first of all, how have we been?
Yeah, superb.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, enjoying the rugby, of course. Yeah, been good. More winners on the
had
show.
to ask,
So
we are going to a World Cup game on Sunday, and at Rhodes back at Varsity, there's a reputation for some interesting haircuts and interesting looks. Do we have anything planned for Sunday?
Listen, the beard isn't here for the beard itself, so you'll be seeing the snore. Will be sitting lazy on the top lip come Sunday.
There you go. That is what I was hoping we were going to hear from.
Might extend a little something, but yet to be decided.
Handlebars there. Okay, cool. So
it was on short notice, you know. It was on short notice.
No, it is. It's fair. It's fair. But you've got the tools to work with at the end of the day, you know. So
what?
We'll have to do
Stevie is same as you. Are you also going some handlebars there? You two together?
No, see, my problem is I got a fire break if I do a handlebar, so it's like it just looks very disconnected. So no, I will not be worried about doing anything like that. I can't pull it off like Dan can at the end of the day. So you know, when you've got the gift, you've got to use it.
Yeah.
But right, so chaps, over the next hour, we've got a lot to talk about. We've got a Springbok lineup, which is going to be very interesting to chat about. Obviously, the whole Pollard versus Liebok debate does take center stage tonight. We have had a bit of information out of the Bok camp with regards to what the situation will be when it comes to our number 10s following this past weekend. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen on that. We'll also be talking a little bit about the weekend games, France versus, New Zealand versus Italy tomorrow night. It's going to be quite a cool game. And, we're coming in the second last weekend of the group stages. So things are really starting to heat up with regards to teams going out, teams potentially trying to book their spot in the next round. We really said goodbye to Namibia last night. Could be saying goodbye to a lot of teams this weekend. And also main thing is teams can start to book their spots in quarterfinals this weekend, including the Boks. Now, we'll start with the Boks. And we haven't had we actually haven't had a show since last weekend. So yeah, chaps, let's talk about how are we feeling a week on from last weekend. Have we settled down? Are we panicking? Chris, how are you feeling after Paris?
About the Springboks, yeah, particularly. Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, I know we lost. The scoreboard doesn't lie. But a few things right on our side. We should have possibly won. I hate saying that, like we should have won because it's a cop-out and it happens. But I said this when I was watching my mates. I didn't feel. I said I was also talking to some island mates. They were kind of we were talking about it, and I said like, "How comfortable are you?" Because I'm comfortable that if we had a rematch in the final, if both of us get there, I'm not overly concerned that we're in for a loss. I think it's going to be another tight game, as we just saw if we were to do it again. And rugby matches go. The rub of the green kind of can change, right? And I'm not saying that Ireland are going to come in there and beat us. I think we could easily beat Ireland in the World Cup final. So but that's caveat. Liebok at 10. I'm not deviating from that. Liebok should be at 10 and needs to stay at 10. And I'm still going to back him to kick. Sorry, I'm saying that's my thoughts. And then we're going to talk about Pollard. Pollard can come in and do what he does. But then our whole game is going to change, and there mustn't be tears when Pollard misses a kick and we lose. That's all I'm saying.
Right, Joe. We'll read the Pollard versus Liebok debate later because I think there's a lot to get through.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, but I still worry about France, guys. I know I'm hearing people saying it's an easy game. I've been calling us going out to the quarterfinals and France winning this whole thing. Not so sure about France winning the whole thing anymore because I think Ireland do have that big say. No one's talking about New Zealand. Grudge match coming up, potentially. Obviously, getting through your was Italy, but I'm not. I still feel that France is the big test. We can talk about how we're going to do after that. I think if we get through France, then we have a very good chance.
Yeah, well, I think it all hinges on that quarterfinal. But Dan, how are you feeling immediately after the game, and now a few days later?
Yeah, it always stings. It did feel similar to. I remember watching SA All Blacks 4 years ago in the group stage and being quite blown away just by the level of rugby that it was, right? When you see two teams like performing at that on the biggest stage and going head to head, and I guess both times we've lost, both times been in a group stage. I'm interested to know. I mean, I'm sure we all wish we were be able to understand what the mentality going into it was, whether it was must win or whether it was like, let's use this as a test tube for whether we maybe meet them again in the final, because I saw us do a lot of things differently. Obviously, like we were missing Malcom Marx, which is the biggest one, but the way we rolled our subs I thought was completely bizarre compared to how we've used our bomb squad previously. And I think we can play a lot better. And bar Ireland's line out in the beginning, I don't think they can play that much better. So I'm not worried. I think they played incredibly well. I think they deserve to win. But that and, leaving 11 points on the pitch versus award number 1, I mean, how often are you going to win that game? And it's not frequent.
Yeah, I think the big thing, and that you mentioned, is that the level was so good, and so many teams. We've been Leon based this week, and so we've basically been with the All Blacks the entire week. And every single day at the press conferences, kids come up. They've said, Ireland versus South Africa, that game, best game of the World Cup so far. So it was funny because obviously New Zealand versus France was probably the second biggest game of group stages in terms of your top 4 teams going at each other, and yet New Zealand were asked. The Ireland versus South Africa, is that the standard? Was that the gold standard? Is that now, where teams need to be able to play out to win the World Cup? And the All Black staff and players have all said, yeah, they said, they also watched the game and went, right, that is it. That's, do you want to win World Cups? Do you want to be compared in this tournament? That's how you're going to have to be. So I think from that perspective, to have been 50% part of the game or the tournament so far, and for both, and no, I don't think anyone watches that game and has written off the box. I think in many ways, some people have even gone, well, actually, we were wondering if there were a bit of a flash in the pan. They're beating the All Blacks, but was there a once-off thing? But watching that Ireland game, they're going, no, actually, there's not a lot between these top sides, and that any team can win on the day, which is the exciting thing. There's a couple of conspiracy theories about us apparently having lost on purpose, which I think is getting a bit far. But yeah,
I think it would have rocked the Ireland boat a lot more had they lost.
Yes, because I think they've also got that mental thing, that whole they can't win a playoff game, they don't do well in World Cups and stuff like that. The big thing we've done is we've lost a game in the group stages and gone to win the World Cup before.
Maybe it's a bad habit, but we're so comfortable with losing, before like games, and we're happy to know that it's towards it, like the greater good. Right, like towards brainstorming, towards channeling whatever our lessons will be learned towards the biggest game and the game, which is obviously going to be coming up.
Yeah, but also, guys, you talked about that second half and how we looked, but I think missing Marx proved how much we miss that guy when he comes on. I think it has disrupted us, and that's also why it does make me worried against France, because he is that good. He is our DuPont equivalent almost, and it was shown.
And I think also, to be fair, I think also, a lot of people were starting to write off France because of DuPont. Now the fact that he's back, was going, oh, actually, hang on, like France will actually still be okay. And it's always interesting in a 23-man game, really, that one player can make that much of a difference. But there are certain players who are just that good,
Yeah. Even though DuPont is integral, they've still got very good players. The home factor, we can't just knock off the home factor. And I know we haven't gone, but like the Springboks, yes, we seem to be building nicely, getting some nice momentum. But our 2 biggest tests of the year, firstly, the draw. I've said this all the time, right, Stevie? The draw, the teams we have to get through to get to that final to win this thing. We've gone through Ireland, now we're in France. World Cup semi is a gimme. Yeah, right. Asked New Zealand a few times, and then the final. And South Africa, let's face it, boys. Go back the last 4 years. We don't put 3 big tests in a row. We never ever do, and we're going to need to do this now. Let's face Tonga is a big. We have to win it. I'm sure we will. But then we got to go again back to back, and we're not playing the likes of Fiji's and Japan's along the way. We're playing 3 massive top tier nations probably.
Well, I mean, we're you know, it's at the end of the day that things are going to happen, and we're going to end up playing Italy in the quarters. So
it's not going to happen, Stevie. Stevie, I'm going to log off, son. I'm logging off. I'm not hearing it.
Italy are about to go back to back. New Zealand and France top that group. We're going to play France and. No, what? Just to see. But yeah, no, genuinely, that is the one thing I think a lot of people have been saying is that if the Boks go back to back and they win this World Cup, there can be zero doubt about whether or not they're the best team.
But my point is, Stevie, our 2 biggest tests of the year was New Zealand away, the Ireland in the World Cup pool. Like, come on, we need to put these big games. We need to put these teams away. You know,
Chris, our biggest test of the year is on the 28th of October. In the World Cup final.
All right. Okay. We can talk then. We can talk then. That's fine.
Yeah. No, you make a valid point. I think as I said, I'm not really worried about last weekend. The New Zealand game does, to a certain degree, sort of sit in the back going, should we do have it in ourselves to sometimes not rock up? I think the biggest thing.
Sorry, Steve, carry on. No. So just to make a point again about this, and it's also the end of when we played France away, same margins. It just seems these big teams and the big cauldron under big pressure, it still feels we're like 3% getting over the line. And if we have to do it now, we've got to do it. France, is England on our side of the draw? I think it's not Wales. I think it's England, Fiji. Maybe we'll play Fiji again. Well, there we go. The draw's favored us. The draw's favored us.
I don't know if we want to play Fiji.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, imagine Fiji in a World Cup semi-final. You know, it's put it this way: if you want to be the most hated side in the world and go and be that one to knock Fiji out of a World Cup final.
I mean, we did it against Japan in 2019, hey?
Yeah, no, we weren't popular after that.
Not popular.
But unluck, folks. Unluck. At the end of the day, there can only be one champion. It's us, and we're all in on that.
No, so. we do have a great chance, Stevie. I'm just saying I know we get excited. Everyone's excited, and this is probably the best team we've probably taken to a World Cup, but the hardest draw. And I'm just saying the Boks don't often go against top teams. I would love to see it. I think it's harder without Marx, but let's do it. Let's see what the boys have got.
Okay, so first things first, we've got to get past Tonga, and a bonus point win will get us into the quarterfinals because, and this is what everybody keeps forgetting. There's points difference is not a thing. It's head to head. So we beat Tonga on Sunday. It means that we will go up with the bonus point. It means we go up to 15 points. We have beaten Scotland, which means that Scotland who can only get a maximum of 15 points, cannot go ahead of us. At the moment, I'll try to see if I can share my screen and see and sort of talk people through it. I will share. In fact. Bear with me, people. In fact, I'm being stupid. I've actually got a second screen. My Airbnb over here has actually got a second screen, which I've been making use of. So that's actually going to come to clutch over here. So I'll bring up the pools in just a second, and we can have a look at exactly what the ramifications are this weekend. Because I think some people have sort of forgotten or don't quite realize what the stakes actually are.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see what lineups the Irish put out for that Scotland game. I think that's
they have to go full strength, no?
And they've gone. That means they've gone full strength for every single pool game, pretty much.
Yeah. So this is so. I'm hoping people can sort of see this. So this is our pool. So at the moment, Ireland sitting on 14 points. South Africa on 10 points. Scotland on 5 points. Tonga and Romania are currently pointless. So South Africa this weekend go and win with a bonus point. We will move up to 15. I think it's 15 points there. Just going to actually bring up the whole. I'm actually going to talk people through the World Cup rules, and we'll go through them all, and so that everyone's on the same page. Because a lot of people have been, talked about how points difference a thing and stuff like that, and it's not. So here's the match point system. I hope everybody is watching, is listening. Win is 4 points. A draw is 2 points. A loss is 0 points. 4 or more tries is 1 point. A loss by 7 points or less is 1 point. So we are sitting on 10 points. We didn't get a 4 tries against Scotland, so that wasn't a 4-try bonus point, but we did get a bonus point for coming within 7 of Ireland, which is how we are on 10. So we win this weekend with a bonus point. We go up to 15 points. If Ireland beat Scotland, they top the group because they can go to 18 points regardless of what happens with their bonus point. So Scotland could go up to a max of 15 points, assuming that they beat Romania by 4 tries this weekend, or score 4 tries in the effort. So they go up to 10 points, and then they have to then beat Ireland and prevent Ireland from getting a bonus point to then go through. So if we win the bonus point, we're through this Sunday. That's the main thing that I think people just need to focus on. It's got nothing to do with points difference. It's all on head-to-head, because if you go to the rules over here, this is the rankings at the completion of the pool phase. If the completion of the pool phase, 2 or more teams are level on match points, then the following criteria shall be used in the following order until one of the teams can be determined as the higher ranked. The winner of the match in which the 2 tied teams have played each other shall be the higher ranked. The team which has the best difference between points scored for and points scored against in all its pool matches shall be ranked higher. So points difference will only be a thing if, for example, the team, if there's a draw. So if we had drawn to Scotland and we end up with the same amount of points and they can't go that way, then they will look at points difference from the pool stage. But I think it's head to head.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So that's a moot point already. So we win with 5 points this weekend. We go through, because the only way that Scotland can go through is if they actually then knock out Ireland. So that's quite nice for us this weekend, because we going into this weekend, and if we then go and get our bonus point win, for example, we're through, and we don't actually have to worry about the next weekend. You know, we are not we're not playing next weekend. We've got the weekend off, and ironically, then Ireland, as I said, they have to go full strength for next weekend, because Scotland can knock them out. So SM says, Steve, why are people saying Ireland can throw the game in order for the box to get knocked out if all teams end on 15? So that circumstance, so that the points difference would come into is with if all 3 teams, that is the only one way. If all 3 teams finishes on 15 points, so Ireland get a losing bonus point, Scotland get a winning bonus point, and then we all finish on 15. Then points difference can become a factor. But now we're looking at some pretty big scenarios. So for that to happen, it would mean that Scotland will have to score 4 tries or more against Ireland. But Ireland would either have to score 4 tries as well, or else score 4 tries, or else come within 7 points, despite Scotland scoring 4 tries. So some wild method has to happen, because then if Ireland lose bonus point,
8 tries in the game.
8 tries in the game.
Ireland have to lose by
more than 7.
By more than 7.
Yeah, because then,
so
otherwise they'll finish on 16 points. Scotland finish on 15 points, and then we'll knock them out by a head to head.
So first half, first team, 4 tries, and then just throw it.
Yeah, apparently that would be the case.
Guys, I think we Ireland and South Africa go through, right? I think that's happening, right?
So it is mathematically possible for us to not qualify despite winning this weekend. Incredibly unlikely, though. As I said, there's a lot of different. There's a lot that would have to happen, because, as I said, Ireland can't just throw the game, because they'll have to get a point out of it, one way or another. Yeah. So as Dan says, it would have to be score 4 tries and then just.
That's what I meant by them playing that. I didn't mean have to win, but surely making sure they get over. You know.
Yes. Yeah. No. So I mean, Ireland basically need. They score 4 tries, and one of them and they lose within 7, for example, they go up 16 points. So yeah, but so here's say I saw on the Rugby Analyst channel, if Scotland beat us on points different, box get knocked out. No, points difference. I've just read the rules there. So and this is the problem. A lot of people haven't actually read the rules. It's not points difference first. The first thing is head to head. So that's what I said. The first thing when it comes to the rankings is the winner of the match in which the 2 tied teams have played each other shall be the higher ranked. So points difference is only a factor if that can't determine it. So yes, as we just tried to explain now, it could be coming to it, but there's a hell of a lot that has to happen for points difference to actually come into this. So bottom line is go and beat Tonga with about a couple of tries. At the moment, we're sitting with an 86 points difference. Yes, Scotland will probably run in quite a few tries against Romania, but they're currently sitting, 70 odd points behind us. So they'd have to make that up between Romania and Ireland if we were to have this very weird mathematical anomaly. So I think we should be pretty okay because, I'm looking at a 20-30 point win this weekend would be what I'm expecting from the box, really, which would put us at well over points of well over 100. So
did you say from the box?
From the box, yeah.
Not Le box.
Le box. So that is how it will work in terms of the pools and stuff like that. So yes, mathematically not confirmed that we get into the quarterfinals on Sunday, but all but really. But then that Ireland versus Scotland game basically becomes a quarterfinal before a quarterfinal, a last 16 clash, I suppose, in terms of the football things. But let's talk about this weekend then, and let's talk about the team. We have gone with a very strange team. We do not have a single player in the team who played hooker for the club in this past year. We have got a number 8 and number 7. We have got somebody who's playing just his his third ever game at professional level at 13. We have got a scrum off on the wing again. What else do we have? Which is a nice little throw around. You've got a 5-3 split, which is pretty weird from a block perspective, and Vincent Cox starting. Yeah, so there's a lot of strange things happening on Sunday, which don't usually happen. So if nothing else, Chris, you're missing a very strange block game, because there's some very strange rugby decisions at the same time, some very normal rugby decisions, which are I'm not trying to decide which one's more surprising.
Well, that's what we've been saying since I've been joining you, right? We've said this every week. The book team, we've almost been surprised every book team every week, barring that strong team against New Zealand and probably Ireland, right? The team, you're never quite sure what Sharks and Rusty were going to put out, so it's definitely not surprising. I'm not saying we should be worried about Tonga, but because when it comes down to this, I'm trusting the coaches that they know what they're doing, and I think our team has full of self-belief and ability. It is a bit, it does feel like strange, but I don't see it costing us. But it's going to be interesting. But of course, it's going to be interesting to see how Pollard goes. Of course, where we are at halftime. Are we grinding it out to halftime, or are we looking fluid, or not? I like that Moody's back. I still think he should be playing over Krill at this stage. I know people will disagree, but I just think he offers more.
So would you start Caden Moody at 13 in a quarterfinal against France?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think I think he's a better player than Krill. And I think he offers more with the D'Orlando. D'Orlando and Krill are too one-dimensional for me. They just get lined up and see you later. And it's Lebok that finds our outside backs. And so we don't have Lebok. Well, there we are. We'll see what happens. I'd rather have Moody there, but he's not going to pick Moody now, I think, right? Unless there's an injury to Krill. So, yeah, but that's just my thoughts. I don't see Vermeulen at 7. I think, didn't Vermeulen play 7?
So when I originally did my team release video, I said I can't remember him having done that. Apparently, it's his third time he's played for the Box in a number 7 jersey. The last time was 2018.
Yeah,
so he has done it before, but
yes, I remember him playing there for Cheetahs and Province. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, domestically he has before, but for the Box he's only done it twice.
Yeah, so not too worried about that one. Hookers, well, we'll see. And Grant Williams, I love Grant Williams. I think he's a lucky little player. So interested to probably have a little bit of fun on the wing.
I mean, everyone was, questioning Caden Moody at 13 because, people were saying, I played Bull and Lantbo, but now he's coming up against, Rico Ioane. Apparently he was also a wing at school. So, I mean, that's our decision-making criteria now at the Box. If they played it at school, it's good enough for us,
So basically, we probably would be playing Tabaflomen at 10 because he played there back in the day. You know, that stat that every single commentator brings out every single time that the big lock makes an offload is, oh, he actually played at 10 at school. So we would actually do it. We would sit there and say, right. But it's an interesting concept. I think. Look. I mean, I was at the game against Romania, and Grant Williams looked very comfortable. Again, it's Romania, so
it was Romania, yeah.
The big thing is that. And some people are saying this Tonga game, it's Tonga. And look, to be fair, I don't think it's the same Tonga of old. You know, I think Tonga back in the day, Samoa back in the day, they're still very big teams. I mean, the Tongan captain, I think, is 150 kgs. So they're not small. But I think that they're better rugby players these days, and they don't necessarily just pick the size. They're actually picking players who've got a bit of a better skill set, and they're better rugby players. So whilst they're not, I mean, it'll be stupid to say it's not going to be a physical contest. I don't think it's, you know, the same as it used to be about 20 years ago, where the game wasn't as professional and you just had these massive Tongan guys who would just come out, and it was basically injury central. And a lot of people are saying that, you know, a lot about this weekend is about protecting players, you know. So you know, some people are saying that Grant Williams has basically, you know, been put there to make sure that Cheslin Colby and Kirky Orange don't get injured. And I think that's a bit extreme because I think, look, to a certain degree, obviously they are going to raise players, and you know, regardless of whether you're playing Tonga or not, the risk of injury is there. But I don't think that it's the same sort of Tonga situation that we might have had 12 years ago, where it was just, you know, the injuries were such a big concern because they weren't necessarily the best rugby playing team, but they had these big boys that were putting in some big hits. I think these days, I think a lot of the Pacific Island teams are much better rugby teams. They've got far better players, and they've got more professional players who are a bit fitter, a bit faster around the park. And I think that's why Fiji, for example, are starting to compete as well. Tonga starting to play better rugby. They're no longer just this brute force team. They've actually got players with skill sets a bit smaller, but a bit better on a rugby sense. So, Dan, do you think we're protecting anybody, or and do we need to protect players?
No, I don't think physically. I guess if there's a question mark on Kane and Moody, maybe it would be on defense at the wing. We haven't really seen that because we didn't see it against Romania. But I think otherwise the only way we would be protecting players is actually match fitness. I think the one maybe surprise for me was Sia starting. I thought they might give him a rest, given that he's pretty much since Wales, since he came back from injury, has been playing non-stop. With that said, I think he'll probably go off just after half time, and he did only play, I think, 55 minutes in the last game.
Yeah, that is the thing. They have been bringing him off, which they often do. He very rarely plays a full 80, but even on the World Cup, you can see they've been managing his minutes.
For sure. And I think having what we definitely, I think we missed a captain in, usually we have Dwayne Vermeulen for 80 when he's off, right? I do think we missed that figure without him. Like, without being disrespectful to Bongi, he hasn't played in the captain's role nearly as much as either of them. And I think that, so I don't think we're hiding any players. I think if anything, it'll just be the legs that we're trying to save. But for the most part, we're trying to give, this team is picked based off of who's most likely to have to come into knockout games come in the future. It's why we've picked Pollard starting. It's why, you know, Dion Ferree starting and Malcom Starling is going to come off the bench for him. It's why we're giving, you know, even Etzebeth some legs after his injury. Sia, Dwayne, we're not sure if Dwayne's going to play. So Makazola Mapimpi might be coming in, Andre Estes, and these are all people that are just like our next slot-ins, right, in perhaps vulnerable positions. So I think that's a large portion of how this team was picked. You know, it doesn't make complete sense when you read it out loud, but given the context, I think it does.
It is very weird that we're talking about the game before quarterfinals and we're still experimenting. You know, we're still finding out information on players. You know, can Malcom start and do a job at hooker? I mean, you traditionally never, even your tier 2 teams probably haven't, you know, been like, are sitting there going, well, can the flank play at hooker? And if not, should we try him in the World Cup? You know, like it's a bizarre, thing that the current world champions, one of the best teams in the world, are in a World Cup and experimenting and still trying to, you know, move players. I mean, it's some people are saying it's great innovation. Some people are saying it's silly. And at the end of the day, I suppose the proof is in the pudding. You know, we go on to win the World Cup, and this becomes a masterclass. But you lose the World Cup, and how quickly do people sit there saying, "Well, what do you expect? You're playing a scrum off on the wing, a flank at hooker, and you know you're picking a number 10 that's got a bad goal kicking record in international cert. So there's a lot of room for error, but high risk, high reward, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think I said last week, I still thought that it still might cost us a game. You know, he's got a guy at a position that does something daft and costs, but I'm still worried about it. That guy, no, bang on the block. I mean, I don't want to drop the block, but it could still be the kicking. And I don't want to do a ref bash, but that ball was coming out. We score a ref decision. And I'm not blaming the ref for the loss, but I still think these margins. I think the team is good enough that these guys can probably do the jobs required. But I just hope it's not going to come back and bite us.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we've seen anyone make that mistake yet, and it could still be out there, and it just takes that one small mistake. But I don't think we've yet to. I mean, for example, Deon Fourie had one skew throw, which I thought was incredibly harsh. So it would have been quick to sit there and say, "Oh, you see, he's not a hook. He hasn't been playing hooker, so he got a skew throw." But I don't think we've yet to see the players who are playing out of position really struggle to a degree with and saying, "That's why." Obviously, the goal kicking thing continues to be a problem. But that's not necessarily an easy fix. Unfortunately, we're not with the way our team is like. I mean, I was at the All Black Stadium run today, and they had Richie Mwanga had a kicking tee, Bowden Barrett had a kicking tee, Damien McKenzie had a kicking tee, Geordie Barrett didn't miss a kick. I mean, he just walked from one side of the field to the other side of the field, back and forward, and he didn't miss the beat. Yeah. He's back in a big way. Aaron Smith grabs a kicking tee and was having, I think it was Antonina Brown was having a couple of kicks of goal, but they've got 4 goal kickers in the likes of the 2 Barretts, your McKenzie, your Richie Mwanga, who've all got pretty good records. I mean, when Bowden Barrett would be
85% kickers.
Yeah, you know, so they're blessed in that regard. We just don't have that.
But do you guys know why Damien Phillips was kicking at goals last year, right? I'm sure. Why is he behind?
End of year tour, yeah.
Yeah, why is he behind even Faf and Lebok? I know Lebok's standing up and wanting to take. Yeah, I know. But another thing for me is if I was Lebok, I wouldn't be walking off of any practice field, even if it took me 5 hours until I was at 80% kicking. I don't know why he just practices until his bloody foot falls off. Why is he missing?
Maybe
I don't understand it.
I mean, he could be practicing that way, right? We don't know. It could be just on the stage all of a sudden that's not happening.
Spying? Are you doing team spies? You're the local spy.
That's my problem. I'm chasing. We've been chasing the cool matches. You know, we're not really on the ground watching the box. We've been watching other people.
I think we also have partially. You know what I found very bizarre? All of a sudden, you know, previously we think of long distance kickers, Francois Steyn, Morné Steyn. Both could just bomb it at like an 80%, right? From 50 meters easily. And now all of a sudden we're picking not our first string kicker. Yes, Faf can kick it far, but he's not our first string kicker. So he's already at like a 65%, 70% conversion rate. And we're giving him 50 plus meter kicks. Like, you're setting him up for disaster, A. And it felt like our management was trying to prove a point that we can still beat teams by out-kicking you, when it was a lot of the decisions were much more obvious to go and maul it. I think we only mauled, 3 times the entire match. So I felt like we were trying to send a message and go for like weird kicks. I mean, even think back to that Scotland kick that Money took. There was no ways he was getting there. He missed it by, he was 10 meters shy. And that's not Money's fault. That was the decision made upon him. I think the decisions around our kicking, it's like we're refusing to admit that it's a potential weakness of us. And people was just, it's not, Money's not the scapegoat. We just happen to not have Rich Mwanga, Geordie Barrett, Bowden Barrett, Damien McKenzie, who are all 85+ percentage kickers. We just don't have that. And that's not Money's fault. It doesn't have to be the foul. It's just, you assume that's his fault, right? So I just think we need to get out of this, like, it's like almost we're not scared to break, like, we wanting to stay with the Bok mentality, which is, beat them physically, get 3 points, score, and then score 1 or 2 loose tries again, instead of like, okay, maybe we need to actually score 3 tries now, even against Ireland,
Yeah, but was it just me? I found Fuck's kick took for ages to get there. I was like, come on, like, it was like a slow death.
It wasn't far, eh? That first,
and then
I
it
mean,
just
literally
it
hit
just,
the
like,
crossbar
slid down the
challenge.
ball. I was like, we need just so we needed you to step up, and
Although
I wasn't
the
backing him
funny
at
thing
50
is,
meters. I didn't
yeah,
feel
and
that
even
he was.
the second one that he had the distance, but just slid just down to the right. But they weren't actually far away to give him his due. And it's amazing how if he does get those two, everyone sits up and says, "Oh shit."
But now the whole conversation is about 11 points missed, right?
Yeah.
When, as you're saying, they were like, objectively, they're not bad kicks. But now the whole conversation is about the bad kicking because we remember that he missed it and he could have hit it.
That's why, I mean, I know this has come because we say, oh, the kicking, everyone's like, the kicking. But the 3 games, when it comes to 3 games, yes, it might come down to kick. I'm not going to write that off for sure. But
yeah.
We're not there yet. Like, Marnie got 5 or 6 out of 6, brilliant, all kick from everywhere at Twickenham. And he used to say he just doesn't bring that form in. Like, I back him. He obviously backed himself. That's what Shark said. You're stepping up with that tee. You wanted to kick them. And that's what I would like to see if my guy backed himself like that, you know, because he can kick them. It's just so odd how you can kick them and you can't kick them.
And this is the thing, you know, he's not a bad goal kicker. This is what John Dobson was saying as well. He said the biggest thing is he said he is, but Dobson basically, he actually gave a really good interview too. I think it was Off the Ball, and he was saying that he would really like to see them try and build an innings. You know, so you get that penalty in the first 5 minutes, and it's in front of goals. Take the 3 points, even if you're in your 22.
Yeah.
You know, you get that penalty 5 or 6 meters to the right, but in a pretty good position. Take the 3 points. Let him start nailing a few, because then all of a sudden you start nailing a few. Then the one that is on the touchline after a try, or the one that is 45 meters out. You know, he's sitting there saying, "Well, I'm sitting at 4 from 4 here. I'll take it on." Because I think that he is a player of confidence. There are certain players who are like that.
You know what it was? If you think of all the tests he's played, this was by far his biggest game, right? And he must have had nerves. You could see that's why.
There's no doubt about it. We forget how young he is in his Test career. I mean,
but if you go look back now, I was watching with the team. Yeah, he was rushing it. It must have got to him, and I'm hoping that this is the one out of his system. If they continue to start him, I'm sure he's going to be in the mix of the 23 for the rest of the cup. I can't see that not happening. But I think I'm hoping.
I want to move to our betting segment there, because we're already about 15 minutes left. I'm going to move to the betting segment, and when I come back, I want to have the Pollard versus the Buck debate. We'll do that for the last 10 minutes. So if everybody's in the comments, that's going to come up. Put them in the comments now. But before then, Chris, chat to us.
Yeah, well, we're going on nicely with our leans the other week. We out of 10 out of 11 punt predictions in the last 4 weeks. So going very nicely. We had Ireland in the first half cap, which came in. They were leading half time. And Samoa, another squeaky bum one. But Argentina won by 13. So our half a point tax took us home again. So we've cruised up to a nice 20 win and 10 loss record, plus 23.2 units on the season, crawling back up to the 80% return on investment. So pretty happy with that. The song may continue. I had a look today, you know, again, with the markets and odds available from Boyles. You would have noticed I've used the second half high scoring a few times because I've used it in my personal bet and it's worked. So I'm going to stick to it. And I'm going to, instead of using singles, I'm going to take a little bit of a higher value or higher odds play and combine 2 of them to get a 2-to-1 or 3.0 decimal odds with this double. And I like the Fiji and the Argentina game to be second half. I think Fiji and Georgia can be actually quite tight, and Fiji, again, second halves are generally, statistically, are higher scoring most of the time because they open up. They're a team that do open up, even though you would say this team hasn't, but Fiji's games have been going second half higher scoring anyway this World Cup. And Argentina versus Chile, I see the same. I think you'll see a high pumped up Chile first half performance, and they'll fade away in the second half, and the tries will come. So I quite like that. If you're going to pick out 2 second high scoring games, these 2 are the ones that stuck out for me. So let's combine them. We've got a nice profit. Let's use some of our profit. We'll go up a juicy 7 units there if we 5 units if we go up. So let's build, and if we get this one comes in, it'll be a very nice big juicy win for the rest of the season. So yeah, if you're following, good luck.
Yeah, well, I want to put my money there, which I actually haven't been able to do because I've been so busy. So I'm going to get back into it this weekend.
Put your
So,
VPN
as always, a
on
big
there.
shout out to BOYLESPORTS, who are the show sponsor for tonight, and will be helping us power our entire Rugby World Cup campaign, including our watch along, which starts the watch along is actually live. The game, though, Japan versus Samoa, which should be quite a cool one, starts in just over an hour's time, and obviously will be live over the weekend. You've got Italy versus New Zealand tomorrow night. Lots of games on Saturday and Sunday. So big shout out to BOYLESPORTS as well as BitDefender who are powering our stream. But yeah, this show is brought to you by BOYLESPORTS, and if you haven't already, make sure you go and get yourself a BOYLESPORTS account. That is all it looks like over on the website. That's all the branding stuff that you're looking for. So yeah, go get yourself a 1,000 Rand welcome bonus up to 100% of your first deposit match, for example, and plenty of other bonuses and bet boosts over the weekend, which we'll be talking about a little bit later. Right, so Chris, thank you very much. Hopefully that'll all come and land this weekend, and we can talk about
it'll be a nice one.
weekend. But let's turn our attention to the big debate, and we're gonna have to try and actually compound this into 10 minutes because I'm very interested to see what some of the comments have to say. Andre Pollard is back this weekend, and the coaching staff have been very quick to say we can't expect a lot from him. He's played 50 minutes of rugby since May, coming back from injury. Yes, he's been there, he's done that, but we can't expect too much. Dan, what can we expect from him, and what does he have to do this weekend for you to then back him in the quarterfinals? Should we make it?
I think the thing I'm most excited about is actually just seeing Andre Pollard in a Springbok jersey. Right? Let's just take a moment to actually enjoy seeing one of our best players in the last 10 years actually don the jersey again. It's going to be exciting to see that. Obviously he brings something completely different to money, very direct. It'll be interesting to see, having just come back from injury, is he going to still stick with that? Is he going to try and adapt to like a different Bok system that's been come out? I don't know. I see him and Money, at least for the quarterfinals, both being in the 23. I don't know which way around it's going to be. I don't know what has to happen unless, to be honest, unless Money has like an incredible mishap, I still see Money starting the quarterfinal. Obviously, assuming we get through. I still see Money starting the quarterfinal, but I don't see Pollard missing out on a 23 for the rest of the World Cup. So whether that's starting or not,
is that the end of the 6-2 split then?
Well, Pollard can play 12, and it's frustrating now because Damien's he had a great game against Ireland. I think, no more 7 split. I just didn't have confidence in it last week. I think 6-2 is impactful enough when used correctly. Maybe it is the end of the 6-2, but I think we can still make a 6-2 happen with Andre on the bench. But I think unless there's another Money mishap, I think Andre is he's going to be around, and I think Money's also going to be around, bar something crazy going on. But I'm excited to see him.
Right, Chris, and you think it doesn't matter what Pollard does on Sunday. If you want to win the World Cup, Liebach has to start.
Yes, because I know that it's obvious there's a different Bok team out there with the Bok playing at 10. Just go watch him. His head's up. He's always looking for the options. He's finding those guys. He brings Williams into the game like he does for Stormers. He brings Orange. He's a completely different player, and the Boks are creating more of the stats. I think are there, the offloads, creating more opportunities. Just if Pollard was fit, it would be so interesting, right? Like if he was actually coming in, he's played rugby. It's a whole different story. But the fact that the guy's played 3 games this year, I don't know. He was playing Premiership rugby. Well, the last couple of months, right? I feel a lot more comfortable if Pollard was rearing to go. Not back that he can come in and probably be good enough to come in and do it. I'm just worried that the Boks have been playing all this time with the Bok now and this way. Like my thing is, I don't know what the books are with Pollard. Yes, we play in Tonga. Is that going to be the judge? Because barring Lebok gets his kicks, we beat Ireland. You know, we've created so many we didn't take opportunities we would take. I think we were in more war. So why would you not keep Lebok? Like, we're good enough with Lebok to go all the way. So I think it's nice to have, I think it's nice having Pollock around, because Lebok's got to stay upright, he's got to stay fit, and if he'll be there. So I think let's see how Pollard gets. Let's I don't want to judge. He's done such great service. He has. I just enjoy and I prefer the way the books have been playing, but I can be saying that's just my opinion because I want us to win as well, right? And that rugby style that we traditionally really good at has got us over the line. But I just think that's against smaller packs, like I said, Japan and the packs that we can dominate, and we dominated England. I think with giving us more options in the backline, it's better for Springbok rugby. I think it gives us a better chance in this World Cup. But again, personal opinion. I hope Pollock goes well. I hope he brings a headache. He's clearly has always been part of the picture. Bringing him back as we are. It's not like he's maybe not as important. Okay, he's out the squad. He hasn't made the World Cup shame. He is that important. So let's see how he goes. And I think both him and Pollard will be in the 23. If we get to the quarterfinal, and I'll be interested to see what route Jocks and Rassi take.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting concept because, somebody who would actually probably almost become expendable with it if we were to go upon the bench would be Billy LaRue, who 2 months ago I couldn't see a 23 without him.
Yeah.
But I think that's what Martin Lebok has done, is that he's brought in someone who's at first receiver who can bring in the rest of the back line. Some people are saying that they reckon Billy LaRue plays. Last weekend maybe he gets Kurt Lawrence and Jason Colby more involved, and all of a sudden that maybe they could be scoring tries and stuff. So it is, again, what we want to see a headache, don't we? We want to see a team selection that we sit there going, would like to have seen him, but at the same time can't argue with that. You want to be in a situation where you can debate players who are playing very well, and you're leaving somebody out. You're trying to choose the better of the two good players, as opposed to choosing the less of the two evils, or the best of the bad bunch. Yeah, it is a nice problem to have.
Well, maybe
it's an interesting problem to have because we've not really been here recently.
Yeah, because we were talking a few months ago, right? The book wasn't in the picture as the book played. It wasn't supposed to be this way in a year ago, right? So we are with the book playing this type of brand of rugby that's introduced something that's different to books and has been winning. I think, like I said, depends on what dominance we can get in the forwards and the physical game, that typical book game. I think what I'm kind of also saying is that if we don't, we will get less opportunities probably to score tries, which means obviously Pollard has to be banging this, like he did, like how we won previous. Put the bang this kicks board, build that scoreboard pressure. I'm just hoping Pollard's fit enough that we can come in, that we get those opportunities, because that game plan, let's face it, boys, is ref orientated as well. We need penalties to go our way as well. We ran into Wayne Barnes last day against France, and look what happened. That's what I'm worried about. It just feels like a completely different route we need to take. I wish it was one, so we could just focus on that and hope we executed it. But it's just going to be it's going to look different.
We could see
we
could see two types of Springboks, really attacking the goal line and trying to get it, use our wider channels and bringing in our wings and our quite expansive back three into it for 50 minutes. And then you might see a Lebok or Pollard swap around the 50-55. And then it's all about the bomb squad and mauling and getting points, right? That's when we're winning the most penalties in the last, 40% of the game. That's when we expect to win most of our penalties. That's when we want to utilize our forward pack the most. And what's most important at that point is us converting those mauls, and when we get penalties, converting kicks.
I see people say I'm not blaming the boring game plan. It's like are we gonna cry like 99 when we bring Skincat in when he hasn't played and we lose? Like if Pollard's not up to it, that's what I'm worried about. He just might not be. I'm going to back him, but he might have a really bad game because we brought him in because the Bok can't kick, and then he has a shocker, and then we all.
To be fair, but that's what the Springbok coaches have been saying. They're basically saying they said, "Listen, this guy's coming back from injury. Like, we know what he can do.
Well, that's my point.
But we've got no idea what he will do."
Correct. Yeah.
So I mean, Pollard comes in on Sunday, doesn't miss a beat, and he sits there and he's back. Then we go to.
That's the thing. That's what I actually wanted to ask. What if he has a blinder, right? What if he gets through 60?
Yeah.
We
had these question marks about Sia Khaleesi. Everybody would, because he'd done it before. People were sitting there saying, "Well, we back it to be okay." But I mean, he came into that using in the Wales game, during those games, and then we sat there going, "This guy hasn't played rugby in sort of 6 to 7 months." And everybody was sitting there saying, "Is he going to be fit? Is he going to look good?" And he started that Wales game like a house on fire, and you were like, "Okay, cool, so he's back."
Yeah.
So it can happen, but at the same time, some players have take a while to get back going when they come back from injury.
I think the only way that Pollard secures a starting place in a quarterfinal is if he hits a no-look cross kick to the wing. Or that
on his weaker foot.
On his weaker foot. Yeah.
And
I think
that's more dangerous, like inside pass and stuff as well.
Yeah, he's going to be throwing the wildest passes. We're never going to see a Pollard like this again. Man.
And then we're going to sit there thinking, is this the evolution of Pollard? And then he's going to start missing tackles and be like, okay, so we sacrificed the defensively solid Pollard for the flair.
Yeah, speaking of ball sports, put down a bet for 2 intercept tries for Tonga this weekend.
Does a miracle like 50-meter like throw down there. He's going to be like doing like through the legs shit and stuff. He's going to be bringing out all the bags of tricks.
I don't know. I'm also just a quick one. Just on that, I was about to mention the access, and there's of 10, 12, 13, and this is where I'm going to say, like, this is where if we're not having Moody, which we should, this is where I think Arm also I think Villiers and Arm are quite imperative. Well, we've played really well when they've been there, when Pollard's been the anchor at 10, right? And I think still the way they, Billy conducts that backline and Arm is to Deolande.
That'll be an interesting.
I don't like the Creel Deolande. I don't think they're doing it's solid, but I worry if it's Pollard, Deolande, and Creel. I just don't know how much we're going to, unless we completely dominating in the head. I'm worried how much opportunities we're going to get, because guys, just remember we've had that. Boks were not a very good attacking team. You've got to face it, guys. We don't create a lot of opportunities. And
what about Pollard, Deolande, Kanan?
There we go. I would if you're gonna have a Lendi, not Orange.
Well, the thing that everyone's asking is actually, what about a Libok, Pollard, Creel access, for example, or but basically Pollard inside center.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying I'm saying like I'm not even saying because he's out, and I'm saying like that type of player.
Yeah, but but what about Libok and Pollard in the same field at the same time?
No, Pollard must have been not a 12. No, I'm not entertaining that.
That's a quick one, because like, no, we'll not be doing that.
Yeah, I think if you underestimate Damien Deolande watching that happen, you've got a tear in your eye.
Imagine Andre Estes. He can probably sit there and go, shit, okay, Damien Deolande did win a World Cup. He is probably one of the best inside centers in the world. Okay, this sucks. And then Pollard's just like, okay, cool, dude, I'm just here for the vibes. Like, I'm just going to go quickly play ahead of you.
But my thing is, Deolande was great in the first half, right? But I might have been, maybe it's my eyes, but I thought he got a little bit, but not so good in the second half. He was a bit tired. I don't know if that was a time to replace him, but he was bashing up, but Sexton got up, Iden got up. It's all, I know when you go forward ball, but this is what I'm saying. There's a little bit extra somewhere in that back. I'm not saying it's Delande's fault, but that's why for me, Lebok and Moody, at least one of Lebok and Moody need to be in that back line for me.
So basically what I'm hearing from this show is that this is going to be the back line for the quarterfinal. It's Grant Williams at 9, Faf at 10. Sorry, Jaden Hendricks at 9, Faf at 10. Mapimpi and Grant Williams, the two wings. Inside center Pollard, outside center Kanan Moody, with Williams at fullback.
Yeah, perfect.
Weird.
Williams is too predictable.
I still think
just Jason Creel at fullback.
I still think Damien Williams is our base 12 anyway. If he was 12, whoever's at 10, Williams should be 12. You can still have. Yeah, I think he offers far more.
Damien Williams to fan at 12, and I'm chuffed because Galan's back for the Stormers, so we're going to see Williams this season.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, they're going to come last in the URC because the Lions are winning it this year. But it'll be fun to watch. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Before we go, I just want some score predictions for you guys. What do we reckon?
No, Steve, you haven't talked Italy, New Zealand, man. I was looking forward to that one.
Okay, so yeah, let's do a quick talk about. Okay, so Italy versus New Zealand tomorrow night. Italy are winning. So, Chris, what is it going to do to the New Zealand camp?
No, mate. Italy, yeah, same. They can't even win a lottery with the winning ticket. They had the winning ticket, bro. I don't know what's
Michelle Amaro said tomorrow's game is like dessert, and they're looking for the cherry on top of the cake, dude. He's in. He's locked in.
No, well, I do not see Italy winning one, but they might give them a game, but I don't see that's not happening. They might, maybe France. No. Italy don't win these tests. They lose them by 30.
Who do you think they're more likely to beat, the All Blacks or France?
None. France probably. No. France. I think France and I were just too focused. It's not like a random dead rabbit Six Nations game. It's like the only time that Italy kind of have a chance to win a test. This is more meaningful. But then again, France they play their second. It depends what team France play out, because I think France combinations are quite. We've seen that when they put out different combinations, they're not nearly as fluid. That's why DuPont is very, very key. So it'll be very interesting to see actually what teams they end up putting out there on that last game. I think they might. You know what? I think Italy will give them a really good game in that last game. But I think All Blacks are going to be too much for them.
Okay, so Dan, if the All Blacks are too much, what is a good result for Italy tomorrow? You know, what would be a scoreline where you can sit there and say, well, actually, Italy gave them a real good go?
I think they'll happy to be within 15. I think if they get, it's like call it a double losing bonus point psychologically.
Yeah, if you two quick tries and you could have won, or two.
Particularly because the All Blacks have named such a strong squad.
Yeah, Frizal and Jordan Barrett back are key. If it was still Anton Leonard and Fafin around there and three Lucy's, look, I just think it's just
Mac on the bench as well.
Yeah, but so they played last night. I watched that game. It did run them quite close for 60 minutes, but then for me, it's just one of those when the cream rises to the top, when they want to put the foot on their burners, they go. I mean, yes, we could call it a fuzzy team and it's New Zealand, but I think an All Black this team win at full going at almost 100% is going to not. He's not stopping them. That's no way.
Right, a word on Sam Whitelock, who's set to become the most capped All Black ever. I
don't like that. King McCall. Nah, I like Whitelock, but Richie's the man. He deserves. He can't deserve. But well done to Whitelock. Yeah, well done to him. It just feels like McCall just deserved to have that record, right?
Yeah,
a bit of a silent assassin, isn't it? I mean, you think of players who've played for such a long time and the all-time greats. Sam Whitelock, and I mean, in many ways, I think some people always look. Brady Retallick was a former World Player of the Year, so I think it was not that I don't think Sam Whitelock ever played in his shadow, but I think how often do you put Sam Whitelock into one of the greatest players ever debate? And yet, next weekend if he plays, 150 caps.
Yeah, and also the Crusaders. He's massive for the Crusaders. Yeah. At Super Rugby, when he's not playing, they're a different team. He's like we said, some players are like 10 points a team, like Tupou to Australia and the Reds, DuPont to France. Whitelock is 10 points to the Crusaders in Super Rugby. So we have to give him that credit. They're a different ball game when he's playing. And for New Zealand, I mean that he's really crept up. Crazy.
Yeah, and does it speak to the class of Retallick and Whitelock, or the lack of younger talent that? All these years later, Whitelock's had to be relegated onto the bench because Scott Barrett has been able to bench somebody for the first time in a while. But I mean, Retallick and Whitelock have been the mainstay since 11 basically.
No, it's definitely not a lack of talent. You've never thought, that's where they're lacking in a New Zealand side, right? Is 4 and 5. We've never had that conversation since 2011, essentially, when they've been on the scene. I think they've been keeping a lot of talent out, and being a lock in the last 10 years in New Zealand must have been tough.
Yeah, no, it's not kind of been fun. It's like being a flanker for South Africa at any time.
Yeah, but then the Twilight, I'm actually trying to rack my brain. Who's the up and comers to replace them? I haven't actually really seen an outstander.
Stephen Luatua moved countries.
They talk about viewer. Is it VIII? But he's not really.
Yeah, he's the next one. He's like 23 years old. So I suppose in theory,
Yeah, I like him.
They've only brought 4 locks to the World Cup. Actually, it's those 3 and Tupou Vaa'i.
But that visit the forwards is what's the problem for New Zealand. Looks like potentially going forward.
Well, I've said for the last couple of years that front row is their biggest problem, and I think that Ethan de Cruz in the last year or two has been a huge factor in them trying to turn that around. They've also, for example, tomorrow they've gone back to Dan Coles and Cody Taylor. Samasomi Takawao, who was playing some really good rugby, they've moved away from him for such a big.
I don't understand that because Takawao has been one of the best. I think positive when they've done well. I think of Ireland, even last against us, he was their main. He's that grunt. He's that player that they lack him. That exact type of character.
Yeah, I think they're lacking tight heads. I think Tua Lomax is.
We're saying that front row isn't. They're not. They look like they're not scared. They're scared, but they feel soft. They don't.
When it was nice guys, they have and Crockett, the buggers, you sat there going, "Oh, here we go."
Like Carl Heyman, folks that were just hard bastards. Like you couldn't,
Yeah, so export for the trenches.
Yeah. And those guys aren't. They feel a bit softer, don't they? They have that underbelly there. But Takioko again, he's bloody strong. I like him. I would be with that pack. I would be having him start and be my main hooker.
Yeah, and then an interesting one as well. You talk about like they've got Tomati Williams, who is like one of those shy guys I've ever seen at the press conference. He's an absolute giant of a man. But again, I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be incredibly talented. But you look at him, you look at a Fitch and Newell. And you just don't. You're not scared of them, really. I don't think any team fear them. New Zealand have always been such a good set piece team because we always talk about how good the backline is, but the backline's only good when you're going forward.
Yeah, with that said, who is our next generation of South African props that's going to scare other nations? Like that no one else.
Asanate and Clavacanya and all 145 kgs of him at the Lions. Watch my boy come through.
Well,
but that's we haven't seen anyone under the age of 28 actually show face on the international stage. I'm really worried for that next World Cup. What is that?
Well, I think the problem is we're in such a golden generation of props right now. We're kind of like you think that Thomas Atoy is just not featured, for example. Carly Sani has never even played for the Boks, and I think that he could be one of the best in the world. You think of Wilco Low. He just doesn't feature, for example. So I think we're in such a golden generation of props right now. I think Oxenchair should. Stephen Kitsov and Oxenchair aren't particularly old. Trevor is going to move on. Frans Maher will probably move on and stuff like that. But it's an interesting point. I suppose also it is a position where you tend to peak a bit later. You don't often get not going to get a 19-year-old loose head who's just tearing the world up.
But these guys haven't had like you said, it's been the same guys. Koch, Maher, Kitchell, it's been there for 5 years, so no one's had an opportunity to come in and make a statement.
It's Oxenchair instead of Tendai, instead of the Beast. That's the change in the squad.
Yeah. So we unless you watch, but you're right. I'm still trying to then think in the URC, the guys you are getting transit. Doesn't seem to be a standout. Like a guy that comes onto the scene like a Lucas Bambayon and smashes everyone at 21 and
I suppose also if you're looking at the different teams, for example, look, there's a Gerard Steenekamp, which they've taken him over. They've brought him in the squad, so I suppose he could be worth playing. But you think that Tulu is somebody that's quite highly rated. So, but I think he's got a lot of work to do with the scrummaging. But I suppose also it's also a position where a lot of them are playing in South Africa. Kitsop, Malherbe. It's only Trevor and Bitcock in the current props who actually play overseas. So,
boys, it's with the also changing of coaches. We've got to be prepared. That's why to win this one, I'm sure we'll have opportunities. But the Bok team is going to be a lot of changes coming in the next couple of years. Right? It's going to be unrecognizable because there's going to be a washout now. These guys this is their swan song. They're going to be leaving and new coach and new players. So 2-3 years, we're going to be looking at a very, very different book side, eh?
Yeah, Stevie. In the press conferences, have people been coming and asking Sia about his Springbok career post World Cup and
not
obviously
really, no.
He's famously said that he thinks the Springbok captain should play rugby in Springbok, and then he's moving to France. So does that mean, do you think he's dropping his captaincy?
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Some people suggesting that he might retire completely from international rugby. Go in the bank. I think a lot of it will depend on the World Cup results. Because I think if you do win the World Cup again, what a way to go. You go back to back. You win the World Cup, the British Irish Lions. You win the World Cup again. I think he's like 33 years old now. You then go and say, right, that's my legacy, chaps. The next person can come in. He's not even that. Yeah, so he's 32, so he could play another 2 years, another World Cup. Suddenly sitting at 36. To be fair, he's playing his best rugby I think he's ever played. But no one's really been asking about it. To be fair, problem is he only features generally in that post-match press conference. So it's usually about the game. You're not really about his future. I think if he was featuring more in the pre-match press conferences like he would do if it was the normal non-World Cup stuff, then maybe that question might have come up. But they haven't really addressed it so far.
Yeah.
But anyway, chaps, I've got a watch along to get to. So we've got rugby in 45 minutes. Chaps, as we always, thank you very much for jumping on.
I'm struggling with two Super Brio boys. Who's winning, Japan or Samoa? My hunch is saying Samoa, but people are fancying Japan.
I think you have to go. I think you have to back Japan.
I think that structure is going to beat. Oh gosh. Yeah. Japan just aren't overly impressive at all, but Samoa, we're going to get everything again, I guess. Bit of indiscipline, a great try, some physicality, some real cards, and they're going to lose by 5. Is that what we're saying?
It will come out.
I just think Samoa are better side.
So everybody, if you're watching the stream over here, this will take you over there. Please do come and keep me company. Japan versus Samoa kickoff in 45 minutes. I'll be live that side in about half an hour to bring you guys some pre-build up. And Dan, we will see you this weekend on the fan cams at the stadium. He is coming and grabbing a spot on the couch down there at Marseille.
That's why I'm not coming, because I'm kind to that Dan had the couch. That's the reason.
We're putting Dan on the Forever Sports casting couch.
I'll be in the seat.
What casting couch and then into the fake taxi to the game?
Yeah, there we go. That's a whole new series coming out.
That's why he's putting his masters. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and on that note, we probably need to. Before this goes any further, before this really starts to go off down the road, we don't want it to go to. We'll call it there. Chris, enjoy your weekend. We will see you guys back on the Fan Forum next week.
Have a great time, guys. Yeah.
And to everybody else, we'll see you guys in a bit now on the Japan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Crow Tips Betting Show. Yeah, good to see you guys. It's been a couple of weeks since we started this, as we said, and we've been going along all right. And we wanted this to be a show, but for you guys and for everybody. And as you said, we've asked for your comments and wanted you guys to get involved to let us know what bets you want us to discuss. But yeah, we need to obviously talk about the previous weeks because it's full transparency. We haven't had the best of starts, of course, but last week we did get Bayer Leverkusen over team goals, which came in, and we had a treble with NFL and Manchester City winning, which came in as well. So we got a bit better. We obviously want to improve it, but like we said, this show is not just about me, but also about you guys. But as you can see, I've got a new guest. We've had Mondo for a few weeks, but I've got a new guest, Dylan Hilder, big punter around the scenes, and is going to join us today. How's it, Dylan? How you doing, man? And welcome to the show.
Yeah, good, man. Thanks, Chris. Nice to have you. Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday. Yeah,
nice to see you. I don't have you.
So yeah, I mean, we said this is not just a pure rugby show. Both of us do really love our rugby, mainly punt on our rugby. But this is obviously a show for all sports. And as you guys say, if you guys have a punt on other sports, we'll bring this into the conversation. But I think let's this is also a sports show as much as it's a betting show. So Dill, Rugby World Cup started. South Africa, Ireland just happened. Big game. Pollard's back. How do you think the World Cup's gone so far? And in terms of who's actually going to take it at the end, are you thinking about outright yet, or are we still going to think about the quarterfinals and how that's going to go? How do you see that? Do you have a winner in your mind yet, or should we discuss the quarterfinals that we think is France, South Africa, New Zealand, Ireland?
Sure, hey Chris. I think it's so close between. I wouldn't even say the top three. I'd say the top four. Including everyone's forgotten about New Zealand, but we'll see today. They'll probably come to the party and put a big score on Italy, and I think that's going to then play them forward. I think with Geordie Barrett and Frizzell coming back, it's a massive difference for them. So I'd be really skeptical, or I wouldn't commit to a outright bet right now. Maybe once the quarterfinals have played, and because. I mean, do we even know what our best 15 is right now? I don't know. England, if you want to, as an outsider right now, you'll probably get great value on someone like England or something. But can they come to the party? Who knows? They just need to win 4 games in a row, and that's the World Cup, So does anyone. So
yeah,
I think between, what do we've got SA as favourites at about 3 threes, isn't it? Or what are we currently?
Yeah, with Ireland. I think Ireland.
Ireland, okay.
Yeah, but it's very close between the top 3, right?
Yeah, and I think obviously DuPont then will be a massive boost or issue blocker for France, but I wouldn't be able to separate any four in my own.
Exactly.
Opinion, yeah.
Like say we assume that the quarterfinals are set, right? So it's France, South Africa. Ireland, New Zealand. Can you call who's going through out of that? Do you have a
in my opinion? Probably controversially, I think we're all guilty of jumping on the Springbok bandwagon where we think we're just going to smash everyone by 50 points, and I think we learned our lesson last week. So if DuPont's back, and it'll be interesting to see how he actually plays given his circumstances. If it actually does, is it detrimental to his play, to maybe his vision, or I don't know. But full strength, I think it'll be really, really close. And I also think today's game is going to set the tone for where New Zealand are as well, because they don't.
What result do you think New Zealand tonight? What result do you think you need to see that you think they would probably could beat Ireland?
I think 45 points plus for them because people are talking up Italy. Italy haven't really put a foot wrong, if you think about it, so far in the World Cup.
They haven't played anyone either, no?
No, they haven't really played anyone, but I mean, they've done what they need to do. They've ticked the boxes they need to tick, and now the test comes, and you've got people talking up Italy. and no one's mentioning any much positives about New Zealand, are they? So it's going to be interesting to see now. Everyone, New Zealand with backs against the wall is probably the worst, most frightening thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, because this is also like if you watch the New Zealand pundits, this is a very big grudge match as well, right? You know what happened last year, and I think this is probably the best New Zealand side they could put out. I would think. I don't think they can get much stronger than this at the moment. I mean, barring maybe some guys that were left behind. New Zealand did win. You know, they did beat them last year. So like it's so fascinating. I think for the World Cup, these two semi-finals are great. I think this is very
quarters. You mean quarters?
Quarters. Sorry, man. Yeah, quarters. Yeah.
And I saw in your show last night, they mentioned, well, they've still got to play out to make those quarters actually happen. But yeah, I mean, the expected quarters are going to be interesting. Yeah. Because you can always get a massive banana skin and a huge upset, which is highly unlikely, I think, in the current era. But yeah.
I know we talk about the Ireland World Cup record, but this is a different Ireland side. You get there's a different feel. These guys have achieved a lot. It's that room in England 2003. It was a similar vibe. 2002, 2001 and 2 into that World Cup. New Zealand England ran that momentum, and Ireland feel like they're doing the same. Same for South Africa in a way. You know, the consistency we had, but I'm going to throw it out there. I think Marx is massive, and it showed even against Ireland. I think he is so pivotal. Even if he starts all the bomb squad, I don't know. It just feels too important for the Springboks.
No, I agree. I agree. I mean, and I mean, I get a lot of slack from mates and colleagues and whatever about perhaps being pessimistic about the Boks, but it's not pessimism, it's neutralism, I'll call it. You know, you want to sit in the middle and be as fair as you can. And for me, Marx being out is a massive deal. Last week against Ireland, if you think about it, yes, there's massive intensity, and everyone, or perhaps we threw it, perhaps we're never going to throw a game, in my opinion. Never, ever. And also, Ireland weren't actually that clinical. How many times were they in our 22? They missed lineouts, they knocked on, they did all sorts of things, which we don't speak about. We speak of the maul at the end of the game, which went down and was blown up for a scrum. But if you had to nitpick and go through everything with a fine comb, you're going to get a whole lot of different scenarios which can play out in all different ways. Same as when you miss the points. I mean, if you want to get really technical, if you miss the points, it ends up being a dropout or 20 or whatever. You can't just say it's 11 points, because the whole game plays out differently if you get your kicks or you don't get your kicks.
Yeah, the scoreboard never lies, right? And you need to execute it, all those disciplines and these type of tests. You know, do you see a banana skin? Do you see anything else besides anyone else besides the top 4 teams?
No.
Yeah.
In the knockouts, maybe different. I don't see a banana skin now with like Ireland or Scotland. I think Ireland will beat them pretty comfortably, and then it'll run its course. In the semis, very different, because it is a knockout. I mean, someone like Wales might step up. I don't know what the latest status is on Biggar. Do you know?
No, I haven't. Didn't look too good, but it didn't look too bad either. But shoulders are awkward, you know. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, those shoulders. You go in, you think you're right, and then 2 hits later, you're oh shit. You got your shoulders dead again, and not good.
Yeah, and you know what could also play a factor, and I mean, I don't know, these massive quarterfinals that these 2 teams are having, the 1 and the 4 and the 3 and the 2, and all. You know, what happens if they bash each other up so badly that they're actually a bit wounded for the semis, and then your fresh England or Wales or someone picks them up nicely like they did last World Cup? I don't know. You know, all these things can play out.
Exactly. This is why I know everyone's like banging right to the final, but look at the last World Cup. Wales, Pollard misses. Wales in the final. England, New Zealand. No one expected England. England went through. So you know what I mean? Like,
when the penalty, we out. Yeah.
It's such fine margins, right? Such to be so assuming like, yeah, these guys are going. And look, there is the golf, but it's a World Cup and it's a once-off, right? So I mean, but that's what makes it so interesting. Like, it's going to be very, very fascinating. So let's talk about this weekend. This is a sports betting, not just rugby. As you guys know on the platform, I give the rugby bets on a Thursday, but yeah, we give any sports there, and I've been given some football bets there with some rugby. So Dill, I've got some football bets, but is there anything we use? Obviously, we use Boyles, guys. Please use the sign up code that you can see in the comments. You get a 1,000 welcome bonus if you do. But yeah, all the prices that we talk about here are quoted on Boyles. So Dill, I know you love your sports. You love a little bit of a hustle. Is there anything that's sticking out at you at the moment, or anything that you've seen on Boyles that we can talk through, and then we'll talk through some of the best bets that I've got on at the moment.
In terms of football or soccer, whatever.
Everyone, we can go. We will open up the floor, and then we'll see where it goes. And
okay, yeah. For me, nothing crazy. What I did. If you want to maybe add a leg to a double or treble or something like that, I like this Aston Villa or draw at 1.58. Villa have been in decent form, although they lost in the week. It was a cup game, so they wouldn't have put out their best team. And in the league, they've been pretty decent.
Yeah, and at home, and they score goals.
Yeah, so I think
I'm just bringing them up here. Tomorrow, right? Who they playing again? Brighton. Brighton at home. That's yeah.
Well, Brighton are away. Yeah. So it's Villa versus Brighton.
No, Brighton at home against Brighton. I totally agree. There's goals there. Don't know about Brighton.
Yeah, and I mean Villa have done well.
2.61 as a home favorite to Brighton. Okay, Brighton are top four, right? We can't ignore that. But Villa at home, 2.6.
I mean, to me, that draw just jumps out. But I love draws because it's a lot of value as a draw.
But the value is on Villa, for sure. That's not an outright Brighton win by any means.
Yeah, I think it is. But that's why I say, to me, to be safe, 1.58. I mean, even if you want to have a big bet and get 58% ROI.
No, that's good, bro. I'm putting that in there. Good. I like that. We can look at that whether we have it.
I mean, that can always boost. That can always boost a double. Like for me, I'm pretty confident about New Zealand tonight. So if you wanted to do like a 1.4 New Zealand and put that up to almost even money or something,
That's actually
But then again, we've heard a lot of school of thought where they think Italy is going to come to the party and make it a close game.
What do you mean 1.4 on the handicap?
1.4 on the minus for New Zealand. Yeah, what cap can you get there? It's probably be like 21 or something.
Yeah. You reckon they win? But I'm pretty sure they can win by more. Minus 16 is 1.24, 22.5, 1.49.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, I really believe New Zealand will win by more than 20.
But that's why I say if you add this like minus 22.5 at 1.4, you'll probably get onto that double.
Yeah, 2.42.
Yeah.
That's a good one. It's good value.
Yeah, sheesh. I thought you'd maybe get minus 19 or something, but okay.
Yeah. It's such a good, normally I'll be like, yeah, that's it. It's this bloody New Zealand team, but I still think this needs to
I think that's why I was struggling today to commit to a massive bet on either New Zealand or Italy or even that game. And I think in that, perhaps the bet that you always like, that second half bet, could be something that is.
I like it because, it's like I said, are New Zealand going to come out and blow Italy away first half and win the game, or are they going to come out a little bit under?
Poison.
Yeah, a little bit under. Italy, give them a game. Italy are the kings at the first half handicaps, if you have followed that over the last 2 years. And then eventually New Zealand run away. So we need. It's kind of like, how are we going to read this game? Is it going to be?
What was the cap for the first half? Was it? I think it was 18 or no.
13.
13, yeah.
I would love 18.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the 18, everyone would jump on, wouldn't
Never
they?
gonna, yeah.
But yeah, I think you know what could be interesting is that total tries. Okay, they've got 1 point. I don't think they'll score 2 tries against New
Do you
Zealand.
think they'll score 2 tries?
No way. I think they'll be lucky to score 2 points.
I'm with you, man. Also, this New Zealand 5.5 tries. But this is a whole. I mean, I've had this mindset with Australia as well. I've been bitten, and I know New Zealand aren't the New Zealand we know. And like you said, this, even though it is Italy, this is a great marker, to see where New Zealand are.
Yeah, I think you know what, and that's why I would probably advise people. Not that I'm the guru of all gurus, but that's where I would advise people to be a bit skeptical with this game because, yeah, we don't look. New Zealand could come out and win by 50, but Italy could also run them close and make it a 10-pointer.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I don't think Italy will be in it, but I just think New Zealand are angry and going to prove their point to us. Then D-Mac's going to come on second half and spin some magic and take it away from them. So
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, and I think Geordie's literally so massive for them. We don't give him enough credit for that, and we've seen it. And look, what did they really do? They lost to a French team who were possessed at home in the opening game of the World Cup. New Zealand were leading for a fair amount of time, then France just took it away. So what, they actually really had 40 minutes of bad rugby, and I don't think you can really count the warm-up game because who knows how switched on they were. You know what's interesting that I saw, and not to keep going back to the rugby for everyone, but did you see, where did I see it on one of the podcasts or something, that Razor is around, but he's not allowed to watch the games live. He's been banned by New Zealand.
Really?
Yeah. So he's around. He's in France, and he's not. They've made this rule that he's not allowed because apparently he's got too much infra and he's too much of a distraction for the players. How hectic is that? Yeah, so someone is saying it's actually so different to how New Zealand normally work. Normally everyone's mates and we all work together type of thing, and now it's almost like why are they taking the stance with him? It's a bit strange, eh?
Yeah.
I see on the comments here we've got some soccer.
Draw Bayern both to Leipzig. Yeah.
1.9.
Both teams to score, yeah, because I quite like. I've given some German. I like German football. There's often a lot of goals. I like that. Oh, I think Bayern are away though, right? If I can remember. But I agree that I agree both teams to score actually. Tomorrow. But we say what that double that we just came up with though. How confident are you on the New Zealand -22?
No, that's what I say. I'm not confident, but it could be. I mean,
that Villa plus draw I like. I think if we find a nice double with that one, I like even tonight, going back to German football, if we double that up with 2 goals in the Hoffenheim Dortmund tonight at 1.12. I know you don't like that.
I'm petrified of both teams to score and of
two goals. Just we need 2 goals. Yeah, and I really like that there's going to be 3 goals tonight.
Okay, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't really follow or haven't followed the German the Bundesliga much at all. So I would be useless.
Hold on.
I know they play in Germany. It's about all I know.
Friday Night Lights in Germany is the way to go, Roo. Where's that?
Where was that chaos? Ajax, eh? What happened there? Did they? What was the?
No, because Ajax have been doing because they're terrible this year. In Feyenoord to their big rivals, right? And Feyenoord went 3-0 up by basically half time, and Ajax just went off their tits. All the fans started throwing flares and
Yeah, but what
sabotaging.
happens in terms of the result?
They played it on Wednesday, and Feyenoord won 4-0 behind closed doors.
But did they start where they finished?
Yeah, they started with a finish.
Okay. Yeah, because it would have been unfair to start all over again, hey?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So even though they're doing that, Villa Job and PSG. Ooh, Darren, you trust PSG? I've bet on PSG a few times at home, even on a Sunday night. So they either score 4 goals or they don't win.
Well, I mean, they drilled Marseille. They were.
It's hard. I mean, it's very hard to go against PSG at home.
I think that's quite a nice one at 2.3. I mean,
yeah, that's actually quite good value, actually. Who are they playing? I don't actually, to be honest, I don't know who they're playing. Do you know? Let me have a look. Darren, who they're playing, mate? Doesn't like generally PSG at home. You know, it's such a weird league that.
What, the French one?
Yeah. Oh, PSG away to Clermont. Okay. That's ballsy, Darren. That's ballsy. But Clermont, bottom. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
That's not the rugby team, Chris.
They beat Clermont 5-0 and 6-1 in the last previous encounters. I think they're probably good to win, eh? I think they're pretty good to win this game.
Go cash in
Yeah, Darren, I see that, man. I see that, Darren. You called it. Trust you, man. Of course you know. Yeah, do PSG lose away to Clermont and they're useless at the bottom? They're like literally shit, like bad. I'm happy with that. I don't see them losing.
Yeah, okay. So
Darren, 1 out of 10, Darren. What's your confidence? 10 highest. PSG, you reckon you trust the Frenchies, yeah? No Neymar. I don't even know if Mbappe is playing, that PSG side.
Mbappe played last week.
Yeah.
And sheesh. He's the other
2.7 is good value though. I like that. It's good. That's a good price actually. Because you almost
Darren says 8.5 out of 10 confidence. Yeah, I mean, if they bottom of the lot, PSG or PSG.
I know, Darren. But I know what you're saying, Darren. But I know 2 or 3 times I bet on PSG on a Sunday night at 9 o'clock, and these mother mofos have not won.
Why was there no Russian table tennis on at that time? Or
There's no chariot racing from Australia, unfortunately. It was cancelled. I reckon we can put that in.
Yeah, that's quite a nice one.
Yeah, because I like that price. Yeah, I like that price. It's so I'm gonna put it in the comments, and then like I said, guys, I'll put it in the comments, and then I'll share it later. Give me a sec. So we got new Villa plus draw, right?
Yeah.
PSG win. Win at what 2.70 came up with.
Oh, you're getting 2.7.
Well, actually, no. Have a look. Yeah, have a look at Boyles. Obviously, Darren. Yeah, we need to quote Boyles. Do we have Boyles' price?
Yeah. Well,
let's go. Let's go to Frenchies.
So I've got 1.58 and then
1.58 on Boyles.
No, yeah. Well, for
Villa, yeah, and then we need the Frenchies.
Loading.
League 1.
League 1. What? When is it? When is that?
Tomorrow. Away 2.76, even higher. Thanks. Even higher, even better. So I think we need to just plug this one in, eh?
Okay, well that's delightful. 2.76. Someone's gonna.
That's best bet one at the moment, placeholder.
Okay. I don't know why I'm struggling to find that game, but I mean we've got it there. I don't need to do it. So
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, no worries. And I'll show this. So the best bet one, Villa plus draw plus BSG win at 2.76 best bet one. Right. And on to the second one. So Newcastle are home to West Ham are home to Sheffield. Newcastle are at home to, I was having a look, it's not a good side. So I liked West Ham to score 2 home goals and Newcastle to score 2 home goals. At least it's West Ham at home to Sheffield and
Newcastle or Burnley, I think.
Burnley, that's it. So I think both of them will score 2 goals. Sheffield just had 8 hammered past them by Newcastle. Was it Newcastle? We hammered them 8-0.
Was it 8-0?
8-0,
Sheffield United were lucky to get naught on that day.
So West Ham at home, normally okay, especially against Sheffield, eh? What do you think of that? It comes to 2.19. Newcastle 2 goals, West Ham 2 goals. Burnley, Sheffield, home teams.
Yeah. Is that
That's fine. I'm throwing. It doesn't matter. Hey.
Scandinavian sort of furniture out of this.
Come on the call, yeah.
And what about but that's I'm throwing that one out. It doesn't mean it goes in. But what about rugby? Is it or anything else, Diddy? Have you seen anything else that you? I think we saw that rugby promo looked pretty good as well. We should give a shout out to that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've jotted down some things which are juicy. Obviously, given the odds, I mean, I'm more conservative than this. But if there are those punters out there who want to have a little go at something with nice odds, there's South Africa versus Tonga. Any player to score 3 or more tries at 5, which is quite juicy, you know. Maybe a Pimps or someone can get their 3. And then the other one was a price boost. I think it was backs to score more tries than the forwards in all 3 games. Well, 4: New Zealand, Argentina, and Fiji. Yeah, I think the New Zealand style today, it's going to be a bit looser. D-Mac will come on. They'll get some tries for the backs. Argentina perhaps would be the one that I'd worried about there with the forward tries on the mauls. Fiji should run it in at the back. So that was 2.9. So yeah.
We were like you're saying, like it above 3, probably.
Yeah, for me that should be maybe 3.5 or something.
Yeah,
but,
even though that sounds like not a very generous boost, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, we discussed it about that. I think still we need a lot to go right there for that to happen.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to put it. You need a lot to go right. You're going to be sitting squeaky bums for 70 minutes there. So yeah, it's a tricky one for 2.9. I did like tonight in the Premiership Cup, just to little bit of comments. Doncaster at home against Bristol, and they're giving them Bristol 13.5. I would maybe be quite
Bristol plus 13.
No, Doncaster plus 13.
Plus
Because I mean, Bristol got smashed in the first round or 2, and Doncaster. Look, I mean, we don't know much about them other than results, basically. But yeah, as per me, they're at home. They're sitting all right. Even when they did lose, they only lost by 2. That was last week to a team that's top of the log, you know.
Really? Yeah. Well, that's
healing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. This competition is that these, if you want to call them the lower league guys, have been doing pretty well at home. What I've seen, I haven't been following it like heavily.
Yeah,
but
well,
what
I mean, remember a lot of these teams are depleted with their internationals away, and
yeah, and
you know,
then that kind of becomes like the squad players almost balance themselves out, right? Like
yeah. And these
13
folks obviously are motivated to play against these bigger teams, maybe get bigger contracts, what have you. So,
Yeah.
and half the big guys are on holiday or drinking rosé in south of France or something. You know? So yeah, I mean it's for me that's decent. I mean 13.5 at home.
That's a lot of- that's a
leads to
lot.
Almost 2 scores. You know, it
Yeah.
seems decent.
Look, in like say going on the past results, I quite like that's a lot of points. Like it's what I'm like saying, what I followed and what we're saying. It feels like this should be about 7 or 8 max.
Yeah.
This cap.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
mean,
a lot
I
of
would probably
value
even
there.
have it at 5. But yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So there's value there. So I'm happy to nominate that as the second best bet, bro. What do you reckon? I
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we did a Premiership Cup bet the other day and it came in, which was good. No, but I know what you're saying. I've been following it, but not betting it because I just don't know enough. But I know what you're saying there. That this does what I've
But
seen.
you
This
see,
feels too
that's
high.
what would be my stance with this New Zealand game tonight. I think if they put in a good performance, then the next game you can probably back them. But if they stuff around tonight, then I would be very skeptical. But
Okay,
if
so
Italy win tonight, and then Italy, what were they saying last night on the show? If Italy win tonight and then beat France, then we play Italy in the quarters.
I don't know. I mean, Barrett has what? Geordie hasn't played since Twickenham, right? Brazil before. It's interesting, you know. I mean, I had my Aussie glasses on this World Cup, knowing full well that there was trouble in there was some macro or micro factors going on there that was like, you got to oppose Australia this World Cup. And it feels like New Zealand could be the same. But what we got?
I mean, after Australia beat Georgia comprehensively that first game, look, we didn't know the level of Georgia at that stage. You know,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you thought, okay, maybe they have actually come to the party. And then Georgia just I don't know if someone maybe needs to tell them the World Cup started.
Actually, I wanted to go to that because Fiji are like 18 points favorite, probably justifiably so, but that number feels too high for because Georgia surely have a game in their bag.
I don't know what's happened there. I mean, I honestly don't know what's happened because you would think they would even be competing, with the bigger teams, but they've just even last week when what happened, we were actually at a pub. I think they went. Was it 10-0? Was it 10 or 13 or?
Yeah, they were like 14 or 13-0 up.
And they had a kick. They got a penalty and they went for the corner. I reckon if they got that, if they took that kick for poles, it would have made them 16 and almost, almost go away with things. But and that's why I think that's what Japan did well last night is they kept going for points. And I think in the World Cup, you need to take your points, especially if it's I don't want to say guaranteed, but if it's likely to get the points, you need to actually go for them until the game's. Even when the game's done, just keep ticking the scoreboard over. I think the Mauls, and I think that's where we've been a bit disappointing as well with our Mauls not being so dominant. Although I think we only did only maul 3 times in the Ireland game, or was it 5?
Yeah. I mean, people analyzing the game, like talking about those decisions. I just in a rush that South Africa, we don't know what you're gonna get. That's the thing. Like, it's not normal. Normal South African.
Do you think it's so intentional? I mean, like everyone. And
if it's intentional and it's so big balls, I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, what do I know? But it's like, it's almost like every single thing that happens, everyone's jumped on this bandwagon that it's Russie's plan. Like, I mean, it's like, I mean, surely he doesn't plan every single thing that happens in the whole walk of of the Springbok campaign. But I mean, what do I know?
Yeah.
It's almost like everything that happens that's positive, Russie's a genius, and everything that happens badly, it's either the ref's fault or also part of the long-term plan. But what happens when we don't win the World Cup? Then who's going to book the tickets, the quarterfinal tickets? Do they have an admin person to do that? Or
I know.
book tickets back home? Do they go straight to Joburg or Cape Town? I don't know.
I know we booked that. I know we've discussed this, and yeah, we still think quarterfinals are end of the road. I'm still thinking that, but obviously it's interesting because those 4 teams look like they can make the run, you know. And Ireland have got through that. I don't think they've had many injuries. Hey, they got through our game injury free. I don't think they've got a big injury.
They've actually done well with the injuries. Yeah.
Yeah. Even the whole game, it was no one actually got terminally baited.
Yeah, sheesh. And that's why some guys were saying. I mean, even Sexton. I mean, he got smashed a few times, and he's actually. I never really, admittedly, never seen that side to him. You know, he was actually quite a. Well, he stood up and carried on.
We spoke with some people, and I think it's Haspel even talks about it. Like, even though he's a big, some Oaks just have this internal strength.
They're just like, I'm not gonna feel
the
pain. Just carry on. Yeah.
Anyway, but we got 2 best bets. Do you want to find another one? We don't. We got one from Darren. He's gone. It's just these 2 at the moment. Like, we don't have to push one out.
What about that score one?
The Newcastle and West Ham one?
Or high scoring half?
For it.
Yeah, but again, I mean, I wouldn't be confident on that because
for the game tonight.
Yeah, because like I would say for the SA game that would be I would probably
So I have it. Here we go. Look here. Yeah, here we go. The fact that you can you see it there on the right?
Yeah, best bet 3.
I'm happy because I think we're not going to be very fluid first half, honestly. Like I see a similar pattern to the last time we played them in the pool in 2007. I see a similar vibe. They're going to come all out. They're going to come and try hurt us. They're going to come out. We made some changes, and we're going to have to hustle in the second half to get a little bit away. That's my call on what I think the game is going to be like. I don't see us coming out and blowing them away, and I don't see them also because our defense is good. No teams come out and blitz us. So
yeah,
you know.
To me, it's weird how some of these players, some of them step up, and some of them. I don't know how to word it, but almost like go into their shell. If you look at like a Charles Piutau or even these guys, they're not really doing much for Tonga, are they? I mean, Piutau at one stage, I think he was definitely the highest paid player in the world at some stage, and he was rated as one of the when he was playing for the All Blacks. He was one of the best players in the world, definitely. And it seems like, look, I mean, obviously he's a bit limited with what he has around him, but with guys like Fikitoa there, other Oaks, you'd think they would. I mean, to me, Tonga have been very disappointing.
They have. I mean, they're built up because everyone says, they got their players back, and you know, and same as even Samoa to some extent, and they've also been just as disappointing. But these,
Jakob Paper needs to get a jail sentence for his cheating last night. I think there was I counted 5 line-out throws that I think another mate of mine said that the fullback almost got the one throw straight from the hooker. So yeah, there was some serious dodgy calls there with inconsistency. Again, the red card controversy. But some of those players stand up, that the guy from Saracens, what's his? I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
For Samoa?
Yeah, he plays flank and lock. Yes, he played well. The front row as well. Their number 13 played really well. But again, Japan just kept the scoreboard ticking, and that the wild 9 from Samoa as a loose cannon he got a card. He should have got another card. He gave away about 15 penalties. Then he threw away like a backwards. Have you seen? I know you weren't watching at that time when they had the attacking scrum, and he tried to do like a backwards, behind the backwards pass to the wing. Like, why on earth did he do that? Like, and then the wing knocked it on. And you're like, what on earth are you doing?
We said even from the beginning, you get everything. You get attacking, good tries. You get ill discipline. You get brain farts. You look red cards. You literally everything you can want to see. You would see in a rugby game. They'll provide it, barring the top teams, and they without fail. It's like, and they like I was saying, like they're professional oaks. Like surely at some point they go to a game and like that's not gonna happen tonight, guys.
Yeah, and I think, not to stay on rugby the whole time, but I think that there's some nice Wrexham stuff coming through. But there's
I like Wrexham at home are always solid.
Maybe Fiji are different, and let's get off the rugby now, I guess. But with the new coach, I think Fiji are great.
No, we can kind of end it now anyway, bro. I Wrexham, especially going through the league last year, they were demolishing. Wrexham 3 goals were close to 1.78, 1.79 all season, and they were hitting it most of the time. And even now they're hitting it. They've had a few stumbling blocks. Sort of check who they're playing today. Playing this weekend, actually. At the moment, we got those 3 best that we've spoken about, but we can bring if you like Wrexham at home, or I would check if they're home. I'm sure that's. I'm just trying to remember the fixtures. I think they're home this weekend. Not league. They're up into League 2 now. Hey, the Ryan Reynolds effect. Hey, Wrexham at home to Crew. Yeah. Oh, Crew up by Wrexham, but what's their goal? 20. They scored 20 goals, so they 3rd highest goal scorers in the league. Crew 14 goals conceded. Looks like it's quite high. Yeah, I reckon Rex will score at least 2 goals. Will score 3? What's this? 2 minus 2 minus 1.75. So we want them to win by 2. Yeah, I don't know how much you've been watching Wrexham. Know about Wrexham, but they're solid at home.
Yeah, I think I remember them losing. They got smashed. When was it?
Yeah,
last week?
They lost to Stock. Yes, they lost 5-0 to Stockport away. Yeah, and previously Wrexham at home 3-0, 2-1, 1-0. Yeah, I'm gonna have to throw that. I'm not very confident, even though they probably will because they can. It's just if it was last season, it would be a no-brainer for sure. 2.4 though. That is a good price though. That is a good price actually. that is worth a squirt. Whether it's a best bet. We can have as an honorary mention. I'll put it on the slide. Giuseppe, I know I've seen you around, my man. I've seen you on Twitter. So yeah, Giuseppe, we're gonna put that. I'm gonna put that as an honorary mention, or we can throw it in for something else still. If we want to swap, we could swap out. Because we normally do 2 fan bets. We'll take one of the fan bets, best bets out, and then put this in as a fan bet and continue the fan bet record.
Well, was the fan bet not the one from Darren as well with the PSG?
Yeah, but you put in the Villa one, so I'm going to call it the best bet.
Give Giuseppe's.
And what do we take out? Doncaster plus 13 or Tonga second half, South Africa?
Oh.
I actually do think Wrexham will. I think Wrexham bounce back.
The Doncaster game, I'm pretty confident about that. Take the Tonga one out.
Take the Tonga, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. Okay,
and
let's take the
Tonga. A little test to see how this Premiership Cup works because I would be pretty confident about this Doncaster plus 13.5.
No, I agree with you. Okay, so we've got our bets, guys. Bet bets 1, Villa plus draw, and PSG money line. At 2.1 point. No, it was 2.76. Doncaster. Yeah, Doncaster plus 13. got 1.83 there, I think it was. And we'll do this. Yeah, I think Wrexham went 3-1. I reckon they went 3-1. That's what we got there. Yeah. Wrexham, let's put Wrexham as a fan bet. We haven't done a fan bet for 2 weeks, actually, so we'll put the Wrexham bet in. All right, Dilly, are we happy with that? Get the record into the positive. We're a little bit under 50% record, so a clean sweep this weekend will put us back into over 50, and that's what we need to be aiming for. So I like it. So yeah. Thanks, Brew. Thanks for joining. I like it. And everyone who did join and everyone who watches the weekend, yeah, good luck on your bets. Like I said, use this as information, follow blindly, take it easy. But yeah, just hope it helps towards you guys putting on some good bet slips this weekend, and hope you enjoy it. And give us the feedback, and we grow in this. We want to grow this, and this is not the end format. We want to possibly have it. We want to make it what you guys want as well. So thank you everyone who did join, whoever watches, and if you're tailing, good luck, and yeah, have a good better weekend. Cheers, guys. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Mark, and this is the preview for South Africa versus Tonga, a Pool B clash, and South Africa's last pool match, of course, of the tournament, and they'll be looking to secure a bonus point victory to give them the best chances of winning this group, obviously depending on Ireland and Scotland's result next week. But, of course, they've still got to get past Tonga first. So let's go through the teams and all the facts and everything for this game, for which I will be doing the watch along. I will be doing it live for you all, commentating through the game. And of course, that will be tomorrow on Sunday. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the evening, both French Standard Time and South African Standard Time. So this is only the third meeting between South Africa and Tonga. It's the third time ever they've played against each other. So really not much to go on. The first pool stage of the 2007 Rugby World Cup, also held in France, was the last time they played against each other, when South Africa emerged victorious by a margin of only 5 points. They won 30 points to 25. And that was, of course, in the Rugby World Cup that we won. And yet, it was a really, really tough match. South Africa lost their most recent Rugby World Cup pool stage, of course, against Ireland. However, the Springboks have never lost 2 pool stage matches in an edition of the tournament and hold the distinction of being the only nation to lift the Webb Ellis Cup after losing a pool fixture. Of course, that was in 2019 when we famously beat England. Tonga have won just one of their last 8 matches in the Rugby World Cup after winning 3 and 4 previously. Tonga's only win during that period came despite trailing at halftime 31 points to 19 versus USA in 2019, which they won 31 points to 19, and halftime they were losing 7 points to 12. So the teams leading at halftime has gone on to win 23 of South Africa's last 24 Rugby World Cup pool stage matches, excluding games tied at halftime, with the only exception during that run coming in 2015 when South Africa were defeated by Japan 32 points to 34, despite leading by 2 points at the interval. So yes, let us go and look at the teams that have been announced for today. The big news, of course, for South Africa is the fact that Pollard will be starting in attendance, his first appearance in this World Cup since coming in for Malcom Marx and replacing him in the squad. We've also seen that Dwayne Vermeulen will be playing at the number 7 role, which is, of course, not usual for him. But let's go through the South African team, shall we? Of course, we've got Oxenchair, Deon Fourie, and Vincent Koch in the front row. Deon Fourie will also have lots of eyes on him in that hooker role. Of course, that's where South Africa feel they're lacking a little bit in that department as a result of Malcom Marx's injury. We look at our locks. We've got Etzebeth and Ori. So we've named very strong and experienced lock alongside relatively new lock in the Springbok setup. Then we've got Siya Kolisi, captain, of course, Dwayne Vermeulen in 7, and Kobus Wiese in number 8. We then look at the 9, which is Kobus Reinach. We're looking to try and build upon his hat-trick from the previous time he played in the World Cup, that he started in the World Cup. And Pollard, of course, as I alluded to, in number 10. All eyes on him and his kicking performances, and will he be able to get back to the sort of form we saw in 2019 as quickly as possible. Our centre pairings for today is Esther Hazen and Caelan Moody. Very excited to see what happens there with that centre pairing. Caelan Moody surely going to be looking to step his way through and score a few tries today in the match, of course. Mapimpi and Williams in number 11 and number 14. and number 15 will be Leroux, of course. So Mapimpi will be looking to try and get some more tries to his name, and Williams is starting on the wing again. We look at the bench of the Springboks. We've got Van Staden, Kitsop, Nyakane as the front row substitutes. Franco Mostert and Kwaka Smith make up the rest of the forwards. We've gone for a rare 5-3 split with Jaden Hendrickse, Marty Lebok, and Jesse Creel, of course, making up the rest of the squads in numbers 21, 22, and 23. Now, looking ahead to the opposition, Tonga's team have named a very physical side, as they always are from these island nations, and they're going to be hoping to try and do something and just scare the Springboks a little bit, and I think they'll be looking to hurt them as well. So it's big and crucial that the Springboks do not get any injuries from this match. We cannot afford it. So looking at the Tonga team, going from the front, Fisi Ihori, Ngaumano, Amo, and Tania Funa will be making up the front row. Then Fifita and Lucy in the lock positions. Havili, I said these names perfectly earlier, but nonetheless, Halaifa, Fonua, and Paia in the loose trio. Then our number 9 is Pulu, number 10 is Havili. Our centre pairings for Tonga is Aki and Fekitoa. Our wingers are Tui Tavuki and Inisi, and in our fullback position we've got Piutau. We then look at their bench. We've got Molly, Koloamatangi, Apikutoa, and then we look at the rest of them: Coleman, Vailanu, Takulua, and Pellegrini, and then Taumaupeau. So, very long name there, number 23. But nonetheless, that is what's going to be happening for those two sides. Let me know in the comments, of course, what you think is going to happen. Are South Africa going to get a whitewash victory here with bonus points and many, many points? Of course, New Zealand managed to get a huge victory over Italy to bounce back in this World Cup and make their statement. Will South Africa look to try and do the same thing? Because, of course, at the moment, we look at what could possibly happen in the quarterfinals. It's looking very likely that France will win the group in Pool A. Pool B will be led by Ireland, which means that Ireland should be playing All Blacks and South Africa will be playing France in the quarterfinals. But that could all change, of course, depending on whether Scotland can manage to beat Ireland with a bonus point and also avoid Ireland getting a bonus point in their game next week. Very unlikely, but that would then allow South Africa to win the group as well as Ireland then going home, which means South Africa would then play New Zealand. And let me know in the comments as well, who would you actually rather prefer? Would you rather Ireland play against the All Blacks in the quarterfinals, or would you rather the Springboks play against them? Let me know in the comments, of course. So be sure to go check out our sponsors as well, BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER in the comments, in the description of the video. And myself is Mark, and of course I'll be doing the watch along for you guys in this last clash for South Africa in the pool stages before we look to the quarterfinals. Yeah, let's be sure to go and subscribe to the video, subscribe to the channel and like the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again in the next one. Cheerio.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cybersecurity. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. As you can see, I'm at the OL Stadium, which is the venue for tonight's game, Italy versus New Zealand. A very, very big do-or-die game for New Zealand against opponents that have never really given them too much to worry about, but a lot riding on this game, and New Zealand really can't afford to slip up. Kickoff is in still quite a while, about just over 3 or 4 hours to go at the stadium very early, and watching everybody get ready for later. And we've just seen a bit of an update on Malcom Marx, who has posted on Instagram and has officially completed his surgery and does look to be home. So for those of you who are sort of just catching up with what's happening with Malcom Marx, and if you haven't been around the last couple of weeks, he was ruled out of the World Cup with a long-term injury, knee injury, which apparently happened during training when his knee was caught in contact and suffered we don't actually know what the injury was, and apparently it was obviously quite serious and was ruled out of the World Cup as a result of it. So we sort of, when it comes to a serious knee injury, we can confirm it is his right knee. We don't know if it's an ACL or what's actually happened, or MCL or anything like that. We don't actually know what the injury is. But long-term injury sort of generally sort of starts to fit that sort of category, and we're probably looking at about 9 months return for him, which being September now will put him into about mid-year next year. So yeah, hopefully in time for the next year's international season he can get sort of back into action, and the big hope I suppose is that he gets back to fully fit. I mean, we've lost one of the best players in the world, let alone probably the best hooker in the world. But the good news is he has posted on Instagram that the surgery was successful, that he is home, and the road to recovery does begin now. Yeah, the only update we have, the only reason we know it's the right knee is because that's what's all bandaged up and strapped up. So as soon as we get more details on exactly what the surgery was about, as well as sort of what the recovery time will be and what he needs to be able to do to come back, we will let you know. But the good news is that apparently the surgery has gone well, and yeah, now starts the tricky road to recovery. And we do see more and more people coming back from the injuries. I mean, Sia Khaleesi, for example, his entire World Cup was in doubt with a knee injury beginning of the year. He's come back, looked absolutely brilliant. So yeah, one imagines that Malcom Marx probably got the best of the best when it came to surgeons in South Africa. It has undergone that surgery. He is back at home and recovering, and hopefully we will see him again. He's still young enough, is the nice thing. He will make another World Cup, so we should be able to see him in 2027 once again. I think the entire rugby community feels very deprived that he's not playing in this World Cup and that he was ruled out. Because he is one of those players. He is in the same sort of caliber as an Anton Dupont, for example, in terms of first of all how important they are to the team, but in terms of players that people want to watch. You know, players that draw a crowd. He's an absolute superstar of the game, despite being very quiet by nature, an absolute beast of a player, and the tournament's definitely poorer by not having him in it. So hopefully it is going to be all good for him, and then he'll be able to recover quite quickly and get back onto the field, and he'll get back to his best. But for now, it's a long road to recovery. The Springboks did not replace him with a hooker, instead turning Marco Verstappen into a hooker, and this weekend he'll actually be reserve hooker. He's actually in the number 16 jersey with Deon Fourie starting. So it's very interesting to see how the Springboks have responded to that Malcom Marx injury, in that they didn't really replace him. But yeah, as I said, as soon as we get more updates, we'll bring you guys the latest news there. But until then, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon.
Okay, all good. Okay, welcome to the South Africa EVA match briefing here at Marseille Stadium. As I said, put your hand up for a microphone and ask the question, and we'll go straight into questions. First question, please. Question, you are.
Zindile Jan de Koning, we'll start with you. How's the mood in the camp ahead of this game? I mean, we know what the importance are. This on, yeah. What is the mood like? Is it one of expectation, or are you guys quite calm?
Yeah, and I think the mood is a test week mood. You know, a very important game. Playing against Tonga, this could be our last conference if we don't win the game. So that's how serious it is. So we've had a good week of preparations, and the nice thing is that from the island game, we had an extra day, you know, we had an 8-day turnaround. So as coaching staff, we could go deep into Tonga. And but once again, I think the vibe in our camp, boys are in a good space. To be honest with you, even though the results were not on our side, you know, but in the manner we played against Ireland, you know, it was a very, very tough game, you know, probably one of the best group stages games. but once again, it's a test week for us, and once again, we took this week very, very serious because, like I said, this could be our last chance, so yeah, but we're up and ready for the game.
You obviously had a chance to look at Tonga quite a bit, and obviously they've now named their team. Give us some of the expectations of Tonga, and I mean, we know they're a physical guy and the type of game they play. Give us some of the expectations.
Yeah, big forwards. If you look at a guy like Tamaifuna there, probably they've got one of the best scrums in the competition, and their back line, they've got some X factor there. Star players that played the All Blacks in the past. If you look at a guy like Charles Piutau at the back, if you give him time and space, he will destroy you. A guy like Malakai Fekitoa, experience. I think they've got good X factor players in that team. But once again, for us as a Springbok, even the team that we've selected, I think it's a strong physical team that can probably also apply pressure at them, not just to handle it. That's not our goal. Our goal is also to put them under pressure, So yeah, they've got X factor. So if you're not switch on for the game, you'll probably struggle. We don't want to make it a long hustle. We want to be clinical. We want to pitch up on the game with the right intensity and make sure that if we get opportunities, we have to capitalize. I think that's something that against Ireland we didn't do well. If you look at our 22-meter entries in Ireland 22, where we didn't convert them into points. So that's something that we need to work on. So tomorrow, if we create those opportunities, we just need to make sure that we convert them into points.
In French?
Ouais, is possible?
That's what Dwayne.
Yes. From Toulon. Est-ce que ce match est aussi une façon de préparer, même s'il y a une qualification en jeu, de préparer les quarts de finale aussi de votre côté, et est-ce que ça justifie aussi autant de changements un petit peu dans l'équipe comparativement à l'équipe qui a joué contre l'Irlande?
Yeah, first things first, we need to win the game. We can't talk about the playoffs, because if we don't win this game, then there's no playoffs for us. So the main thing is to win the game so that we got a chance to qualify. And also, we don't want to depend on other teams' results. We want to be in control of our success. So that's why this game is serious for us and it's very important. So we'll probably, first things first, our goal is to win the game, and then we'll assess during the game. If things are going well for us, then we'll probably chase a bit of for a bonus point just to be safe. And so I can't talk much about the playoffs, and that is the main focus for tomorrow. And what was the second question again? I forgot the second question. Oh yeah, the changes in the team. I think it's if you follow our team the past couple of seasons, and that's how we've been doing things. We've tried to build some strong squad depth in our team, and so we don't have any A and B in our squad. We just know that we've got 33 players that can pitch up at any day when they're given an opportunity. So more especially if you look at the center partnership we've got with Moody and Andre Stuyven, that is the partnership that played against All Blacks at Twickenham. So we don't really have A and B. I think we've selected once again a team that is strong enough to beat Tonga. The guys, they've done the job for us before, So even if you look at the guys that are in that squad, you still got your leadership group. You've got Sia, who's starting the game. You've got Dwayne, who has done the job for us many times, who's part of our leaders, and Cobras, So we've got a strong team to beat Tonga. But once again, we don't have any A and B in our squad.
Okay, question here on the left.
Morning, everyone. Dwayne, this one is for you. Have we seen the best of the Boks yet at this World Cup?
Well, I would like to say no, but I think, if you look at the Ireland game, I think that was a match to watch, and like Coach Stocker said, I think that was probably or possibly one of the best pool matches. So I think we still got something left in the tank. It's one or two little small things that we need to work on, but yeah, I can definitely still say we still got some juice in the tank, and but yeah, it's gonna have to, we're gonna have to do it this weekend and tomorrow, because there's no second chances. So we're definitely gonna have to pitch up, and hopefully we can, we can give a great performance tomorrow.
Question in the back.
Good morning to everybody. I wanted to just get a comment from both Dwayne and Kanan on Sia's 50 caps as captain, 50 tests as captain. I know that the whole team is full of leaders, but obviously it's quite a special moment for Sia.
Yeah, no, especially for me, when I came into the camp, he was one of the first guys that came up to me and asked if I needed anything. That just shows how the great guy he is. So yeah, very, very proud, and obviously a proud moment for him and his family to get his 50th. And yeah, hopefully we can make it special this weekend. And just an amazing human being, and a guy that has a lot of voice in the team, and brings something to the group. So yeah.
Yeah, I think from my side, I know Sia a very long time. He was a youngster coming in at provincial level at the Western Cape for the Stormers. So he played Varsity Cup and then came in at Western Province. So young guy, charismatic guy, had opportunities to play, and he grabbed those opportunities with both hands. And within that whole system, he became a fantastic leader in the squad. And obviously, he took over the reins for the Boks. And it's if you think about it, I can't believe it's his 50th match as captain for the Springboks. So that's a fantastic achievement. And hopefully there's a lot more, and hopefully there's a lot of good things to come from this.
Okay, in French or English?
In English.
Okay.
Dwayne, this one is for you. How was it last week to spend the whole Ireland game next to your coaches in the coaching box?
Crazy. It was, I think it's the same thing what Coach Jacques said. They give some of the players opportunities to sit in team meetings, to sit in coaches meetings. Everyone is welcome to sit in those meetings. And then obviously they give some of the players the opportunity to sit up in the coaching box, to see the view, or see the game, or watch the game in a different angle. Also to see how the coaches look at the game, and obviously you bring a different perspective to the game as a player. Because you're thinking differently as a player than obviously the coaches do at that specific time. And I think for us, that's a nice dynamic. We learn a little bit. They also see how we might think about the game going into crunch time, maybe last 5 or 10 minutes, especially in that game. We had our opportunities, but and I kind of we kind of knew what we wanted to do and what we wanted to achieve. And so it's nice to be up there. It's also daunting to be up there, but I actually enjoyed it. It was good fun.
But you'd rather be on the pitch tomorrow?
Oh, I would definitely love to be on the pitch. So that's the most important thing. That's what it's all about.
Coach Dick Kanyusoya from News 24. Coach Dick, the chat has always been controlling the controllables. But when you look at the fact that Scotland are playing today and you guys will have tomorrow to play, does it also put you guys in a better place of mind, knowing that whatever Scotland does, you just need to have to better that result?
I won't lie to you, Kanye. So we don't really focus much on what Scotland is doing on the other side. Like I said to you earlier on, we don't want things to be controlled by other people. We want to control our destiny, And for us, the main thing is we just think about the game we're going to play tomorrow, And like I said to you, yes, there's a lot of things that you can calculate, and if this and what if it doesn't happen, But once again, if we can just make sure that we win the game first, I think the destiny will be in our hands. And like I said to you, it will be great if things go well for us to get a maximum points from the game. But I won't lie to you, I don't think we are really focusing much on what Scotland is doing on the other side.
Just talk us through having Andre Pollard back in the camp.
Yeah, you know what? It's good to have Paulie once again, like I've mentioned earlier on, also the leadership in our squad. I think that is one of our strengths, even if, for example, a guy like Bongi is not on the pitch, if you've got Dwayne or you've got a guy like Yeben, these guys have led the team so far in the past 2 seasons for us, and we always rotate amongst the players. And having Andre back, it's massive for our squad, and I know it's sad that we don't have Malcom Marx in our squad with his injury, but I think having Pollard, I think it will be a good boost for us. Once again, even the guys that played so far for us, they've been doing very, very well. We were just unfortunate last week. I know a lot of people, they focus too much on kicking to poles, and Andre has done the job for us in the past, in Japan. If you remember the game against Wales, he was at his best, and then also going to the final against England, that's one thing that we've learned also last week, is the fact that if you're going to play against the top team in the world and you don't capitalize when you get opportunities, you might end up being on the wrong side of the scoreboard. I think that's something that we've learned. So to have Andre, with his experience, and we know on a good day also he can be dangerous when it comes to his kicking. Same goes with Mani Lebok, So unfortunately, these boys are all human beings, Sometimes they're going to get off days, and that's where sometimes you need a player next to you, to pick you up. And I think we're going to get a good balance between those guys now. If you look at the depth that we've got in the fly-off position with Mani Lebok, having Andre with his experience, Damien Willemse who's still there as an option, and Faf de Klerk, I think we are in a good space at the moment as a team. But yeah, it's good to have Andre back.
Gentleman, right?
Next set from Reuters. Dwayne, for you, I'm not sure when the last time you played 7, but the shift from 8 to 7, in reality, how much of a difference is that in the game?
There's not much at all. You're part of the loose trio or the back row. Obviously, I still stay in my same position. I'm not at the back of the scrum, I'm just on the side. So, yeah, it's not a big shift, just a change of number. But yeah, looking forward to maybe play a game with Jasper Visa. I've never played with him, only a little bit against him. So yeah, looking forward to see how we pack down, and obviously with CR starting, so it could be a good one.
Nick?
Morning, Nick Mullins, ITV. Dwayne, another question for you. Just getting back to the role as a coach. A couple of weeks ago, you touched on it, but what were the things that maybe surprised you most of all, sitting there and listening to what the guys were going through?
I think the biggest thing is just sitting there and you can't do anything. When you're on the pitch, you're still part of the game, and you can still make a change or change the outcome of the game. At the top, it's difficult. You give the players the info, what you want and what you see, and things like that. But then it's still up to the players on the field. So I think that's a difficult part of being a coach. You can't do anything to the outcome of the game. So it is quite daunting up there, but it was also enjoyable. But again, like I said, I would still prefer to be on the pitch as much as I can.
But do you fancy it long term? Is that your next career move, do you think?
Well, you never know.
Okay, you've got time for 2 more questions. One here.
Yeah, there's going to be a follow-up asking if he's got aspirations to be a coach one day.
Okay.
If you asked me this a couple of years ago, I would have probably said no. I think now, you're sitting there and you always want to give. When you finish, you're gonna think like you want to give back to the younger guys. You've got Kanan here, and well, I'm not a back, but there's obviously some things that you can still give to younger guys. So, if the opportunity arises and there's a possibility, then I would love to stay in the game. I would love to help younger guys and younger players, and you don't know where life takes you, but yeah, I love this game, and it's difficult to step away once you've been in it for this long, it's been 19 years playing professional, so it's been a good ride, and it's not the end yet. So hopefully there's more to come.
Okay, final question at the back there.
Kenan, this is for you. I know you've played a lot at 13 and your high school career, but mostly for provincial unions and for the Springboks it's been at wing. How difficult or easy is it for you to just slot back into that 13 mode at test level, especially heading into a World Cup and in a World Cup for the Springboks? And for you long term, is that where you see your career going as a 13 for the Springboks? Is that where you want to kick on for both the Springboks and the union levels?
Yeah, obviously for me, 13 was the position I played at school, and obviously a position I loved. I fell in love with the position, and I think I was wishing that that's where I would end up, and that was the talk with the Bulls as well. With Coach Jake, he obviously mentioned to me that like I would play 13, but yeah, wing was where the opportunity came, and I took that with both hands. And yeah, playing wing at the Springbok setup now, and then yeah, Wales game, Coach Jake came up to me and said he wants to run me at 13, and I was obviously a big shock because I didn't think we will put a trigger on that one. And then Monday before the All Blacks game, I see my name on 13 on the sheet, and obviously I was blown away by that. But obviously got a lot of confidence from him. He obviously is the head of the defense, and 13 is a position where the 13 runs the defense, and obviously got a lot of talk with him and confidence in that position. Now, especially now being more 13 now in the camp, I'm getting a lot more reps. I'm getting a lot more game time under my belt, and now obviously with Andre and Andre inside of me, it obviously gives me a lot of confidence to play in that position. And yeah, hopefully this is the position where I stay, and yeah.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, South Africa. That concludes the EVA match briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, guys. Excellent. Thank you, sir. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good luck.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and we're in Marseille. It is baking down with heat. I think the Boks should be very thankful that they are playing at 9 o'clock tomorrow night, because right now the sun is out. It is, to be fair, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It is the hottest point of the day, and we are feeling the heat. And who are not feeling the heat are the Boks. And we've just come out of a press conference with assistant coach Mzwandile Stick, Dwayne Vermeulen, future coach, and Kane Moody, future 13. A very interesting press conference between the three of them, just previewing the game tomorrow and giving a bit of insight into their personal sort of thoughts on the tournament and their plans and stuff like that. And it was quite interesting to see, especially from the players' point of view, where Dwayne Vermeulen and where Kane Moody see their future, which is very interesting. So, yeah, the press conference is on the channel if you want to go and check it out. But I thought I'd just do a bit of a video reacting to it and talking about what they had to say, and where I think that where I do think that their future is going to be. So we'll start with Kane Moody, who was asked basically where his future lies. He started on the wing at international and at union level, but traditionally was a 13 at school, and he's now literally in about the last month been thrust into that 13 role against the All Blacks. He played there against Romania, and he will play there again tomorrow. And he was asked basically, where does he see himself? Does he see himself on the wing? Does he see himself at 13? What would he like? And he was quite frank about it. He said 13 is where he fell in love with the game. He fell in love with the position when he was at school. He loves that outside centre channel. That's where he thrives, and that's where he really found that passion for the game. And so he said that he's very hopeful that he will settle there. He's had conversations with Jake White. He didn't expect it to happen at the Springboks, but he said it was a huge backing for Jacques about to come to him and say, listen, I want you to play at 13, especially given the defensive duties that the outside centre does have. He does, yeah. What's very interesting is he made no mistake and made no secret of the fact that 13 is where he wants to play. He doesn't want to be on the wing. He wants to be in 13. He wants to be in that centre pairing. He wants to be in the midfield, in the action. And I do think that he'll settle there. I think we've seen he's got the skill set. I think he makes for a terrific wing, but he's got all the makings of a great outside centre. It is a position that South Africa not been blessed with depth with recently. You've got Henk van Wyk coming through, and he does have to come back from a pretty big injury. But, Lekanya Jesse Kriel, Kane Moody, Henk van Wyk, all of a sudden the depth started looking a little bit better than what it did a few years ago when we basically just had Lukanya and Jesse Creel, and even then people weren't particularly happy with Jesse Creel as an option, although I do think that he's rightfully silenced a lot of his doubters in the past few games. Zordina Stick was asked about the various teams and the permutations, the New Zealand game last night, Wales performance, for example, and quarterfinals, how they're feeling, and basically said they're not looking at other teams, they're focusing on themselves. They said they can't speculate on what other teams are going to do, how other teams are going to perform, and they said that basically it'll be dangerous to start getting ahead of themselves. And so, from a game plan point of view, they don't worry about what other teams doing. They're focused on themselves. So at the moment, the focus is solely on tomorrow. Get through tomorrow night, win that game, get the 5 points, then have a week of preparation, or 2 weeks really of preparation, if they do get through to the quarterfinals. But basically, it's about getting the job done. After that, the job's out of their hands. They go back to Toulon, they continue preparing, assuming that they'll get into a quarterfinal, and they'll know in literally a week's time whether they will. And then finally, Dwayne Vermeulen gave a very interesting update about his future. He was asked, he was obviously in the coaching box a couple of weeks ago. Against Ireland, he was there, and he was, and a lot of people talking about the fact that apparently he's had quite a lot to do with the defence. And he was then asked, does he see himself as a coach? Is this the next step of his career? And he was quite honest about it. He said, a couple of years ago, he would have never said that he would have gone into coaching. He never really thought about it. He says, but when you do come to the end of a career, which he's always very cautious to say, because I think he still absolutely loves playing, he says he wants to give back to the game, and he says that he thinks that if the opportunity does arrive and he gets the opportunity to coach, he'd be very keen. There's actually been talk about the fact that he could potentially actually be involved in the Springboks from as near as next year type thing. Apparently they really do rate him with regards to how he watches the game, how he understands the game, and how he how he can communicate the message. So I think he's quite highly rated. It's not very often that you see a player who's not even the captain necessarily in the coach's box. Often you'll see players running water, but not often you see a player actually in the coach's box with a walkie-talkie in a World Cup situation, for example. And given the fact that he has there, I do think he's got quite a strong career in coaching. I think he communicates very well. I think he's a very impressionable person. I think he's someone that you can get behind quite quickly. He's quite inspirational. So I think he's got all the attributes. He's basically said that. I think if the opportunity arose that he would go that way. I don't think he'll be short of suitors. As I said, I think he could be involved in the national setup, to be honest. If not, I think there will be a host of unions that will want him to be involved. So let me know, what do you think? Dwayne Vermeulen is the next Springbok coach eventually down the line, or a defence coach. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. If you are new to the channel, subscribe, smash a like on the video as well. Please do share our content as well, near and wide. We are in Marseille. We'll be doing on-the-ground stuff for the match tomorrow. We'll be doing stuff all around the city, which is going to be lots of fun. So please do consider supporting the channel. You can become a member, for example, or just sharing us around, getting other people to subscribe. Of course, all this coverage is always free on YouTube for you guys, and so any support would be highly appreciated. Coming to you, well, not live, but coming to you from Marseille, this has been Stevie P for Forever Sports. See you soon. Hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and I'm standing in front of the Velodrome. We are in Marseille, the venue for the Springboks' final pool game of the 2023 Rugby World Cup. SA versus Tonga tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. It is the second last weekend of the group stages, and very much ramping up, isn't it? We're now talking about must-win games, almost sort of playoff games for certain teams. Some teams are one win away from booking their spots in the quarterfinals. Some teams one win away from booking their ticket home. And for the Boks, a bonus point win is the only thing that matters tomorrow. We can worry about points difference at a later stage, get those 5 points, and then we wait to see what will happen between Scotland versus Ireland. But what we're going to talk about are the All Blacks, who put Italy to the sword last night, 96 points to 17. A very big win for the All Blacks, and it's difficult to gauge how good the All Blacks were versus how bad Italy were. Italy were quite upfront by saying they just didn't pitch up. Michel Lamaro was pretty heartbroken last night, saying it's difficult to point where the fault went. He said, but they just didn't arrive. Basically, this is a very strange All Black side. It's very difficult to gauge how good they are, how good they can be, because even in the last few months they've beaten the Boks and then been beaten by the Boks, both quite substantially. In the last couple of years they've lost to Ireland, they've lost to France, but they've also had some very positive results. So it's difficult to know how good this All Black side are and how dangerous they could be. But we're going to be talking a bit about the reaction from Director of Rugby, Rassie Erasmus, Director of SA Rugby, of course, who is back on Twitter and tweeting a lot. He was talking about the fact that his daughter's engaged to Andre Hugo Venter and having a bit of a laugh with Andre Venter on Twitter. But yesterday, during the All Blacks game rather, he gave sort of his seal of approval. 3 words: concise and clinical. That is how he described that New Zealand performance. And again, Rassie Erasmus doesn't just tweet for the sake of it. So, you know, in his mind, he'll be putting that out there knowing that that's going to cause a bit of a stir, that's going to get a bit of attention, that they know that he's watching, and obviously he'll be watching. And very respectful these days is Rassie Erasmus on Twitter. Or to be fair, on Twitter he's always been pretty respectful. Sometimes puts a little bit of ambiguity into his tweets, but he's very much trying to play the good guy at the moment. You know, talked about the refereeing and how good it's been. He's been talked about various different teams. He's talked about how amazing the supporters from South Africa. And then, last night, commenting on the performance. Well, technically we don't know officially if he is, but commenting during the game, pretty clear that that's what he's talking about. And I think 3 words that do sum it up. They were clinical last night with New Zealand. Every single time they had an opportunity, they scored. They came within inches, really, of breaking that 100 margin. Conceded 2 tries, which were good tries from Italy, it must be said, but at no point ever looked like they were going to struggle in that game. They started like a house on fire, and they just built their innings from there. And it goes to show, doesn't matter who you are, if that New Zealand side does start strong, you could be in for a very long game. And that has been the case for the last 10 years, really. All the teams that compete against New Zealand and have beaten New Zealand have had to start strong and prevent them from starting strong. So the formula is still there. It's about staying in the game against New Zealand. It's about making sure they don't get away from you. It's how Argentina have beaten them. It's how the Boks have beaten them. If you allow them to start like they did last night, you're in for a long game. It's very unlikely we'll beat them. I wonder what you think. Rassie Erasmus has said concise and clinical. How would you describe that All Blacks performance? Let me know in the comments below. Smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, reporting from Marseille for Forever Sports, and we'll see you soon. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. A very, very interesting development. Return of Springbok All Black tours could be in the works, and a whole potential global calendar schedule could be coming in to accommodate this idea, which is very exciting. Before we talk about exactly what's been said by the various parties, as well as what the plan could be for the all traditional Springbok All Blacks tours to return, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So this week has been interesting. We've actually been in the All Blacks camp, and we've been covering the All Blacks preparations for the game against Italy last night, which obviously went pretty well given the fact that they absolutely hammered them. But one of the things that they were asked about quite consistently was the level of rugby that they're experiencing in Super Rugby and whether that is starting to affect New Zealand performance. And this apparently is potentially going to be counteracted with the fact that they are looking at bringing in a old sort of touring schedule. And basically, what this could look like is a tour where it could potentially sort of be changing from year to year. One year, the Springboks or South African teams will tour New Zealand. The other year, New Zealand will tour South Africa. And basically what will be, it will look like, the Springboks and the All Blacks playing the various Super Rugby or URC teams, which will allow sort of more exposure for the All Blacks and Springbok players against sort of New Zealand rugby, more than just, the traditional 2 times a year. And also allow the players in the franchises, your Super Rugby players, your URC players, to experience New Zealand rugby. So it really is a win-win situation. I think commercially it'll be very valuable as well. So in terms of what has actually been said, in early September, Mark Alexander told Report the following. He said that we are working with New Zealand on something exciting that we will announce in the next few months. If the global season becomes a reality, it will help because we will then see all the national teams playing at the same time. This is in reference to the fact that the Rugby Championship might be moved at the same time as the Six Nations, as the World Rugby sort of seek to try and align a global calendar to allow for player welfare to have sort of more gaps where players can rest and can actually have a bit of an off-season, which the Springboks are really struggling with, given the fact that a lot of their players are European-based or even URC-based, and therefore follow the European calendar before then playing in the Rugby Championship, which is in the traditional off-season. New Zealand Rugby Chief Mark Robertson has then said that it's confirmed that the 2 nations are in talks, saying that that's certainly part of the conversation at the moment for it to be more, more traditional type of tour. But again, there's a lot of work to be done. We've been open with all the SANZAR parties that there's something that we're having a look at and how we can consider this sort of format for the future. So it's early days, but obviously with the reduction in time we have in playing against South Africa in Super, I think there will be a real interest in it. Clearly there's interest in it from both parties, but it's very early days around these conversations. So it sounds like both parties want it. I mean, I think commercially it makes sense for both parties. I think South Africa will want the revenue, New Zealand will want the revenue. I think a big thing for New Zealand is the fact that they really are struggling, you know, from a standards point of view, not being able to play against, you know, the URC sides, and the sides are now playing the URC sides during Super Rugby. So it's a win-win really from a rugby point of view as well as a commercial point of view, and from that perspective I do think this will happen. But what do you guys think? Would you like to see the return of traditional tours? What sort of format would you like it to see? You know, probably something similar to a bit like the British and Irish Lions format, where there will probably be warm-up games against different sort of franchises before then, you know, like 2 test matches or 3 test matches. And if we do start to have more test matches against the All Blacks, does that water it down a little bit? Or is it, you know, the greatest rivalry in the world for good reason, and it doesn't matter how many times we play, it'll continue to hold the sort of the weight that it does? Let me know down in the comments below, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you guys soon.
Welcome to the eve of match briefing for Tonga at Marseille Stadium. Who would like to start us off with the first question?
Hello, everybody. Question for you, Dan. Sorry, Nick Mullins from ITV Sport. How do you set up a scrum to take on South Africa?
How long you got?
All afternoon.
That's a good question. Obviously, you know, huge challenge for us scrum-wise, but it's one that we've been planning for. We've been in camp for you know, coming up 12 weeks now. So they've also got some key weapons in there, and a lot's been made about the bench that comes on. So we've got a plan in place, and you know, we're going to go out and put our style of scrumming on the field, and you know, because we've got a few strengths of our own. So. You know, the boys are pretty excited about the challenge about, in my opinion, probably going against probably the best scrum in the world.
And what is it? I mean, obviously they push very hard, but what is it technically, in language that we might understand, that they do that sets that bar so high?
Well, you know, force equals mass times acceleration, so they're big and fast is the short answer to that. And they've got good combinations there. You know, and they've been together a long time, very experienced. I've been fortunate enough to coach a couple in Japan, and when you add that with the, you know, with the South African mindset, that's quite well known. It's a pretty impressive beast. Isn't it?
Do we have another question? Yeah, this gentleman here.
George Bahulu, Tonga Sports Tribune. This question is for Viliami and Tanginoa. What's it like to be able to represent your country at the highest level?
Yeah, for me, it's pretty special. Coming from my dad's full Tongan. He was born in Tonga and moved over to New Zealand when he was about 25. He's been in New Zealand ever since. So for me, it's pretty special just to represent him and just give back to him for my family in Tonga as well. I've got a few cousins and uncles and stuff still left in Tonga, so it's good to represent them on the world stage.
Yo, it's an honor for me to represent my family and my people. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions?
En français, peut-être, c'est possible. Pourquoi il y a eu si peu de changements dans l'équipe par rapport... Vous avez fait très peu de changements dans l'équipe par rapport à l'équipe qui a été battue par l'Écosse et l'Irlande. Pourquoi ne pas avoir peut-être fait jouer une équipe, d'autres joueurs et préserver cette équipe-là pour la victoire contre la Roumanie?
Yeah, I'll answer that. Yeah, well, we've been fortunate enough to stay relatively injury-free. Also, we had a few dings. But we've got a starting 15 that we've picked for a few tests in a row now that we believe are doing a very good job and doing their countries proud. We've got a good bunch of boys in behind that are working hard, and when they get their chance, you know, they'll go out and represent their families well. But I guess the short answer to your question is we've got a very solid and experienced 15 that we believe is the best 15 for this game on Sunday.
Yes,
Adnan Mohammed from Sport 24. In 2007, you guys came very close to knocking out the Springboks in that. How much confidence or how much will that help you, the thought that you guys can do that in the World Cup on this big stage?
Yeah, a good question. You know, obviously, we had Wayne Barnes ref us against Ireland. He actually mentioned that in his scrum talk that he reffed that game. It's one of his favourite games. So as Tonga, we take a lot of pride out of going against the big boys. I was a part of this team when we beat France in 2011. Still, probably to this day, probably one of my fondest rugby memories. So yeah, you take confidence out of it. Sport's riddled of underdog stories. You know, so you can take confidence and inspiration from that. For us, we're just going out just to do the absolute best that we can and to do our friends, families and supporters proud on Sunday.
Rasir Rasmus just mentioned the other day that he played a lot against Toto Kefu, so he knows the mindset and he knows what you guys will bring. The other thing, I just wanted to know from your side, what do you guys think of him as a coach nowadays and the fact that he uses the light system?
I don't have too much of a comment on that. I actually haven't met the man, which I'm quite looking forward to on Sunday, because I was a huge fan of his when he played for the Cats, I believe, many years ago. No comment, sorry. He obviously does an outstanding job. I've watched a few of his clips that go around and the documentary from the last World Cup, knowing a few of the boys in there and a few of the guys have coached him, been under him at Munster. He sounds like a very, very interesting man, so I actually look forward to meeting him on Sunday. Sorry if I didn't answer your question well enough. Yeah.
Anyone else?
William, I have one for you. Could you talk about how you've developed your game over the last few years, the kind of player that we're likely to see tomorrow? What do you hope we all see out there tomorrow from you?
Yeah, for me, I pride myself on my kicking, well, first and foremost, goal kicking and also tactical kicking. I'm still learning, growing and getting better over the years to come. I've only been in Super Rugby for probably 2 years now, but I've been playing most of it at fullback as well, so it sort of helps me with that running game as well. I don't really think I've shown my running game yet in this competition, so hopefully I can sort of get that going and show that. But improvements over the last few years, probably a bit of help from my brother down at the Crusaders. He just gives me little pointers every now and then. Specifically him playing at 15. 15 is pretty much like another playmaker at 10, so got the same skill sets. But yeah, thanks.
And do you have 10s that you've always enjoyed watching that might impact on your game at the moment?
I generally grew up watching Dan Carter back home, so he's also a left footer as well. Dan Carter, and when I was coming through school, a bit of Richie Moanga as well, so probably those two probably watched a little bit. And from the European sides, I remember watching guys like Freddie Michalak and stuff like that from France. They ran the ball well and steered their teams around well in that 2007 World Cup. So yeah.
Anybody else? No? Great, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Am I in your way?
Okay.
Well, South Africa going through their final preparations here at the Stade de France. Finally, Ireland's captain's run took place a little earlier this morning. All the players looking very focused ahead of tomorrow's big game. The Stade de France, of course, there'll be over 30,000 Irish fans here to cheer them on. That's something that Josh van der Veer says the players are very much looking forward to experiencing.
Quatro mana na solteira. Tá de maturo.
Island at 33, yeah.
Tapak het kan la favor, dit sê wat tap te die kens. Dit dan.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Mark and this is the preview for South Africa versus Tonga, a Pool B clash and South Africa's last pool match, of course, of the tournament. And they'll be looking to secure a bonus point victory to give them the best chances of winning this group, obviously depending on Ireland and Scotland's result next week. But, of course, they've still got to get past Tonga first. So let's go through the teams and all the facts and everything for this game, for which I will be doing the watch along. I will be doing it live for you all, commentating through the game. And of course, that will be tomorrow on Sunday. It'll be at 9 o'clock in the evening, both French Standard Time and South African Standard Time. So this is only the third meeting between South Africa and Tonga. It's the third time ever they've played against each other. So really not much to go on. The first pool stage of the 2007 Rugby World Cup, also held in France, was the last time they played against each other when South Africa emerged victorious by a margin of only 5 points. They won 30 points to 25. And that was, of course, in the Rugby World Cup that we won. And yet it was a really, really tough match. South Africa lost their most recent Rugby World Cup pool stage, of course, against Ireland. However, the Springboks have never lost 2 pool stage matches in an edition of the tournament and hold the distinction of being the only nation to lift the Webb Ellis Cup after losing a pool fixture. Of course, that was in 2019 when we famously beat England. Tonga have won just one of their last 8 matches in the Rugby World Cup after winning 3 and 4 previously. Tonga's only win during that period came despite trailing at halftime 31 points to 19 versus USA in 2019, which they won 31 points to 19, and halftime they were losing 7 points to 12. So the teams leading at halftime has gone on to win 23 of South Africa's last 24 Rugby World Cup pool stage matches, excluding games tied at halftime, with the only exception during that run coming in 2015 when South Africa were defeated by Japan 32 points to 34, despite leading by 2 points at the interval. So yes, let us go and look at the teams that have been announced for today. The big news, of course, for South Africa is the fact that Pollard will be starting at 10. It's his first appearance in this World Cup since coming in for Malcom Martin, replacing him in the squad. We've also seen that Dwayne Vermeulen will be playing at the number 7 role, which is, of course, not usual for him. But let's go through the South African team, shall we? Of course, we've got Oxenchair, Deon Fourie, and Vincent Koch in the front row. Deon Fourie will also have lots of eyes on him in that hooker role. Of course, that's where South Africa feel they're lacking a little bit in that department as a result of Malcolm Marx's injury. We look at our locks. We've got Etzebeth and Ori. So we've named very strong and experienced lock alongside relatively new lock in the Springbok setup. Then we've got Siya Kolisi, captain, of course, Dwayne Vermeulen in 7, and Kobus Wiese in number 8. We then look at the 9, which is Kobus Reinach. We're looking to try and build upon his hat-trick from the previous time he played in the World Cup, that he started in the World Cup. And Pollard, of course, as I alluded to, in number 10. All eyes on him and his kicking performances, and will he be able to get back to the sort of form we saw in 2019 as quickly as possible? Our centre pairings for today is Esterhuizen and Caelan Moodie. Very excited to see what happens there with that centre pairing. Caelan Moodie surely going to be looking to step his way through and score a few tries today in the match, of course. Mapimpi and Williams in number 11 and number 14. And number 15 will be Leroux, of course. So Mapimpi will be looking to try and get some more tries to his name. And Williams is starting on the wing again. We look at the bench of the Springboks. We've got Van Staden, Kitsop, Nyakane as the front row substitutes. Franco Mostert and Kwagga Smith make up the rest of the forwards. We've gone for a rare 5-3 split with Jaden Hendrickse, Marnie Libok and Jesse Creel, of course, making up the rest of the squads in numbers 21, 22 and 23. Now, looking ahead to the opposition, Tonga's team have named a very physical side, as they always are from these island nations, and they're going to be hoping to try and do something and just scare the Springboks a little bit, and I think they'll be looking to hurt them as well. So it's big and crucial that the Springboks do not get any injuries from this match. We cannot afford it. So looking at the Tonga team, going from the front, Fisi Ihori, Ngawumano, Amo, and Tania Funa will be making up the front row. Then Fifita and Lucy in the lock positions. Havili, Halafuan, I said these names perfectly earlier, but nonetheless, Halaifa, Fonua, and Paia in the loose trio. Then our number 9 is Pulu, number 10 is Havili. Our centre pairings for Tonga is Aki and Fekitoa. Our wingers are Tui Tavuki and Inisi, and in our fullback position, we've got Piutau. We then look at their bench. We've got Molly, Koloamatangi, Apikutoa, and then we look at the rest of them. Coleman, Vailanu, Takulua, and Pellegrini, and then Taumaupeau. So, very long name there, number 23. But nonetheless, that is what's going to be happening for those two sides. Let me know in the comments, of course, what you think is going to happen. Are South Africa going to get a whitewash victory here with bonus points and many, many points? Of course, New Zealand managed to get a huge victory over Italy to bounce back in this World Cup and make a statement. Will South Africa look to try and do the same thing? Because, of course, at the moment, we look at what could possibly happen in the quarterfinals. It's looking very likely that France will win the group in Pool A. Pool B will be led by Ireland, which means that Ireland should be playing All Blacks and South Africa will be playing France in the quarterfinals. But that could all change, of course, depending on whether Scotland can manage to beat Ireland with a bonus point and also avoid Ireland getting a bonus point in their game next week. Very unlikely, but that would then allow South Africa to win the group as well as Ireland then going home, which means South Africa would then play New Zealand. And let me know in the comments as well, who would you actually rather prefer? Would you rather Ireland play against the All Blacks in the quarterfinals, or would you rather the Springboks play against them? Let me know in the comments, of course. So be sure to go check out our sponsors as well, BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER in the comments, in the description of the video. And myself is Mark, and of course I'll be doing the watch along for you guys in this last clash for South Africa in the pool stages before we look to the quarterfinals. Yeah, let's be sure to go and subscribe to the video, subscribe to the channel and like the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again in the next one. Cheerio.
and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.